I piss excellence. West Side. Untied, untried, undefeated. Just the best. Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than everyone. Everyone you've ever met. I'm stuck on your heart. I hang on every word you say. Tear us apart. Baby, there would never be there. You're the best. Better than all the rest. I'm better than everyone. Everyone I ever met. Everyone you've ever met, baby. I'm the best. You're the best. Better than all of the rest. Better than everyone. Everyone I ever met. I'm stuck on your heart. Tear us apart now. Tina Turner was born by simply the best. Everyone you've ever met. Can't stop, won't stop Rockefeller. Ever. Ain't never. She'll tell you what is up. West Side. I had to take a shit. Champion. I'm the people's champion. I'm the best. I'm a man of the people. I'm the people's champion. W. Brian Hubbard. Champion experience.
Pleasure and honor to meet you. And my stint of it involved the opioid abatement advice.
I pissed
$142 million
or something. Champion South Park.
And as the Kentucky
I'm the best.
Was
the best.
And executed,
the man can get.
To Governor Perry as
Gillette. The best shave you can get. Champion, bitch.
Professional relationship. He was a vocal supporter and participant in the initiative itself. He appeared by video to give a testimonial about the immense potential around the development of Ibogaine. And he also was so wonderfully helpful as to procure an op-ed in Newsweek magazine
Champion
in October of
Bitches just call me champion because that's what I am. I'm like that fucking dog from Parks and Recreation.
And I am privileged to call him my friend.
I'm amazing.
How did you get involved in this?
Ain't nobody ever been as amazing as I am.
If you don't mind,
Sure.
I'll just take you back.
I have to take a dump, though. Hey, Governor Perry, did you know that I have to take a dump?
Do very good because I have a little bit of
She
ADHD.
had dump sucking truck. Guys like what? All night long. Let me see the song. I'm on the booty go. That thong, the thong, thong, thong.
And they were stopped there, I think, on Orange. And Orange Drive.
Yes,
and they walked in where they were supposed to meet the California Highway Patrol to do our advance. And there was this big guy, looked about like you, all buff and slicked off head and pretty healthy looking boy. And they thought that was the patrolman they were supposed to meet. That went over, introduced themselves and said, "Are you here to meet Governor Perry?" And the guy went, "No, but I vote for him every chance I get." And this kid happened to be a JTAP with SEAL Team 5, who was a farmer, or was an F-18 driver, who was assigned to SEAL Team 5 to go out on their next assignment. And they just met him by the grace of God. And the kid gave him his card and said, "Hey, if the governor would like to go on a tour of the Special Warfare Center, I'd love to give him a tour." Well, the detail shows up next day, says, "Hey, we met this kid," and that's right down my alley, right? Rather than sitting on the beach, take me over and show me what the Special Warfare Center does. And on Saturday morning, we went over, got that tour, and this young man led the tour, and he had a big old tall drink of water with him in his camis and that assisted with the tour. It took about 3 hours to finish this tour. We finish it, and this young man says, "Did Marcus tell you where he was last weekend?" I said, "No." He said, "Yes, sir, once, and no, sir, once." He said, "Well, he was at the White House receiving the Navy Cross." I know what the Navy Cross is. And I went back to the hotel room, looked it up on my computer. There's no mention of this Marcus Luttrell anywhere on my computer. And we had asked them to go have dinner with us that night, just to say thank you for their time and what have you. And that evening, as we get back to the restaurant, a friend is asking him all questions about what was it that he did. And during the conversation, Operation Red Wing came up and we finished dinner. I tell him, I said, "Look, give me your mom's phone number. I'll call her when we get back to Texas. And if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me," right? Which I probably told to hundreds of people, Joe. If we hadn't known each other in those days, I said, "Hey, Joe, if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me." Fat chance you're going to come and knock on the door of the governor's mansion, right? Can't do it. So it's a nice thing to say, but realizing that they're not going to show up. Well, I went back, looked up Operation Red Wing, and that's when my computer kind of blew up and I figured out who this young man was. And you remember in 2006, nobody had heard of this, didn't know who Marcus Luttrell was, what have you. So going about our business, they leave, they deploy, go back to Iraq with his twin brother, Morgan, I might add. Morgan and Marcus, they deployed together on that. And the young man who led that tour that day was a lieutenant commander in the Navy, F-18 pilot, by the name of Jake Elsie. Jake Elsie is now a member of Congress. So incredible small world for me that started totally by the grace of God of meeting these boys in Coronado Island. And I called his mom when I got back to Austin, said, "Hey, saw your son, he's doing all right. If I can ever help you, let me know." Went on about my business. That was in August of 06. The following May of 07, the phone rang in the governor's mansion. The security detail said, "There's a young man down here who said you told him the next time he was through Austin, Texas, come by and see you, and he's here." I said, "That's hilarious." I said, "What's his name?" And Marcus Luttrell. I said, "Yeah, I told him that. I'll send him in." That was in
May of '07. And he lived with us for the next 2.5 years. In August of '09, he left. And that's what started me and my wife on this long journey, this adventure that has taken me to sitting at Joe Rogan's table, talking about veterans' mental health. We've been down literally dozens of rabbit trails. Frankly, the bulk of them, they were interesting, but they really didn't bring any relief, didn't bring any help. We learned about the brokenness of our government's ability to help these young men and women. I mean, Marcus literally was separated from the Navy without the ability to have TRICARE. The only place he could get his health care job was at the VA. And he had to have some very specific surgeries on his back, highly technical surgeries. And I told him, I said, I'm not going to let you go to the VA and have that done, no offense. But I said, I'll go raise the money and find somebody that we can get you the type of help that you need. And I went to Houston. I talked to a doctor there, Stan Jones, who's the chief medical officer for a stem cell company now called Celltex. But he had heard of Marcus by then. Marcus's book had come out, I think in '08 when it came out, and it went to #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. So people started to know who Marcus Luttrell was, knew his story, and we were able to get him the medical help that he needed. I also intervened at that time with the Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mavis. And I call Ray. Ray was the former governor of Mississippi, so I knew him through that role. And I told him, I said, here's what I've got. And I said, this kid is a legit American hero. And I said, our government's just completely dropped the ball on being able to take care of it. And I said, I don't want to embarrass your boss, but I said, you need to get this kid back in, reevaluate him, get him not fit for duty so he can get eligible for TRICARE, of which they did. And my hat's off to them for doing that and doing it. It just took the sadness of all of this, Joe, from my perspective, is Marcus Luttrell was just fortunate in a lot of different ways. That by the grace of God, he met a governor, a guy that could actually intervene and make a difference. There's literally thousands of young men and women out there today who have mental health issues that don't know a governor, don't have anybody to help. And that's why I've spent however many years, that's been 17 years, helping, being open to all the different ways that we could help these young men and women. Back in '07, I helped create a foundation that buys homes. It's called Military Heroes Support Foundation. And they've given away 1,000 homes now. George Strait gives away one of their homes at every one of his concerts. But even if you are living in a great home, if you're in a mansion and your mind's not where it needs to be, you're just a lonely person, a sad person, a broken person in a beautiful home. But I've become a complete believer in plant medicine over the course of the last 5 or 6 years in particular. And the compound ibogaine, Ibogaine, that most people never heard of before. That's good and bad because it doesn't have a bad rap because nobody's heard of it before. My job and our job is to be able to educate the public about this plant medicine, this psychoactive plant medicine that absolutely is showing stunning ability to bring people back to normalcy, to reset their brains, to literally give them their lives back. I've made the decision that that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my however many years I got left. This is where I want to spend the bulk of my time, telling people about it, explaining to people how this, conservative, right-wing, knuckle-dragging Republican governor became a spokesperson willing to go publicly talk about this plant medicine that literally the data is, I think the data is you can't argue with the data. We'll talk about a clinical trial that they did out of Stanford this last year. But that's how I went from basically being a guy that wasn't even open to having a conversation about. In 2013, I got talked into talking to a mother who had a son who was an epileptic. And she said, the only thing that we can give our son that's relieved him of this is THC. And I was against any of the use of marijuana, medical or otherwise, in 2013. That mother came and sat down to me. I looked at the data. I listened to her powerful story. And we passed in Texas medical use of THC for the cases of epilepsy. And that's my point with all of this, is that I'll never be for, I know, I may not agree on this. I'm not for the legalization of drugs. I love Rick Doblin. Rick and I have been on multiple stages together. A lot of the works that he did at MAPS I'm a big supporter of. And I tell him, I said, but I'm not going to get there on the legalization of drugs. I'm just not. And I don't want to get that confused with what we're doing here. This is medically diagnosed, medically dosed, having the proper medical people there, the treatment, the follow-up, all of that. And that's one of the reasons that I think that our government, and thank God, Donald Trump won. I'm very open about this, that Donald Trump won this election. He's putting people into place that are open to plant medicine being used for our veterans' mental health. And so I know I've covered a pretty broad piece of landscape in all of that I've just talked about, but that's how I got here. Over a 17-year period of time, I went from an absolute, don't even talk to me about these drugs, to being the Johnny Appleseed of Ibogaine today, where, my wife probably gets tired of going to places with me, and the next thing she knows, I'm talking to somebody about plant-based medicine and what I've seen, and why we as society need to be really pushing this, talking to our congressmen, talking to our senators, talking to the people that are decision makers, and the private sector, educating the public about this so that they know that there is help out there. And when you add to this the clear evidence that this works on addictions, and we're talking across the board, then the populations that can be affected in a powerful and a positive way is substantial. And that's what God put us on this earth for, is to be good servants. And this, I believe, has the most powerful way to affect the most people in a positive way of anything that I've ever seen in my public service, my 40 years of public service. So I am committed to it. I'm completely and absolutely convinced that the data will back up what we're talking about. And we'll visit about this clinical trial, I'm sure, in the next couple hours.
All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, folks, check it out. We've all been there. You're hungover, thinking about all the dumb stuff you did last night and wondering if anybody remembers. Unfortunately, someone does remember everything you do online and they've got receipts. I'm talking about your internet provider and data brokers and every shady marketing company that gets their greedy hands on your private activity. But this year is going to be different. Give your online privacy a fresh start with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an easy-to-use app that encrypts your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers, keeping your browsing history private from third parties. And it hides your IP address, making it impossible for data brokers to use it to track you. You don't have to be a tech genius to use ExpressVPN. No matter what device you're using, phone, tablet, laptop, or smart TV, just tap one button to make everything you do online private. It's incredibly fast. It doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading, and it lets you connect instantly to secure servers in 105 countries around the world. So forget dry January. This year, you're going to do private January with ExpressVPN. Get 4 extra months of fresh, clean privacy protection with my special link at expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan to get 4 extra months completely free. Tap the banner to learn more. Well, I think it's a great introduction to people that don't understand the concept of plant medicine, because ibogaine is one of those drugs that is not a party drug. No one uses it recreationally. It has there's no potential whatsoever for addiction to that drug. As a matter of fact, it actually cures addiction somehow or another. It rewires the brain.
Yeah.
And do you know how ibogaine was introduced into the zeitgeist?
I don't.
It was Hunter S. Thompson.
You give.
No, Hunter S. Thompson in the 1970s when it was Ed Muskie and George McGovern. When McGovern was running for president, when during the primaries, he spread this rumor that Muskie was addicted to ibogaine. Then he had a Brazilian witch doctor come to visit him, and it tanked Muskie's political career.
I thought fake news was a new thing.
No. Hunter S. Thompson was the beginning of fake news. Well, he called it gonzo journalism, you know? And what he would do is just mix in a bunch of very obviously fake things along with real things. But he was on the Dick Cavett show. See if you can find that clip. It's actually pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
This is him on the he literally decided to tank this guy's political career by making up a rumor about him.
People really believe that Muskie was eating ibogaine. I never said he was. I said there was a rumor in Milwaukee that he was, which was true. I started the rumor in Milwaukee. Finally said, well, you made it all out. I couldn't believe people really believe that Muskie was eating ibogaine.
Yeah, it's just repeating itself over and over. But yeah, it's in the Gonzo, the documentary. It goes into it in depth. He just decided that the guy was a big phony, and so he made up this story about the guy being addicted to ibogaine, of all drugs, which is kind of crazy. And so that's how the public got introduced to ibogaine.
Now, Schedule 1 says that there is no medical purpose for this compound, whatever it might be, and that it's addictive. And ibogaine is neither of those.
Right.
I mean, clearly evidence, as a matter of fact, if there was a definition of a compound that was not Schedule 1, ibogaine would be the top of the list, most likely.
Yes, but yet it's Schedule 1.
Yeah. And I think for the purpose of educating the public, we go back and understand the early 70s, what Nixon was using these compounds for a political purpose, and he gathered them all up, swept them all up, and put everything under Schedule 1 so he could go after his political enemies, using these compounds as the vehicle to do that.
Yeah, and for the last 50 plus years, people have been imprisoned by that. And that's a giant problem, particularly for veterans, which is, I think, the most important use of these things, because it's going to open eyes to people that would never consider the concept of plant medicine or psychedelics. They would never consider it. But most people are so compassionate about the needs of veterans the demands
some
that
people
they
think they can
face
go
and
with the
the
kid.
trials that they face
You
when they
better watch your
return,
step. You
the
might
mental
fall trying to do
struggles,
what I did.
the amount of suicides, the amount of addictions. It's overwhelming, and they don't get any support. And people are kind of desperate, and that's what opens up the door to people considering things like yourself, considering things that would not have normally entered into your landscape.
You look at you look at the history of how I got there, and I grew up on a dryland cotton farm, about as conservative a part of the world as you can be. I went to school at Texas A&M. I wanted to be a pilot in the United States Air Force. I mean, drugs were absolutely not anything that I wanted to have anything to do with, because at that particular point in time, in the early 70s and in the mid 70s, we got drug tested on a monthly basis. No notice drug testing. You go pee in a bottle and they test you. And if there was one time that you didn't pass that drug test, you were done. And so the fear factor of drugs was driven into us. You go forward with the political messaging through those years, your brain on drugs, just say no to drugs.
All night long.
And on one hand, that's a good message. On the other hand, when they're used just for political purposes, and you put compounds on Schedule 1, like Ibogaine,
show me that motherfucker
and
work.
it can't even be used for clinical trials. It can't be medically used to see, is there some good that can come out of this. And the fascinating thing for me, Joe, is that Mexico, this is a compound that can be used. Canada, I think Australia, France. I mean, there's a host of countries around the world that allow for Ibogaine to be used for, clinical trials and for medical purposes. Yet, we're sitting here
all night long
with 20 plus veterans a day killing themselves. Yet we have a compound that clearly the data shows that this compound appropriately used and appropriately overseen.
I know it's early. I have a question. Is driving therapy? What is driving
can
to
absolutely
you?
change
Are you
lives.
ready for another diabolical day on the track?
And for me, to be able to know that,
would be really cool.
And then still see government say, no, we're not interested, is really frustrating. And it's why I'm so excited about, Bobby Kennedy, Jay Bakachar, Dr. Oz, Nolan Williams,
the Kell guy,
individuals who may come into this administration at very high levels that are supportive of plant medicine. So I think we've got this great opportunity. We've been given this gift, and I hope you got members of Congress that are supportive of this on both sides of the aisle. This isn't a partisan issue of any sense of the imagination. So
here we go.
I'm really excited about the potential of being able to get clinical trials done, move this off of Schedule 1 into worst case scenario Schedule 2, even Schedule 3, so that we get broad amount of trials done, so that people who have questions about it, those can be answered, and they can see the data. We'll talk about this clinical trial out of Stanford that it's just stunning results.
Well, let's talk about that. Like, when was that?
Brian, you want to hit that one, or you want me to take it?
Let's save this motherfucker.
I don't mind taking it. In 2018.
Brian, pull that microphone up to your face a little bit. There you go.
How's that?
Perfect.
All right. In 2018, individuals by the name of Amber and Marcus Capone founded an organization called VETS, Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions. Marcus Capone had been a special operator, and he had done multiple tours in both Afghanistan and Iraq. When he came home, 5 different wars, Amber described an individual who bore no resemblance to the man that she married. He came home as a severely traumatized individual and was met by a system which could not in any way effectively address the nature of his trauma. Recognizing that his life was at stake, as well as the future of her family. She became desperate and went online and discovered the existence of a compound called Ibogaine. She made arrangements for Marcus to receive treatment from an individual by the name of Martin Polanco, who operated a clinical operation called Mission Within. Amber, as a last shot at saving her family, sent him to Mexico to receive Ibogaine treatment. She said when he returned, he came back as the man she remembered marrying before he ever went to war. As they learned about other friends of theirs who were coming back home with similar circumstances on the verge of familial dissolution, with Marcus and his friends at the verge of suicide, they began just as a friend group to put money together to send their close circle of individuals down to receive this treatment. They came together to form vets, and since 2018, over 1,000 veterans have traveled to the Ambio Clinic south of Tijuana to receive Ibogaine treatment for symptoms of traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder. Because of the miraculous outcomes which were endorsed by the veterans who were receiving this treatment, a group of philanthropists funded a study out of Stanford University, which was led by Dr. Nolan Williams. And over the course of several years, a cohort of 30 veterans were evaluated before and after Ibogaine treatment. They were evaluated comprehensively through the administration of a battery of psychological tests to quantify the nature and duration of their symptoms. They underwent pre- and post-treatment MRI scans. These scans were compared against a database which had been compiled of hundreds of thousands of healthy adult brains covering the human lifespan. And through an algorithmic assessment, the question was, what was the physiological effect upon the human brain, if any? To explain these miraculous outcomes were veterans who had been on the verge of suicide, who had been paralyzed by symptomatology associated with profound anxiety, profound depression. In many cases, veterans who were prescribed an array of habituating pharmacology which ineffectively addressed their symptomatology were not just back to what they could remember being before they experienced the trauma, but had been eliminated from that pharmacology. The results of that study are nothing short of miraculous when it comes to the way in which Ibogaine has been revealed to have significant neuroregenerative properties that impact the human brain, with profound implications for conditions for which there are no current effective treatments. Specifically, the white matter that covers the surface of our brains, which is the highway across which all of our thoughts and impulses travel, grew and thickened in size across the entire surface of each of these veterans' brains. The centers of the brain responsible for emotional regulation and executive functioning grew in size. The average reversal of brain age among this cohort of 30 veterans was 1.5 years, with the top 5 among that cohort seeing a reversal of brain age of almost 5 years. Right now, there are individuals who live offshore from the United States who are using Ibogaine to effectively treat symptoms associated with multiple sclerosis, Lyme disease, and Parkinson's disease. Just about 2 weeks ago, Governor Perry and I had the privilege of spending some time with a researcher who is based out of the University of Zurich in Switzerland. This researcher has developed a protocol for the treatment of Parkinson's symptoms with Ibogaine. We had the privilege of visiting with one of his patients who wishes to remain anonymous, as well as a family member of this patient. We were shown a video
One of the
whereby
greatest,
this
if not the greatest
individual had
motherfucker
developed
ever.
Parkinson's
I'm
disease at the
prettier
age
than
of
everybody.
41.
I'm
It had
better than
advanced so
everybody.
aggressively that by age
I'm the
51,
man, and
this
everybody
gentleman
knows.
was completely bedfast. As a last resort, He underwent an invasive intracranial surgical procedure called deep brain stimulation, where they drilled holes through his skull and implanted electrodes, which were designed to stimulate the production of what is called glioneurotropic growth factor, which essentially stimulates the dopamine receptors to produce dopamine, the absence of which is implicated in the development of Parkinson's disease. And while this gentleman was no longer bedfast, he was not able to volitionally control his bodily movements. The video that we saw demonstrated his attempts to stand and walk,
shut the fuck up.
and the ability to walk was non-existent. After he had undergone the deep brain stimulation, he signed up for euthanasia services in the country in which he lives because it is legal, and he was at the end of his rope. He underwent a 4-week course of upward titration with low-dose ibogaine that did not produce a psychoactive experience. And at the end of those 4 weeks, that gentleman was able to stand, walk, and function as a normal human being. The outcome is nothing short of miraculous.
His mother said that he rode his bike every day now. I mean, I'm telling you, Joe, this is the most stunning. I mean, it's a short video. I get it. It's anecdotal. But for my purposes, it was just backing up what we have seen and what we've learned about how ibogaine. Now, the treatments down in Mexico are flood doses. This was a microdosing that they did over there. But again, it gets to my point of this is exactly why we, as the United States, and with our medical, capacity in this country, need to be doing this type of clinical trials so that we find out, is this really what we think it is? And if it is, this needs to be widespread treatment for MS, for Parkinson's, for addictions, for PTSD, for traumatic brain injury. I mean, I think we're on the cusp of some extraordinary medical breakthroughs because of this compound ibogaine.
Dr. Williams has said, and I agree, that ibogaine is the most sophisticated medication on the planet. The results of that Stanford study were published in a top 5 medical research journal called Nature Medicine on January 5th, 2024.
This is why I got
An
that
organization
capture buster.
The Brain and Behavioral Research Foundation named that study as its number 2 study in terms of neuropharmacology in the world for the year 2024. I have become convinced that any system which maintains ibogaine's criminality is in fact criminal and needs to be tore apart brick by brick.
It does seem like a miraculous compound. And what's fascinating to me is that how little was known about it until just basically a decade or so ago. It started making its way into the zeitgeist. And primarily, I heard about it from people. My friend Ed Clay was the first person I heard about it. He became addicted to pills. He had a back injury. And he started talking about it. He went to Mexico and got treated. And then he wound up opening up a center in Mexico. And since then, I've known quite a few veterans, mostly veterans, that they've been led there by other veterans, guys who've gotten help or new friends that had gotten help that way and sent them down there. And every single one of them that I've known that have come back from there has had a miraculous result. It's almost like too good to promise. It's like when you're talking about it, people are like, there's so many people probably listening to this that are at the end. Got to do it again. And they're hearing this like, oh, come on, don't get my hopes up for this miraculous thing, because nothing miraculous works.
If it's too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true.
Right.
But I would have said that myself until I've seen with my own eyes. I've been studying this. You ask a little bit more about in 2017, I went to Washington to be the Secretary of Energy. I asked Morgan Luttrell, Marcus's twin brother, former Navy SEAL, was working on his PhD in brain science, if he would put that on hold and come with me up to D.C. to work at the Department of Energy. And Morgan did. And he was over in a part of the agency where we have oversight of all the supercomputers or the bulk of the supercomputers in the United States. Our national labs have, and we have some partnerships with different universities. The University of San Francisco, University of California, San Francisco, and a researcher out there named Jeffrey Manley, MD, PhD, and he was doing some studies on the brain for traumatic brain injury, and they were scanning the brain using our supercomputers at the Department of Energy. And Morgan was helping him oversee that as they were going through it because of his obvious background and his study on brain science and what have you. And that's the first time I ever heard about anyone going to Mexico to be treated with this plant medicine. It was through Morgan, and I kind of picked it up, in a conversation that he was having, and it kind of put me back on my heels a little bit. And I was like, Morgan, you need to be careful with that now. Yes, sir. But anyway, that was where I heard about Ibogaine for the first time. It was in probably late 2017, early 2018. And then as I started educating myself about it, I was curious about it. Does this work, and why does it work? Then it's led to the study. Dr. Nolan Williams, PhD, MD at Stanford, oversaw the study that Brian just did a fabulous job of laying out there. 30 vets, they all had moderate to severe PTSD. They were all given a clinical psychological exam that put them into the moderate to severe PTSD range. Some of them had traumatic brain injury. Some of them had alcohol issues. I think 8 out of the 30 had tried to kill themselves. This was a highly overseen group that were treated, and the results, 88%, Joe, 88% of those individuals 6 months later had zero, not a little bit better, they had zero symptoms of PTSD. And I talked to Nolan within a few days ago, and it appears that even after a year that these symptoms are gone. This is stunningly powerful work. And again, I sound like a broken record, but this is the reason that this country needs to put this into place so that we can clinically trial it at various and sundry places across this country, at the VA, at some of our great medical institutions, the private sector. If this is what we think it is, this could be the greatest medicine brought to mankind in history.
And it takes someone like you. It takes a Republican, straight-laced guy who was a governor. When you're coming out and talking about something like this, that's going to open up a lot of people's eyes.
I had a political consultant when I first started being public about this. A young man, in this case, called me up and he said, hey, Governor, I heard you talking about this plant-based medicine, use of psychedelics. What are you doing? He said, you're fixing to throw away 40 years of building up a good conservative reputation. He said, you need to be really, really careful with this. What are you doing? And I told him, I said, listen, I get your concern. I understand it. But I said 2 things. Number one, I have spent a lot of time studying this. I said, I've read, I've talked to people. I've been to Mexico multiple times to observe this and to see it. And I said, I'm convinced of what I've seen is true, and that what I've studied, what I've gone down and really put my arms around. I said, I'm convinced that this data is what it is, and we need to move forward with this. But I said, I'll tell you what's even more important for me. My reputation is not worth more than their lives. And that's what drives me, is that what I've seen, I believe, and I'm willing to put my reputation on the line. And I think, when we see people like Marcus Luttrell and Morgan Luttrell and other members of Congress who have been treated and have publicly talked about that they have been to Mexico and they've been treated. Morgan will tell you it saved his marriage. Marcus will tell you it saved his life. That's powerful stuff.
It's powerful stuff. Yeah. Do you know Sean Ryan?
I know who he is.
Yeah, Sean Ryan had a very similar experience, and obviously veteran Navy SEAL,
Podcaster.
Yep, huge podcaster. It's there's so many stories. It's too much to ignore, and it's again, it's veterans, the people that we owe the most to, that have been ignored the most, and they come back with the biggest burden, and there's no help for them.
Yeah.
But yet there's this thing, and for some asinine reason, from 1970, was put on a Schedule 1 list, and because of that, we can't look at it and consider it as a treatment option.
It's interesting what you just said, how we've mistreated our veterans.
Yes.
And I think this is really important, and Brian saw it firsthand over in Kentucky. You think about, I started going down to Brooks Army Medical Center in the burn center down there in 2005 when kids started coming back from IED blast and they were burned, they're traumatized. And my sister-in-law worked down there. I'm the governor. I go down checking on some of the Texas kids who show up there and kids from other places as well. But that's where I started seeing, I'd walk in the burn center and there'd be a kid with a lollipop. There was an opioid. And our government started literally handing out sackfuls of opioids and patting these kids on the butt and saying, we'll see you. And we literally addicted a generation of our warfighters who got wounded both physically and mentally. And the government was giving them all of these opioids. Then they're masking that with alcohol. And we're sitting around going, gosh, I wonder why Billy and Bobby killed themselves. And we were the reason, because the government did such a poor job of dealing with this issue in the mid 2000s as we were at the, we've been at war for 20 years now. I mean, when I think about the history of civilization, has there ever been a time when a group of warfighters were ever in this much conflict for this long a period of time? I can't think of it. You go back, all the way to the to prehistoric times. We fought wars for a short period of time, then we spent a lot of time walking from one place to another. You just go back into America's history and the Revolutionary War and then the Civil War. My grandfather was engaged in that conflict, and he wrote a book about it, and he talked about walking for weeks through mud and bad conditions, and then they fought for maybe 48 hours, and then then you go through up into World War I, spend a little bit more time in combat, World War II, and we started seeing people who were affected, what we call it, shell shock, in World War II. Then Vietnam came along, and these young men were in conflict for a little period. We have literally had, particularly our special operators, the Force Recon guys, the Delta Force guys, the Navy SEALs, Army Rangers, where they literally are in combat for weeks at a time, months at a time, and even when they're out of direct conflict, because of that environment that they're in, they're always their hormone levels are through the roof, because they're always on head on a swivel looking around. Is that person walking in here with the with the shawl on, does it have an explosive in it? I mean, always on the fear of being attacked, being harmed, is through the roof. And that's, these kids are all a bunch of guinea pigs from the standpoint of how these traumatic events affect them. And our government's failed. And this is an opportunity for our government, both at the federal level and in the state level. And that's the reason that Brian has come to Texas to help us with the Texas Ibogaine Initiative. We're going to be introducing to the Texas legislature an initiative for clinical trial on Ibogaine. I don't know all the details of it. Brian's probably got a better handle on it than me from that standpoint. But I look at this as we've been given this great gift of a parallel track with the federal government, with these individuals that hopefully are going to be coming in at HHS, at all of the under agencies that are involved there. And at the same time, Texas going with a parallel legislation to both educate the public about Ibogaine and to do clinical trials so that we've got the data to back up the education process that's going on.
Brian, could you explain what is the unique pathway that allows Ibogaine to help people with addictions? Because it's a very unusual thing that it does to people.
If I might provide some historical context on the reality that you have just articulated. In 1962, a heroin addict by the name of Howard Rothschild, whose widow, Norma, is still living in New York City. He was part of an underground subculture in the early 60s known as the Yippies. And Howard came into contact with Ibogaine in 1962, and he took it out of curiosity just to see what would occur. After he took it, he discovered that his desire for heroin had vanished despite a 9-year hardcore dependency. Howard, along with a guy by the name of Stanley Glick, a gentleman by the name of Dana Bill, joined also by a guy by the name of Dr. Kenneth Albert, were the original pioneers who essentially engaged in a decades-long process of developing observational field data which demonstrated that Ibogaine had the unique ability to resolve physiological dependence on opioids. The mechanism of action was not understood and is still not understood. What is known is that the opioid-dependent brain does not have the capacity to produce its own dopamine and serotonin. Dopamine and serotonin are our baseline survival chemicals. They drive all of our most fundamental human instincts: the drive to eat, the drive to drink, the drive to procreate. The human body's natural physical capacity to produce dopamine at its maximum, as measured in what's called nanograms per deciliter, is 125 nanograms per deciliter. Opioids produce a dopamine response of 925 nanograms per deciliter, exceeded only by meth, which produces a dopamine response of 1100 nanograms per deciliter. For years, individuals, as the opioid epidemic has played out in this country, with the detonation of OxyContin and the Appalachian Mountains in 1996, for years we looked at this problem as one of profound moral failure by those who found themselves trapped in addiction. What I learned in my roles in government was that was completely wrong. What we are seeing are the results of a profound neurochemical brain injury expressed by the shutdown of dopamine and serotonin in the brain due to opioid exposure. Ibogaine has the unique ability to restore the brain's dopamine and serotonin production to its pre-opioid exposure levels within 36 to 48 hours, thereby fully resolving physiological opioid dependence with a single administration for 80% of individuals the first time. That number goes to 97% with a second supportive dose. Wow. It is extraordinary, especially when we consider the outcomes that are produced by our existing treatment system. Addiction currently, you have two pathways. One is abstinence only, and the other is what's called medication for opioid use disorder, or what I refer to as opioid maintenance treatment. Outcomes associated with abstinence treatment are essentially a rate of success of 7%. And the reason for that is because it takes the brain 18 months of complete abstinence from opioids to recover its own individual dopamine and serotonin production. You have to be completely abstinent for 18 months before the brain begins to heal. Ibogaine shortens that to 48 hours. It is something that is not understood, but it's concrete and real. One other thing is important to mention about its physiological properties. Ibogaine can produce miraculous outcomes for individuals who find themselves substance dependent. Its applications haven't just been successful when it comes to opioid dependency. It is the only known substance to successfully treat meth dependency. And when we consider that the current street economy, the prevailing combination is fentanyl and meth, there is no more compelling circumstance to demand the accelerated development of this therapeutic than the current reality of drug dependency and death in America. The risk comes with misadministration. There is a significant cardiac risk which accompanies Ibogaine. It has the propensity to prolong the beats between the heart, or what is called prolonged QT interval. The fancy word for it is Torsades syndrome. If an individual is given Ibogaine improperly, it will slow and stop their heart and they will die. This is a very serious medication, and it must at all times be administered by a medical professional with a background in interventional cardiology, supported by a nursing team that can deliver the administration of atropine to stabilize the heart's rhythm if it goes out of whack during the course of treatment. The other important thing to know is, though that risk exists, it can be fully and completely mitigated by the co-administration of magnesium, a methodology that the best practice clinics in Mexico, I've had the privilege of going to two. The first was previously mentioned, which is Ambio south of Tijuana, and the other is called Beyond, and it is in Cancun.
B-E-O-N.
B-E-O-N-D.
B-E-O-N-D.
Yes, sir. Both of those clinics utilize the co-administration of magnesium in order to prevent the development of torsades. I explain all this to say to your audience, do not, under any circumstances, try to order Ibogaine online for self-administration. Do not free venture out into the world looking for any old clinic. Be very careful and selective. There are informational websites. One is maintained by a lady by the name of Juliana Mulligan called Intervision Ibogaine, which has a list of providers. As I said, I have been to both Ambio and Beyond. They are clinical operations that adhere to the absolute best, highest standards of safety. And you want to make sure, if you have a family member, that you're sending them to a place that recognizes that Ibogaine is the very best possible beginning that you can give an individual to restore their lives in the aftermath of the devastation associated with addiction. You want to make sure that the clinical staff is comprised of highly credentialed physicians, nurses with intensive care background and certification, who are also believers in the advancement of this particular medication and who also have experience with it. It needs to be delivered within a supportive therapeutic environment whereby you are within a community that is connected to your humanity, where you have the ability to receive services that heal your mind, your body, and most importantly, your soul.
Mm-hmm. And it can actually be done.
Yeah.
It sounds so crazy that this is illegal, and it sounds so crazy that this is so beneficial, and that it's taken so long that here we are in 2024, all the 54 years after all this stuff was made illegal, and we're still dealing with the repercussions of this political decision, essentially, by the Nixon administration.
Is it all right if I talk about how I came to learn about
Please.
this? I'm going to have to start at the beginning. and I will try to be as economical with the use of words as possible. I was raised in one of Virginia's 5 coal mining counties, Russell County, Virginia, which economically and culturally is much more similar to eastern Kentucky and southern West Virginia than it is to any other part of Virginia. I come out of a coal mining family. My grandfathers were both grade school educated. My father's father stopped attending school in the 3rd grade. My mother's father stopped attending school in the 6th. Both of them were underground at the age of 16, and that's where they spent 40 years of their lives. My family has been generationally devastated by profound effects of alcohol and substance abuse, as well as untreated mental illness. It has blighted us for as long as anyone can remember. This is the environment in which my parents grew up. They married early. My first memories as a child were of screaming, cussing, and chaos. I can remember my grandfathers who lived incredibly difficult lives. My mother's father was one of 16, had a pair of shoes given to him once a year. My father's father was one of 11. Neither one of them had a full set of fingers. You could hear my dad's dad breathe 50 feet away from the combined effects of black lung and tuberculosis that he had contracted in the coal camp in which my father was raised. When I was a young boy and I would go and visit them, each of them, separately and independently, would at some point pull me aside and they would say, Papa knows that you're scared and that you're anxious, but you need to know a couple of things. Number 1, Papa loves you. Number 2, and most importantly, God loves you. You have a special and unique purpose to achieve with your life that has been handed to you from on high. And no matter how scared you get, no matter how rough you think things are, if you will have faith that God will take care of you, you're going to come through just fine. If my grandfathers had not provided me in those very early years with sanctuary from that early chaos, the stability of their love, and an affirmation of their of my spiritual significance, the chances are, if I were alive at all, I certainly would not be sitting here. I would be looking to people like Governor Perry and people who held jobs like I once did, wondering what they were going to do to pull me out of the ditch. I went through school at a time when Ronald Reagan was president, and just like the duckling to the duck, he was my North Star as to what America was all about. I had a very idealized version of American history and civics education delivered to me by grade school teachers who had come of age during World War II or ladies who had been trained by those teachers. Coming out of a working class family, my dad was an installer for the telephone company and a lineman for 40 years. He had some struggles with alcohol when I was very young that he, through iron will, overcame. And today he is one of my absolute best and dear friends in this life. I was raised, along with my brother, to recognize the benchmarks of success as becoming either a doctor or a lawyer. I wasn't much good by way of math or science, but I could write and talk a little bit. And I was also taught that law was the way in which you could defend truth, justice, in the American way. So with dewy-eyed optimism, I went to undergrad and had a wonderful time. And then I went to law school. And by the end of that first semester, with the acquisition of significant student loan debt, all of those dewy-eyed notions had been crushed and destroyed before my very eyes. At the end of the 3-year legal education process, I came to know and to understand that law has nothing to do with any of those things that I was raised to believe. That law is often nothing other, oftentimes, than the tyrant's will, and always so when it is used to produce predetermined, manipulated outcomes in the hands of judges who drive results based on their own individual biases, predilections, and preferences. Because I owed such debt, my first job was to just get a job. And I found myself with an accidental career practicing workers' compensation law in Kentucky. I had the privilege of being mentored by a lady named Mary Kay Williams for 1 year. She had managed to achieve partnership with the law firm at which we worked together. But in May of 2002, tragically at the age of 33, she died as a result of a fall from her attic at her home after a Memorial Day party. The next day I went into the office. The senior partner called me in and said, "There's no easy time to have this discussion, so we're going to have it now." There is a 300 case caseload that Mary Kay handled. The bulk of those cases belong to Walmart stores. They are a significant client to this law firm. I don't know you, but you are one of the few associates of which she had glowing things to say. I need you to get in there and get your hands around that caseload and anchor this client to this firm. That touched off what was a 16-year legal career practicing workers' compensation law across Kentucky in the years which coincided with the onset and explosion of the opioid epidemic out of central and southern Appalachia. I traveled from one end of the state to the other, representing Walmart, Tyson Foods, and Tennessee Valley Authority, practicing thousands of cases over the course of those years. I can remember taking the deposition of a particular individual who I would describe as representative of the dynamics of the opioid epidemic. This person was usually a middle-aged woman, somewhere between the ages of 45 and 70. She would have worked tirelessly her entire life, usually in eastern Kentucky, working in low-skilled, low-wage jobs, convenience stores, Family Dollars, Walmarts, and she worked hard and she worked consistently, and she would have been someone whose labor was a monument of devotion to her family. At some point in time, she would have had a work accident, a slip and fall, or a lifting injury. She would make her way to either a physician or, in some cases, a lawyer. She would undergo an evaluation, and she would endorse the existence of pain complaints throughout her body. This person would undergo a series of diagnostic studies that failed to reveal anything that was significant, and certainly not enough to explain all of the pain symptoms that this person endorsed. As a young lawyer, I took this lady's deposition probably 30 or 40 times, and I would get them to speak to their pain, I would get them to speak to their debility, and then I would pull out their medical records, which demonstrated that CT scans, MRIs, electrodiagnostic studies all had failed to reveal any objective physiological explanation for their complaints of pain. And being enthusiastic and wanting to defend the very best interests of my clients, I thought that I was that the plaintiff's lawyer had sat with this lady and would come up with a sob story to tell me in order to pull money out of my client's pockets. I was always very patient and I was kind with the individual, but I would say, "Ma'am, we have gone through a stack of medical records and there does not appear to be anything wrong with you." And this lady would start to cry and she would say, "Mr. Hubbard, I'm not a doctor and I can't tell you what's wrong with me. The only thing that I can tell you is from the time I open my eyes until I go to bed, I hurt from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet, and I can hardly make myself get up out of bed." This person's medical treatment, by the time they got to me, had consisted of the application of high-powered narcotic medications in response to their complaints, along with habituating psychotropic medications, OxyContin, Xanax, Xanaflex, the whole 9 yards. If they were not physiologically disabled by their accident, they had been physiologically disabled by the pharmacology that had been thrown at them. I took this person's deposition hundreds of times. And one day driving down the road, it dawned on me that whether these ladies had physical symptoms which were identifiable or not, they were truly, genuinely experiencing profound pain, which had caused significant debility. That pain was not physical. It was emotional and it was spiritual. These ladies had worked lifetimes looking at a dead end. And at the time that they had their work accident, it was the straw that broke the camel's back for any hope they had of a future defined by dignity and autonomy. And their hope had been broken. And that broken hope came through as profound physical pain that was rooted within their spirit. By virtue of my connection to an expert who I had utilized in my workers' compensation cases, in December of 2016, I received a call from a member of the then administration of Governor Matt Bevin. And they were looking for an individual who could come in and look at the state's Social Security disability system. That's a federal program that exists to help individuals who are disabled as a result of either physical or mental maladies. And while it's a federal program, it is administered by the individual states. And I was asked, what do you know about Social Security disability? And I said, well, not much. I know it and workers' compensation go hand in hand. And I know that Kentucky, for as long as anyone can remember, has a significant portion of its adult population receiving that benefit. We've been second only to West Virginia for at least 30 years. And they said, well, we're looking for someone who can come in and evaluate the system, understand how it works, and understand why Kentucky has so many people receiving it. Is this a job that you think that you could do? And I said, I don't know, but I'll sure give it my best try, and it's an honor to be considered. I'll take it. So in February of 17, I went in and began to lead Kentucky's Social Security disability system. My first job was to understand why things were the way they were. I assembled a team of high caliber intellects who had years, decades of policy experience with the Social Security disability program. And I wrote down 19 different statistical metrics that I wish for us to evaluate around the enrollment into the Social Security disability program, as well as different socioeconomic factors which were unique to Kentucky. And in October of 2017, we issued what was the very first of its kind retrospective study of the evolution of the Social Security disability program in Kentucky, covering the years 1980 through 2015. And here were some of the statistics that were the highlights of that report. Between 1980 and 2015, Kentucky's population grew 20%. Enrollment in the Social Security disability program grew 249%. Childhood enrollment. Now, these are children who are under the age of 18. Most of them come from highly impoverished backgrounds where there's very little opportunity to have what we can consider to be a conventional healthy childhood. Childhood enrollment grew 449% over those 35 years. We paired the enrollment statistics with the state's Medicaid database, which tracked the issuance of every single pill that was capable of habituation to the state's SSI Medicaid population. Between 2001 and 2015, the issuance of prescription opioids to adults within the Social Security disability system grew 210%, from 47 doses per adult to 147 doses per adult. The issuance of habituating psychotropic medications to children, whether it was amphetamine, whether it was antidepressant, anything that could create physiological dependence, grew 168%, from 275 doses per child to 457 doses per SSI Medicaid child. My first month on the job, we had the Social Security Administration's federal liaison to the state of Kentucky come in for what was called the home agency visit. This was a semi-annual review of the state's Social Security disability program and the way in which it was meeting federal performance standards. I wish that I had had a recording of this meeting when it occurred, because this person gave me a gift of truth right off the bat. I assembled the management team. I was sitting at the end of the table, and this person began by saying, "Folks, claims are down, and that's bad. because claims equal budget. I came to learn that the Social Security Disability Program was not necessarily run primarily for the benefit of the Social Security Disability recipients. It was run for the perpetual expansion of the SSA's own bureaucracy, and that while Social Security disability benefits represented 16% of benefit payments within the system, it consumed 45% of the agency's budget. In order to get more money, you must have more recipients, despite the nature of those outcomes. I came to also run the state's child support enforcement system. Within that role, it was perceived that the state was not delivering child support payments to children. It is the largest single anti-poverty program, not just in Kentucky, but in the country. Direct payment transfers from an obligated parent to the custodial parent. It was believed that there were a number of deadbeat dads who were just not paying the bill. And what I came to find out was that those officials who were responsible for running the program, and in Kentucky that was 120 individually elected county attorneys, in fact had some systemic issues. There were a cohort of county attorneys who were running that program perfectly. There was another cohort that were running it with some degree of success, but not necessarily at top performance. And then there was another group that were running their operations horribly. I discovered that within the cohort of 117 elected officials, 40 of them owned their own property, which they then turned around and charged the child support program rent. Essentially, federal and state tax dollars through rent payments were going to allow for the acquisition of private real estate equity interests by elected officials at the county level, something that was immediately ended when I came into that job. Governor Bevin lost his race for re-election in 2019, and because of some of the measures that were taken to bring accountability, transparency, and performance expectations to that child support program, I was terminated from my job on hour one of day one of the administration of newly elected Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. I was picked up by a gentleman who is my dear friend by the name of Daniel Cameron, who had been elected Attorney General in 2019. He asked that I run his Office of Medicaid Fraud and Abuse Control, a law enforcement office which investigates and prosecutes medical providers for being engaged in fraud against the state's Medicaid system. This coincided with the onset of COVID. I brought in a deputy by the name of Matt Kleiner, who was a Medicaid policy expert, and over the course of 2 years, despite the shutdown of the state's court system, we doubled the number of criminal indictments and convictions of medical providers on that system. A significant portion of that caseload was comprised of providers of opioid maintenance treatments who were using their clinics, which were intended to help those who were struggling with opioid addiction, as glorified drug dealing operations, which fomented the diversion of Suboxone in every little town and county in Kentucky. And it was an eye-opening experience to recognize the predators within this universe of operation that is supposed to be restorative and helpful to people in recovery. Because of the way in which I believe I had developed a reputation as a no-nonsense, get-it-done public servant, the Deputy Attorney General at the time, his name was Gary Dunn, asked me if I would have any interest in running the state's opioid commission. The Kentucky legislature had set up a framework to administer what is now $1 billion in settlements from opioid distributors and manufacturers for their role in the creation and perpetuation of the opioid epidemic. While the people at home are wonderful and beautiful, many of the conditions that exist there exist because of how terribly Kentucky state government has functioned since the end of the Civil War. Kentucky in many categories is first where one would wish to be last, and last where folks would wish to be first. It has one of the highest rates of childhood poverty in the country, one of the highest rates of child abuse in the country, one of the highest rates of parental incarceration in the country, one of the highest rates of child sexual abuse in the country. All of the tender and material that is necessary to create the devastation associated with the opioid epidemic. Kentucky was like a drought-stricken forest, and OxyContin was the lightning bolt that set it on fire in 1996. Like Louisiana, there has been a history of systemic political corruption, which has impaired the ability to produce progress for our people. So when I was asked if I had an interest in doing that job, I said, well, this is a very treacherous opportunity, because with this amount of money coming in, there's going to be a lot of buzzards gathering around the wagon who are ready to pick the bones clean. If y'all will let me set up this commission and run it in a way that is accessible, accountable, and transparent to the people of Kentucky, I would be privileged to have the opportunity to do it. Mr. Dunn looked at me and said, we wouldn't have it any other way. I had to go through an interview process. And through that process, the question was asked, what do we need to do with that money? And I said, well, let's recognize that while $842 million is a tremendous sum of money to the average ear, it's going to be paid to this state over 15 years. At its height, Purdue Pharma was making $100 million a month off the sales of OxyContin. This settlement represents roughly 8.5 months of OxyContin sales, but we will be getting it over 15 years. These are crumbs off the tables of gluttons, and we have got to make sure that this one-time, non-recurring revenue stream is utilized for its maximum best impact to pull this state out of this travesty. And I said, one thing that we have got to look for is an opportunity to develop a breakthrough therapeutic that can deliver materially better outcomes than what we are getting with our existing system. Our existing system is unacceptably mediocre, and it is necessary if we're going to change generational dynamics to improve upon what we have. We've got to look for Kentucky's Manhattan Project opportunity to pioneer a therapeutic breakthrough for opioid addiction. And I said, I don't know what that is, but I'm going to get to looking. In 2018, I came into knowledge of the psilocybin mushroom and the way in which it has profound impacts on treatment-resistant anxiety and depression, and in the case of me in particular, with my family's history, alcoholism. And I followed developments around its research applications over the next several years. I came into contact with an author who goes by the pen name of Juliana Christina, who wrote beautifully about her own experiences with the psilocybin mushroom, which helped her overcome a lifetime of debility, anchored in anxiety, depression, and a near-fatal eating disorder. On July the 29th, 2022, I reached out to her and I said, hey, this is who I am. I've been given this job. What can you tell me about the universe of psychedelics and whether there is anything that shows special application or impact for opioid dependency? She said, have you ever heard of Ibogaine? I said, I have not. She said, I'm going to put you in touch with a woman by the name of Juliana Mulligan. You tell her that I sent you and ask her to tell you her story. So I reached out to Juliana, told her who I was, and I said, tell me your story. Juliana proceeded to tell me about her life with addiction as a young American woman. She herself had been a heroin addict. She had been incarcerated. She had been homeless. And at one point in time, she moved to Columbia to teach English as a second language. And while there, she discovered that Columbia has open pharmacies that are unregulated. She said that she was able to go into a pharmacy in Columbia and get as much of what she wanted whenever she wanted. And she did. And she said one morning that she woke up and looked in the mirror and she said, I knew that I was going to die. This was it. And I was desperate to give myself a chance to live. And she said, I had done every form of treatment that was known. I did abstinence. I did Suboxone. And she said, what they didn't tell me about Suboxone was if you try to take yourself off of it, Suboxone withdrawal made my heroin withdrawal look like a cakewalk. It was one of the most horrific experiences I ever had in my life. She said, I found about this Ibogaine called alkaloid called Ibogaine through online internet research. And she said, what I didn't know was that there are a number of operations that operate within the underground that don't necessarily adhere to the necessary safety practices to assure that this treatment can both be safe and effective. She said, I made my way to Guatemala. I was in the hands of a practitioner who didn't know what they were doing. And and I was given double the dose that I should have received. She said, I went into cardiac arrest 6 times and nearly died. She said, I remember waking up in the intensive care unit of a Guatemalan hospital, and she said, I felt the best I've ever felt in my entire life. Juliana put me in touch with a lady by the name of Adriana Kircher in New York City, who at the time ran a boutique law firm called the Plant Medicine Law Firm. Adriana and I had a brief introductory conversation. I told her, I said, I want to learn as much as I possibly can about Ibogaine. I've spoken with Juliana, and this sounds too good to be true. I want to know if there's any legitimacy about this, and if so, perhaps what the state of Kentucky can do to move the needle on its development. She said, I have a Rolodex of people that I think could be helpful to you. Who would you like to meet? And I said, well, I don't know the names of folks around this. I can just give you generally the category of folks that I would love to be able to speak with. I need to know who the foremost academic and medical researchers of this compound are. I need to understand the existence of any activist organizations that would have particular cultural relevance to Kentucky, a profoundly politically conservative and religiously fundamentalist state. And I said, finally, I need to know whether there are any philanthropists who are willing to support or who have an interest in an opportunity that may exist around Ibogaine. She said, all right, let me get to work. She said, would you be willing to travel to New York City if I hosted a dinner party for you? And I said, yes, but on one condition. I said, I'll work in a deeply politically conservative office. And I'm pretty sure I've got some people around me who would be ready to cut my head off if they knew that I was even sniffing around the area of psychedelics for a potential treatment. I said, if I come, this has to be done completely confidentially, and everybody must take a vow of silence until such time as I can decide whether or not this is something to present to the office. My wife and I, along with one of my close friends by the name of Scott Hornbuckle, who was also an advisor to the commission who I brought in, traveled to New York City on December 5th of 2022. On December 9th, we had this dinner party. I met with these individuals who had gathered, the researchers, the philanthropists, veteran activists who had gathered around Ibogaine, as well as the application of other psychedelics for the treatment of war-related trauma. When I got home to Kentucky on December 11th, they opened up their networks and put me in touch with Amber and Marcus Capone, Dr. Nolan Williams, Dr. Kenneth Alper, and all other folks who have gathered around Ibogaine to push for its accessibility within the U.S. medical system. On January 31st of 23, I gave a presentation to Attorney General Cameron, and I said, I believe we have found Kentucky's Manhattan Project opportunity. And I laid out what the concrete realities are of Ibogaine, and they are 3. Number 1, it resolves physiological substance dependence on an accelerated time frame in a manner that frees an individual from the physical consequences of their dependencies. Number 2, it has a profound psychological effect for the individual, whereby on the back end of treatment, having been physiologically restored, they have a sense of ownership over their self and their future, whereby they will live a life that is defined by choice rather than compulsion. And that is a fundamental quality that one must have if they are going to rebuild their life. Finally, and most significantly, many people, the overwhelming majority of folks who have an Ibogaine experience, come away with an affirmation that they are a spiritual being who is made in the image of an eternal creator whose essence is pure and unconditional love, and that creator has conferred a special and unique purpose on their life to be achieved. When those 3 qualities were properly understood, Attorney General Cameron blessed me to lead the commission on the exploration of setting aside $42 million, 5% of the state settlement funds, to create a public-private partnership whereby a drug developer would match the state's investment on the front end by assuming all legal, logistical, and financial risks associated with securing the FDA's approval to pursue clinical research trials for the development of Ibogaine as a breakthrough therapeutic treatment for opioid use disorder, co-occurring substance use disorder, and any other mental health conditions for which it demonstrated efficacy. We had a high-profile public announcement on May the 31st of 2023 to announce this exploration. We conducted 3 very high-profile public hearings, each of which lasted about 5 hours, about all aspects of ibogaine. These hearings are available online as a formal part of the public record for anyone to view. The first hearing involved the science of ibogaine. It included the testimony of Dr. Nolan Williams, Dr. Kenneth Alper, and Dr. Deborah Mash, who has been a pioneer around the development of ibogaine's application to opioid addiction for over 30 years now. We had a second public hearing, which involved the testimonials of individuals who had received, provided, or had sent loved ones for ibogaine treatment. All of this was done in a very high-profile and public way because we wanted the people of Kentucky to understand all aspects of this opportunity, its profundity, and the way in which it could transform not just the lives of their families, but the future of this state. That second public hearing was one of the most moving public proceedings of which I have ever been a part. And I don't know how anyone could listen to those testimonials, which included one from Governor Perry, and come away with any other conclusion but that ibogaine must be developed as expeditiously and safely as possible for the sake of our brothers and sisters in this country. The third hearing, which occurred at the request of the University of Kentucky, which along with Andy Bashir, fought this proposal every step of the way, centered on the question of whether the FDA would even consider approving clinical trials, given what was repeatedly asserted as the unacceptable level of cardiac risk associated with its application. Within that hearing, we were able to procure the testimony of the Scientist General who was in charge of controlled substances research at the FDA, a gentleman by the name of Dr. Javier Munez, along with his colleague, Dr. Walter Dunn, who sat on the FDA's advisory board of psychopharmacology. I believe he still sits on there. And those gentlemen, after having heard the testimony as well as questioning from the University of Kentucky's representative, which suggested that the FDA would never approve it, began their testimony by saying, "It has been asserted that the cardiac risk associated with ibogaine would disqualify it from consideration by the FDA for clinical trials. That is absolutely and completely incorrect. The question for ibogaine is not one of the existence of risk. The question is how and if that risk can be mitigated. And assuming that the drug developer can demonstrate that cardiac risk can be safely mitigated and controlled, there is no reason that we would not approve that clinical trial." And with that, the chief objection was nuked. We had one last piece of due diligence to perform before my commission, which had a membership of 9, was ready to cast a deciding vote to secure the allocation of this $42 million for what was going to be a fabulous leadership opportunity for the people of Kentucky to pioneer an entirely new field of biomedical research that will revolutionize how we treat not just addiction, but the problems that we have all sat here and talked about already. And that was the delivery of testimony from Dr. Nolan Williams following the publication of his research in the journal Nature Medicine about the neuroregenerative properties of ibogaine in the brain as applied to the veteran population with TBI and PTSD. Unfortunately, there was an election in Kentucky in 2023. My boss, Attorney General Cameron, ran for governor and lost. Andy Bashir was reelected, and a new Kentucky Attorney General took office. And while this new guy had gone in public and had expressed his open-minded willingness to give ibogaine consideration, I had briefed him individually before we had our public announcement in anticipation that he would take office. After he won, I reached out and asked if I could have an opportunity to brief him on all of the developmental energy which had gathered around this project. That energy included the commitment of 2 significant philanthropic organizations, one of which was the Jurvetson Foundation, led by Stephen and Genevieve Jurvetson. The other was the Stephen and Alexander Cohen Foundation, led by Stephen and Alexander Cohen. And then the third was the Melissa Etheridge Foundation, all of which made commitments to partner with Kentucky to make this come to pass. We had secured the commitment of 2 drug developers who were willing to establish corporate presence in Kentucky and to anchor all of their research and development activity around its advanced therapeutic applications within that state. On the cusp of success, I was brought into a meeting on December 15th with the newly elected Attorney General and members of his transition team. And what I thought was going to be an opportunity to explain and secure approval for the finalization of this project turned into an ambush meeting in which it was demanded that I resigned for having been an unapologetic advocate for ibogaine research, something that the new Attorney General found highly objectionable. I walked out of that meeting and was in shock and despair, not over the loss of my job. I was always going to be able to find another job, but for the loss of the opportunity for the long-suffering people at home who deserved to have an opportunity to transform their future with what ibogaine has the potential to do for them individually and collectively. And what has been a tremendous providential blessing, everything that happened in Kentucky was followed by a gentleman by the name of Rex Elsass. Mr. Elsass is an individual who in his prior life has been a high-level Republican campaign ad producer. His firm is one of the top campaign producing ad companies for Republican candidates across the country, in the country. Rex has a foundation called the Reed Foundation, which is named in honor of his son, Reed, who struggled for a decade with opioid addiction beginning when he was a 16-year-old in high school. Reed encountered plant medicine with an ayahuasca 5 years before he passed away. Rex became a believer in plant medicine because of the therapeutic response Reed experienced after that exposure to ayahuasca. Rex was introduced to me, ironically, by Melissa Etheridge in February of 23. He showed up at every Kentucky hearing. He showed up at our public announcement. And he said, whatever you need to help make this successful, I'm available to you anytime. The Reed Foundation stands for Rescuing Everyone in Distress, because Reed, unfortunately and tragically in 2019, died of a fentanyl overdose. Rex became involved with the Kentucky movement because he believed had Reed had an opportunity to receive ibogaine treatment, he would be alive today. When I walked out of that meeting thinking that it was all over, I called Rex and I said, they've killed it. This is over. All that work and all that effort is vanished. He said, if I can procure opportunities for you to speak to what ibogaine can do to other elected officials across the country with whom I have relationships, would you be willing to work with my foundation so that we can attempt to preserve what has been done here and transplant it to a state that has leadership with the vision and courage to complete the job that you have begun? Joe, at this point, I had staked everything that I had become by way of reputation and by way of knowledge on this opportunity. I came, just as Governor Perry has, to believe that this was the opportunity of a lifetime to generate tremendous progress on behalf of everyone who needs all the restorative power that ibogaine can deliver. And I said, this is the mission of my life, and I will go anywhere, I will talk to anyone, and will do whatever is necessary to keep this alive. And thank the Lord, with the leadership of Governor Perry and his allyship, here we sit on the cusp of an opportunity for the state of Texas to finish the job that was begun in Kentucky. And I hope and pray with all my might that that is exactly what we see happen over the course of the next 5 months.
Well, that's an incredible journey. What are the steps now? What are the steps that need to be taken to implement this in Texas?
So if you will recall, I think 4 years ago, Marcus and Amber Capone were involved with the passage of a piece of legislation in Texas dealing with psilocybin, clinical trials there. And, there was some concern that it was not going to, it generally takes about 3 legislative sessions for a controversial piece of legislation to get passed in most cases. We actually passed that the first bite of the apple, so to speak. I think Alex Dominguez, who was a Democrat member of the State House, carried it. I helped. Marcus Luttrell came and supported it, as did Morgan. And I think it passed 142 to 8 in the State House. and I think it passed the Senate without any opposing votes, and it became law. And so we had already had a record that the state of Texas, a conservative red state, would support the use of in this case, a psychedelic plant medicine for the treatment of veterans. So we had this record of already supporting this. Ibogaine, and the challenge for us is to be able to educate the public about what is Ibogaine, how does it work, what's the results, and I think we're going to be able to do that. This show obviously is a good step in that direction of being able to educate the public about this extraordinary compound that has amazing results out there, giving people their lives back, resetting their brains. I mean, literally regenerating the brains, moving away from addictions with one treatment. I mean, just some stunning results. When you add Parkinson's and MS with this, then it's this broad base of being able to go out and to share with the people of the state of Texas that Texas can lead. As a matter of fact, our legislative session only lasts for 140 days every other year. It's a great concept. I wish more places would take a look at that as a way to do business. But we know that we've got to get our work done. At the same time, there's this parallel track going on in Washington, D.C. They'll take longer. It's just, that's a fact. But Texas can lead the nation here. What you started in Kentucky, and we can sit here and browbeat this, which we won't, about why that got killed in Kentucky. But I think the leadership of Kentucky will look over their shoulder one of these days and see that they absolutely lost a great opportunity to lead the nation in the recovery of people who have lost their lives to opioids or to traumatic brain injury or to PTSD in some form or fashion. And Texas is going to wear that mantle. And I'm proud that Texas is going to lead that mantle. We've got great leadership in both the House and the Senate that understand this issue, that we're going to spend time with to get a piece of legislation. The Texas Ibogaine Initiative, as it's going to be known, we'll look for those private sector partners. We'll look for most likely the VA to be a partner in this as well, and our university system. So I'm very confident that with the proper education, the openness of this legislature, the love of our veterans that we have in this state, that the Texas Ibogaine Initiative will become the law of the land for the state of Texas by September of 2025.
That's amazing. And what's the plan in terms of how do you scale this out? How do you start it?
Let's assume a successful outcome within the Texas legislature, where a $50 million appropriation out of a projected $20 billion surplus comes to pass and is signed by Governor Abbott. Once that occurs, the very first step would be to issue a notice of funding opportunity to solicit proposals from drug developers who have the capacity to develop Ibogaine as a medication for opioid use disorder. Within that notice of funding opportunity, a drug developer will be asked to provide information related to how they would design a clinical trial, how they would recruit clinical trial participants, how they would go about administering Ibogaine in such a way as to safely eliminate the cardiac risk so as to assure successful treatment outcomes without complication. And as importantly, since we are talking about the use of the people's money, how the drug developer would propose to recognize the state of Texas's perpetual interest in any patentable intellectual property that is generated as a result of this project. People in your audience should know that buprenorphine, which is the generic name for brand-named Suboxone, Sublocade, and other derivatives, was created with a direct $62.5 million giveaway by the federal government to create the baseline compound. It was handed over to the pharmaceutical industry. Each company put its own twist on it, and then it proceeded to reap 100% of the return on the people's investment. That cannot and will not happen around any project associated with Ibogaine that involves public money. There has to be return on investment to the state for the purposes of building out the treatment infrastructure that is needed to assure successful long-term outcomes. Bearing in mind, Ibogaine gives a person the very best possible beginning that they can receive through physiological restoration to pursue what will still be a very long-term and difficult recovery process that requires the delivery of long-term integration and support services that are necessary to help someone become equipped to rebuild their lives. Once those proposals are solicited and reviewed, the drug developer that is best positioned to get this across the line, who also demonstrates their financial capacity to match the state's development investment, will be selected. Once selected, the drug developer will assume all of the legal, financial, and logistical risks associated with getting it all the way up to the FDA's approval mark. Once the FDA signs off on the conduct of clinical trials, the money of the people of Texas will go to pay for the occurrence of those clinical trials in the state of Texas at medical facilities which are equipped with the requisite level of expertise related to cardiac intervention and cardiac support, as well as anything and everything related to recovery for an individual who is opioid dependent. The beautiful aspect of Texas, as I have come to learn, is the immense amount of fabulous medical expertise that exists here. Whether we're talking about the Texas Medical Center that is in Houston, which is just a marvelous human accomplishment.
Can I add something there just a second?
Yes, sir.
I want you to go. The Texas Medical Center in Houston, Texas. There are more doctors, nurses, technicians, researchers go to work there every day than any other place in the world. It is that magnificent in it, not only its size, but its scope and its mission. You said a mouthful there, Brian, when you talked about how good Texas. If you look at Baylor Scott and White, University of Texas Southwestern, I mean, we are blessed in this country to have some of the greatest medical facilities, teaching schools, research institutions. And again, Joe, this kind of gets back to why this needs to be done in Texas. I mean, I'm totally biased here. I don't apologize for that. But our ability to do this work, to do it on a scale that is global. When this happens in the state of Texas, people around the world, whether they're in Moscow or Beijing or wherever they may be, they'll look at this and go, you know what? That is something that we would like to replicate in our country.
And I will add one other thing, and this truly is fabulous, considering where things were 1 year and 1 day ago. I sat down and wrote my resignation letter over this. While Texas stands the opportunity to be the leader, right now, there are high-level organizational efforts underway to join Texas in this endeavor within the states of Ohio, Washington State, Arizona, which includes the involvement of outgoing U.S. Senator Kirsten Sinema, who's ready to roll up her sleeves and help activists there and researchers on the ground, including Dr. Sue Sisley, who's been at this for decades. New Mexico, Missouri. All of these are states in which there are individuals who are committed to helping Texas finish the job that was begun in Kentucky. And for my people at home, I'm going to use this opportunity to say that there is one incredibly brave state legislature who is the only elected physician to serve in the Kentucky legislature by the name of Senator Donald Douglas. Senator Douglas recognizes, based on his medical training, what a profound opportunity this is. Dr. Douglas, along with some other concerned citizens within the state of Kentucky, aims to take up the gauntlet when the legislature reconvenes in January to see to it that Kentucky's opportunity to participate in this is salvaged. And I look forward to doing whatever I can to help get my people at home right alongside Texas to make this a reality.
This is very, very encouraging. It's very fantastic. It really is. I mean, the way you've described this is so fantastic. It's just so eloquent. And Governor Perry, what you've done is just sticking your neck out and having this profound purpose and this desire to accomplish this. It's so encouraging. And it's something that I just didn't think that I was going to see. And I don't think it would have had the impact if it hadn't come from a Republican former governor like yourself. I mean, I just don't think that people would be considering it. When I first found out that you were getting interested in this, involved in this, I was like, what? What's going on? Governor Perry? Really? He's pushing for ibogaine? I think it's going to open up a lot of people's eyes. And it's going to allow people that have never even considered this to maybe take a second look.
Well, I certainly hope that, regardless of anybody's politics, and this isn't a Republican or a Democrat issue, this is just a human being issue. This is about how do we take care of in our case. And somebody said, why are you so focused on the veterans? And I said, well, it's partly the way I was raised, and my father and his World War II B-17 tail gunner at time in the 8th Air Force, and him teaching me to you need to give back to your country, and you need to give back to your state. You need to give back to your community. You need to find that place to go volunteer. I was taught that by a wonderful, loving father and mother, and the going off to school, serving in the Air Force, having this heart for veterans, being the commander-in-chief of the Texas forces as we sent our young men and women off to this war against terror in 2003, and being engaged with them, traveling over to Iraq and Afghanistan multiple times while I was the governor and then as the Secretary of Energy, to be in their presence, to know this extraordinary group of young men and women who are willing to sacrifice their lives literally for us. And then when they've been wounded, both physically and mentally, and they come home, and we did such a poor job of taking care of recognizing what we had done to them and the lack of our ability. I was overcome with seeing the private sector trying to help. Ross Perot Sr., one of the greatest patriots I ever met in my life. What he did to help veterans who had been hurt during the war on terror. I mean, literally hundreds of young men and women who he gave wonderfully to. Seeing people like that, and then our government failing. And for me, this is, I spent 40 years in public service. I think we do it pretty good in Texas by and large, but we don't do it perfect. I get that. But what drove me and what still drives me is that we owe these young men and women everything that we can put together. And if there is a treatment out there, whether it's been put on Schedule 1 or not, we owe it to them to find a way to make it available to them. And so the veteran community is really special to me. I love them. But they're also the easiest population to go sell to the general public. So if, this whole thing about psychedelics and what we've been taught for 60 years that they're bad, they're, stay away from them, educating the public that the dose is the poison in everything. This is a two-edged sword here. Everything can be used for good or everything can be used for bad. And what we found here in the compound of ibogaine is that, as you warned people about in your remarks, about don't go out there and buy it off the internet and go self-medicate yourself, because there's a real opportunity that it wouldn't turn out good. but properly dosed, properly diagnosed, properly dosed, properly administered, properly followed up with. This can be a compound that literally can change millions of lives. You know, at the start, we're focused on veterans because of the PTSD, the traumatic brain injury, the challenges that they've got. But when you look at the further populations out there, we work pretty hard in the state of Texas to come up with ways to not send people to prison. We put criminal justice reform in place in the early 2000s here. And it was a model. As a matter of fact, it was the model that President Trump used to put national criminal justice reform in place, to be able to intervene before people ever went to prison, to where they would become professional criminals. And it's that same concept here, that we need to find ways to keep people out of prison, to keep people off the streets. And in a lot of those cases, Joe, it's substance abuse that got them there. It's some mental health challenge that started them down the road of using either alcohol or some of these other substances. And if we have at our disposal, we have here a plant that God gave us that we can use, and literally it appears in a lot of cases, one treatment, and it takes away your desire to have another drink of alcohol. One treatment and save a person like Reed Elsas's life because of fentanyl. I mean, if we've got that in our grasp, I mean, how bad you got to hate people to not make that available to them?
Yeah. And the other thing that you were talking about, Brian, is the profound effect that it has on the people that have experienced it, where they recognize that they are truly connected to the divine. And that, imagine all these downtrodden, forgotten people that are just cast out of society and prison, instead of having them continue this path. If there's something that can put them on a completely different path, a path of positivity, a path of integration in society, a path of love, that we can change the tone of the country. We can, the whole world.
Amen. You have just hit for me what this is all about. We have sat here and talked about TBI and PTSD, the horrors and the cruelty of war that 20 years of conflict has put upon innocent young men and women of this country who have volunteered to go and lay their lives down for her, who have had to come back and beg for access to what can alleviate their suffering. We've sat here and talked about the opioid epidemic, its monstrosities, the way in which it is the gravest engineered humanitarian catastrophe to play out in this country's history. All of these are symptoms of profound spiritual affliction, which is destroying the core of what the United States has always been. The greatest attribute that Ibogaine has is its ability to affirm the reality of our human divinity. We are not the result of a random accident of astrophysics and chemistry. We are the images of an eternal creator who put us here for a purpose, to be able to see and perceive the Creator's majesty as reflected most especially within us as individual human beings who have received the gift of love, of perception, of discernment, and the ability to connect to the majestic eternal love of that Creator. Ibogaine delivers it. I can attest to the fact that it delivers it. My wife and I traveled to Tijuana a year ago. She had been on Celexa for 21 years to manage symptoms of a profound mood disorder, which manifested through psychotic mood swings that have affected her since the birth of her son. I have known her for 23 years, and when we decided, I'll back up to this. If I were going to be an advocate for this, I thought that it was necessary to take my own medicine. If I'm going to get out here and advocate for it, I need to be brave enough to man up and to receive it. And so the week after Thanksgiving of last year, by deliberate choice and at the invitation of Jonathan Dickinson and Trevor Miller, I traveled down to Tijuana along with my wife to receive Ibogaine to understand what it would do. My wife decided that she wished to receive it as well. She is very much a left-brain rationalist and was not someone who came to the realm of psychedelics with any degree of enthusiasm, but she wanted to see if there was the potential that she could be freed of her necessity to take Celexa every day. Before we went down, I was told that she would have to be completely Celexa-free for 5 days, because if the SSRI was in her system, it would defeat Ibogaine's therapeutic restoration. When they told me that, I was in despair, because I said there is no way that I will ever be able to get her to Mexico after 5 days without Celexa. In fact, if we go 1 day without her taking it, I can't be in the house with her. It is unbearable, it is dangerous, and it cannot happen. We will not be able to make it. They said, we're going to give you a regimen of supplementation to give her that will keep her stable. She's going to get edgy on you, but you'll get her down here. Joe, we went down there. We received it on Tuesday evening, November the 28th. My wife took her last Celexa on November 23rd of 2023, and she has not had one since. Before we came here, we went to Beyond, and we received Ibogaine and 5-MeO DMT there as well, in order to understand how each operation effectuates the safe delivery of this medication. And what I can personally attest for me and for her, collectively and together, Ibogaine paired with 5-MeO DMT has been the most profound spiritual experience either of us have ever encountered. I am 100% persuaded that these substances are divine medications that are engineered from on high so that we can heal what we do to ourselves, what we do to each other, and be affirmed by the love of our Creator, which is eternal and almighty.
Amen. If you believe in God, you have to believe that God created these things and people are aware of these things, that they're there for a purpose.
There is no greater gift we can give to our brothers and sisters in this society than to affirm the love of their Creator from Him. If that had not been affirmed for me as a child, I would not be sitting here. It is the single most important thing that we can do, and its therapeutic benefits upon the physiology of the human being is another affirmation of the realities that we're sitting here talking about.
For the people listening, is there anything that they can do to get involved to help?
Well, obviously, from a public standpoint in the state of Texas, if you have relationships with your state rep, your state senators, the governor, let them know that you're spending some time learning about this and you're supportive of it. For the veterans, particularly, we're gonna be doing major outreaches into the veteran community. At the same time that this is going on in Texas, you're going to be seeing a movement across the country at the federal level, at the congressional level. There's a number of the members of the legislature are very supportive of this. You've got, as I mentioned, with the incoming, hopefully the incoming administration of President Trump, Bobby Kennedy, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, a number of folks. Hopefully, the rumor factory is that potentially Nolan Williams might be being considered for a position in the administration as well on the mental health side of things. There's never been a time to see the cards kind of being laid out on the table in a good way that we're going to have a winning hand here like we have right now. So one of my goals is to educate the public. There's a young lady that's going to be helping us here in Texas, Ann Claire Stapleton, and Claire was a former CNN international reporter. She's going to be coming in to Texas to help with the Texas Ibogaine initiative to educate the media. That's a very important goal and role that we're going to be playing, making sure that the men and women out there in the the news business understand this compound, understand what we're going to be doing, and so the education of the public. I'm convinced, Joe, that once the general public understands what this is, how it works, how it can be used in such a wonderful therapeutic way, and that the lives that can be saved, literally the lives that can be saved, at that particular point in time, then I think this becomes a bit of a no-brainer, so to speak, and the general public will get behind this in a powerful way at that particular point in time. Then it's about a question that you asked that's really important. How do you structure getting the treatment centers, getting the people trained? That's going to be it's a good problem to have, and I look forward to working with both the Texas medical community and the Texas legislature and the Texas citizenry at large to deal with it. We can. I'm excited about it, but I think again, it has the potential to be as profound a positive impact on the practice of medicine, particularly in psychiatry, in the history of either of those.
I agree. Anything else, gentlemen?
One thing I'd like to add from a technical perspective, and then if it's all right, I'll finish out with some observations that I have come to through those years of service that we've discussed. When it comes to how to do this, Governor Perry and I are able to recognize the blessing of a legion of people who've been working at this for decades in obscurity and at great risk. We will be able, hopefully, around this project to bring all those who have labored around Ibogaine for years now and to draw upon their expertise as to how best to deliver what I would describe as the platinum standard model for an Ibogaine-based treatment and recovery system that maximizes all of its therapeutic benefits, whether they be for substance use disorder, polysubstance use disorder, TBI, PTSD, or other degenerative conditions that have significant detrimental impact on the brain. And I'll finish my part of this discussion with this. We have sat here and talked about specific reality and the way in which public policy has impacted it and what its potentials are to generate human progress. As you know, there are a variety of faith traditions around the world which have common themes within them. Those themes are often told within those faith traditions as parables.
Where the fuck were you?
What your audiences listen to with us is a parable about contemporary American society and where we are. I think most folks would agree that we find ourselves in the midst of an existential struggle for this.
What did you do, big dog?
Survival. We are living within
What did you do?
the most beautifully dynamic.
You went to an alien planet? Dude, you just bounced on us. We wanted you there. Okay, what the? Okay, no one believes that. So where were you? Why didn't you give us any of a heads up? All you had to do is say, hey, I'm hungry, I'll be back, or whatever. Instead, you just douched us. And then we messaged you, we sent you invitations.
My
friend came to my door with food, and I was like, fuck, and then I started talking to him, and then I was like, fuck, and then I left.
Dog, I don't know if I believe that, but I guess I have to. I don't really have an alternative. All right. So what's good in your neck of the world?
Sorry?
What's good in your neck of the world?
I was just thinking, what if there's alien planets out there that evolved with the capitalistic societies and they own other planets, like not with war, but they own other planets. They buy planets and property.
I get you. That could be a thing.
What if they buy they're looking to buy Earth?
I would think that a species that advanced would no longer work on capitalistic principles. Guess what? I beat Caspian Sea and Riser. Well, I beat Caspian Sea and Riser 4 games in a row, and then I beat Riser 1 versus 1 5 game for the 5th game.
Let me ask you a question then. In 500, 700 years from now, could you see the capitalistic society falling apart and artificial intelligence being our servants?
Servants are overlords.
But can you see the working class dying?
Yeah, it already is.
Is that a good thing?
Depends who you ask. If you're asking me, I think, yeah, I mean, we have an opportunity now to possibly perform other functions that we didn't have time to perform previously, like art, spending time with family, and that kind of stuff. What'd you say, big dog?
I'm sure.
multicultural society which has ever existed in human history. For all of our material wealth and technological prowess, we are also living in a brutally dehumanizing era that is hostile to individual identity. Citizens are viewed as fungible revenue units who are plugged into a set of actuarial variables designed to reduce their lives to reasonably predictable revenue streams. We find ourselves with massive government systems which enthrone themselves on the subjugation of powerless people. Those systems commodify problems that they are supposed to solve, and they monetize sustained human misery. Government must be made to function honestly, accountably, and responsibly to the genuine needs of the American people. Because if it does not, our society will inevitably collapse beneath the enormity of its corrupt decrepitudes. This is going to require a shift in social consciousness that is rooted in our universal kinship as images of an eternal creator whose essence is almighty, unconditional love for all of us. As your listeners hear this episode, I hope that they will hope and pray for everyone who has gathered around this cause that we will be successful. Because if we are, we will hasten the day when we can deliver good tidings unto the meek, bind up the brokenhearted, proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound. Lord, hasten the day. And thank you for the privilege of sitting with you this afternoon.
Thank you. It was my privilege. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Gentlemen, you're doing an amazing thing. I have great hope. I have great hope for this country, and more so since this election than in a long time. And I think with your work and this new administration's openness to these ideas, I think we have an amazing opportunity in front of us. Thank you very much for everything you've done. Thank you. All right. Goodbye.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. That's it. The chef is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up? What's up?
Pleasure to meet you, man. You are a part of the most iconic band in all of hip hop. There is no question. There's one Wu-Tang. There's only one Wu-Tang. Nothing else is even close. You guys were so different than every other band that ever existed. It was a giant group of you.
Yeah, man.
And everybody was a killer.
Fucking mob, man.
It's a crazy band, man. No one is, if you think about it, there's been a lot of hip hop duos. There's been a lot of producers and MCs. There's been a lot of people that get together in like small groups. But there's only one Wu-Tang. There's only one group of 9 assassins.
I tell niggas that all the time. Like,
It's kind of crazy.
You ain't gonna get another one of these.
It's crazy that it worked.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard to keep all those alphas together.
It really is crazy. To make it work, the most illest shit. Some shit that I never would have thought would ever exist. It was able to exist because we tried it, but it wasn't normal.
It wasn't normal. Well, you tried it, but it was just, it almost seems like it was just instinct. Like, it's not like a business strategy that anybody would ever come up with.
Right.
9 dudes.
Nah.
And 9 of the realest dudes, like the rawest, realest dudes.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Yeah, it worked.
And it worked.
I tell people all the time, it was like when RZA, he came with this whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It was like hitting the lotto for him. Like, he didn't know what to expect. It was more a reputation thing for us. It was like, yo, I want to do this. And, you know, he came to the block and he talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit planned in their life. You know, but hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day. But everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started to pick motherfuckers that he felt had potential. So it's like the mob. It's like, you know, Lucky Luciano, prime example. You know, he knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential in any way. He's from a different part, he's from a different part, he's from a different part. But yo, what we could do right here is we could make money. So put your fucking feelings down, or whatever the case may be. Let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And that right there, kind of like, yo, start shaking hands across the table. Yo, I know you didn't really fuck with me like that, yo. I never had anything against you like that, dude. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day, let me try this shit.
Well, Riz is a genius, and it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that, because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when a dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. Mm-hmm. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition.
Yep.
So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, you know, I told you when I sent you a message, I said that we play Protect Your Neck. It's like whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So when we do arena shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit. Right. Protect your neck. And the whole time, it's like the perfect song to play when you're getting a police escort.
Oh my God. I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have at the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other night. I go, you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers.
You remember that?
Yes!
How the fuck you remember that?
I told everybody, I was like, do you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip-hop stars in the world, who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was a classic.
Yo Joe is the funniest shit, because when we came in and when we seen him, he was eating a cheeseburger, laughing and shit. You know, he reminded you he never was, you know, dirty. I don't even think I never seen him eat meat like that or whatever the case may be. But we came in, he was eating a cheeseburger and shit, laughing. So we was dying laughing. And they kept, you know, the people up in there, they kept telling us like, yo, y'all can't go into the crowd with everybody. You know, we're not gonna hold no responsibility if something happened. But you know, be like, all right, no. Once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage. We out there touching everybody.
Wow.
It was love, man. It was
what
a
year
lot
was
of
that?
love. Man, it had to be what? 98, 97?
Wow.
98.
No internet.
Probably like, none of that shit. Though.
None of that. What? Is there even a recording of that anywhere? God.
I don't think so. That would.
You know how wild that video would be?
I never knew that people seen that. I don't know how the fuck you knew that shit. Like,
I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. I mean, it was in the news back then that you guys performed in Rikers.
Yeah.
The 90s for hip hop, it was like you have to understand. For young people, you grew up with hip hop. You're only 20 years old. I get it, but you have to understand from my perspective. In 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck about. Mm-hmm. That is crazy for a new art form.
To emerge, right?
Right. I mean, there was like Sugar Hill Gang. There was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip hop.
It got big.
It got so big.
I remember. It's so crazy you said that, because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me was hip hop before hip hop was. You know, disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe I'm gonna say 85.
It had to be 84 because I was in junior 85. High school.
Yeah, we was young boys, man. So I would definitely say you heard something and it was like, oh shit, motherfuckers is rhyming. this shit sound cool though. You know what I mean? It sound cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together, that was going through different shit in their life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you know what? It was
Fools
earlier
was
than
wild.
that because in '84 I was in high school, so it had to be 80 because
82.
I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in '81, so I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980.
Yeah.
So that was the first time I'd ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like we said, 80. Yeah, I was 10 years old. So me probably really gravitating to it. I probably was like 12, like you said. 12.
What was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit that you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's only so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
The first shit that grabbed me was, like how you said, Sugar Hill Gang, Rapper's Delight.
Yeah.
Rapper's Delight.
That
That was the shit.
Oh, God.
Now, look, I had
It's
cousins.
everywhere.
I had wild cousins and shit. They was wild. They was selling drugs. They was, smoking weed and sniffing coke and, doing whatever they was doing. And they used to live two floors above me. And I used to sneak up there and shit and, just be in their business, be in their world, and they would be playing music. They had the record player, you see coke on the table and weed and everything. And my cousins, they was cool. They, come in, man. We don't give a fuck. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? Nah, I ain't gonna say nothing. And I would just be watching, and I would see weed on the album covers and You know what I mean? Just motherfuckers running back and forth in the room, and you know they in the shit, but they always was playing music, and a lot of the music was R&B, you know, disco, you know, and then next thing you know, I heard this fucking record, Sugar Hill Gang, and I'm like, the groove was dope. I'm like, holy shit, like this is what I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe. I'm like, this is who I am right here, you know, but.
It's so crazy how it emerged. I mean, it emerged.
Yeah, nobody expected that, bro.
Well, it was a totally new thing.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your, when you used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife.
Get the fuck
out of here. Al Gore's wife, Tipper Gore. She was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music.
Oh,
because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice-T. You know, like that 6 a.m, everyone's like, what the fuck is this? You know, and that kind of explicit lyrics, they wanted to put a stop to it. And that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand. It sold way more albums because that's what kids are looking for. Exactly. Where's the fucking, they don't even swear. Get this shit out of here.
Once they got the label on it, it's like, I want it.
Exactly. Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell the
regular shit.
The regular shit. Like, get out of here with that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few guys who got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last.
Nah, it definitely didn't last. But like you said, though, everybody wanted the raw shit. And you got to remember at that time, it was a tough time, man. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, in our neighborhood, we had like crazy people. Like, if they catch you at night, they'll kill you. Like, they be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, all this makeup on. And, you know, I remember one time going to the incinerator room. My mom's made me go. She made me go to the take out the garbage and shit. I forgot to take it out, and she came home later that day, and I was laying down, and she fucking smacked me in the head with a broom, like, yo, didn't I tell you to take out the fucking garbage? So now I'm going down to the incinerator room, you know, walking. It's on the same floor. And I remember when I cut the corner, I seen a motherfucker sticking his head out. And he had his hair all wild. His shit was like green and red and all this. And he had lipstick on all crazy. And his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking. And he looked at me. And I got the garbage pail with me. And it's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and ran. Mom, mom. You know what I mean? Back then, you know, you yell your mother name and shit. You think that was something cool back then. You know, she's your hero at that time. Came back, the nigga was gone. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator door when it was closed, he was gonna probably try to run in there and probably try to fucking kill me or something. And that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy back then. So,
right, that's the big shift is crack.
Yeah, crack.
That's also in the 80s.
Yeah, but see, before crack, you had that dope. So motherfuckers was mixing dope and coke together and getting high and shooting it. Yeah, everything. Yeah. You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then, man. But you know, that's how far to me music went back. You know, listening to Ladies Night. You know what I mean? I had people on my store that had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They had a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in the back. Coke and dope, though. So, you know, all this was going on in the community, man. Wow. It was a serious time, scary times back then. Mm-hmm.
But if it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu-Tang was. Like that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely.
It has to.
Absolutely.
And that's part of the appeal of it is that everybody kind of knew that. Mm-hmm. You know, it was part of the appeal. There's never been like a genre of music like that that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghettos. Like the whole genre of to be authentic, right. You had to come from that. You couldn't be like some rich kid from the suburbs that was talking about some shit you never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it.
Come on,
which is kind of crazy.
Right. That's true. I mean, you know, back then, you know, hip hop was really an expression for the ghetto. You know, the way that being that we was living in fucked up situations and nobody had shit, nobody had no fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe mode. You know, back then gangs was still relevant. You know, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We might have looked at ourselves as a tribe. That when you from a neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood, you know what I mean? And that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you would beef with people that wasn't from your neighborhood just because you wasn't from here. It's like, what the fuck you doing over here? You don't live over here. Then it creates this animosity thing. And I remember for us, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stayed up the block, down the block, stay down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So, I lean more towards up the block, but then we would go down the block just to start trouble. And, then they would come up the block and they would start trouble. And next thing you know, before you know it, we all fucking with each other. You know what I mean? So that was our way of getting to know each other, is to test each other's heart. And whatever may happen was happening back then, though. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping the peace. Now, the music was keeping the peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties, and everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and going to play some music and shit. So we knew every time they did that, we knew something was going to happen at the end of the night. It was just mandatory. It was just because people from all over different neighborhoods would come out, and everything would be nice. And next thing you know, you see a motherfucker riding down the street all crazy, trying to hit motherfuckers and swinging the golf club out the window and shit. And somebody's mother might have got knocked out. You know what I mean? But the music is still playing. So that's the type of shit that, to me, that made it fun but made it spooky. But it still was fun because it was something to remember. It was like,
it's fun because you survived.
Yeah, definitely. Survival, But we were young, so we didn't care about whether we lived or died at that time. We didn't give a fuck. It was like whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen.
That's wild.
But the music is what kept things in order for us, because we always felt like that was a vessel to being calm. When you come from somewhere that's fucked up, Joe, and it's nothing there, you can't get a job because of your community, your zip code don't allow you to be like, he's hired. It's just too infested over there. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of saying, well, fuck it. I'm gonna live off the land. I'm gonna sell weed. I'm gonna do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive, so everything is just survival. When music always kept us calm, and you always want to listen to what's next being played. Like I grew up on R&B music, like disco and all that fun shit, roller skating. I knew motherfuckers in the neighborhood that was roller skating. We would get off of Staten Island sometimes and go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun too, though. That was fun times for us.
When was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all 9 guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, and his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA is from Staten Island. We all Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us in the clan, we all resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those 3 that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, he had Knowledge of Self, which was being involved with the Nation of Islam, and also Jizza and Old Dirty. They were a part of the Nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody go and they build. They talking about mathematics and all of this. But it was Jizza and Old Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ back then, but he knew how to rhyme too. And he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called the All In Together Now crew, which was them 3 and they would run around and they would battle, you know, different guys from different cities and move around. So, you know, some of us kind of knew what they were about. You know, a lot of us, you know, found out later who they were. But when Jizza and Old Dirty came to Staten Island, they came and they hang out with their cousin. So, you know, we started to see them a little bit more and know that, you know, yo, I heard about your rhymes. And, you know, and Dirty, he was just a crazy motherfucker back then. He was crazy. But, yeah, they had their own little thing going on. And then, you know, next thing you know, Jizza caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which was rare back then. Like if you fucking caught a record deal, that means that you had to have relationships, you had to know where to go, you had to have some type of connects. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it, because he seen that his cousin was able to, you know, crack the code on making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I got to make a record now too. You know, and the next thing you know, they had their movement going on. So us from the outside looking, it was like, oh shit, yo, we know them. We know they super passionate about, you know, being in the game and doing whatever they're going to do. But we wasn't thinking that far. We just loved the music in general.
Wow. So RZA is essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together and to bring all you killers into under one roof.
Absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that. Because again, that's not something that existed.
Yeah.
It's like Eric B and Rakim. You know, there was a few EPMD. There was a few people.
You know your shit.
Yeah.
You know your shit.
Gangstar. There was a few people that were together, but it wasn't like you guys.
Nah, because
it was kind of scary. It was like, God damn, when you guys had a show. I mean, I heard stories that it was just like you guys would show up like 300 people.
Yeah, that was some neighborhood shit. But yeah, like you said, that was so rare to see a group that come out like that, and it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but when RZA had a record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then, you know,
always the case.
You know what I mean? He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't even care about the shit at this level no more. I want to create this now, and I'm bringing in all my guys. And, you know, he just put that number together. So believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first, because we used to hang out. Like I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first, you know, big fan. So I kind of seen something in him already. I seen something. I'm like, yo, this guy really, you know, him and his cousins. And I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers really got talent. You know, not only the ability to rhyme, but they was clever. Like, talking about clever rhymes.
Right.
You know, and they was mixing it with the knowledge and, you know, smart rhymes. Not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty lines. Like, I'm talking about serious rhymes. I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, yo, so, you know, this is something that I felt like I would want to go chill with them, just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. Wasn't even thinking about being no fucking rapper. I didn't give a fuck. I just love the music, but I'm watching these motherfuckers, yo. I'm like, something about these motherfuckers that I love.
Yeah.
You know, and next thing you know, when RZA went out there and he came back to the community, he was like, yo, I caught a record deal. So, you know, I was there. I'm like, let me see this shit. Looking at this shit. See what the fuck is. Yeah, I'm looking down there, like you said, the what's the name?
Fine print.
Yeah, the fine print and shit. Yo, this motherfucking made a record. Holy shit, yo. Bow, Staten Island. That's what's up. We up. You know, but his situation ain't work out the way he wanted it to. And that's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, chef, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on. And then you get locked into these people. And then a lot of times you're getting fucked. And you don't even know you're getting fucked.
It's a mandatory.
Mandatory. You're getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time someone gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, oh, you owe me? I'm a fucking squeaky line. Suck my dick. And like, he performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol, because they owned him.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You take like the most talented people in the world and they get owned by people who provide no value.
Yeah.
Especially today.
Yeah.
Today it's even crazier, right? Because there is no record sales anymore. It's all gone.
It's over, baby.
It's all gone.
It's over.
For a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. Just like you're hanging off a bridge, hang on.
Yeah, that's
hang
what
on
do.
and keep grinding.
Yeah.
Don't sell it. Don't sign.
Yeah.
If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now.
Yeah.
You're going to be in court 10 years from now.
Yeah, you're right.
But somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking insane. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD, that he got a 60-40 deal. He's like, oh, great, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Let me ask you a question. Put yourself in the artist situation, right? You have talent, right? You have talent. Here it is. I got everything you want.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to make some sacrifices.
For sure.
Because you know that, you may feel like, yo, I got talent, but I don't have the resources.
Right.
So those resources come and tell you, yo, look, I'll give you a shot. I'm gonna give you a shot, but either you take this shot or you stay in the hood. What are you gonna do?
You're gonna take the shot.
I'm gonna take the shot.
You're gonna take the shot. And I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know.
Right.
I'm just letting them know you're getting fucked.
You're getting fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you that every artist takes. They takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere.
Right.
So even when labels are being them, in my mind, I'm saying, yo, I get a chance to have a job, Joe. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now we get a chance to do something that you could maybe think that you could change the world with and love. It's like you're going to go for it. So for us back then, being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about signing. Yo, I signed because what the fuck I got to lose? I done been through everything. I done been over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of time that be the protocol is just to be heard.
Yeah.
To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got robbed. A lot of artists, and especially our OGs that did it before us. Like, you know what I mean? Sugar Hill Gangs, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they had to do. But it almost gave them power too, because they became famous, they became big, they became legendary.
There's an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm with you.
Oh, of course,
I'm with you on that.
You are.
But we just talking about the sacrifice.
What you gotta do. You have to do it.
Sacrifice is everything.
If you're a young kid and that's step one, and now you're on the runway, okay, you got to take it.
You got to take it.
But it just should be more fair.
Oh,
and it shouldn't be.
I agree.
It shouldn't lock.
And I'm sure later on things worked out, and you know, now that you proved yourself,
once they become undeniable.
You know, it's like I tell a motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you were a hustler, right? And you run into the Connect, and the Connect say, yo, you talking like you know how to move shit. I'm going to give you 50 pounds of marijuana back then. You know what I mean? Now, you may feel like at the end of the day, you can handle it. But a motherfucker tell you, Joe, I'm giving you these fucking 50 pounds. But I need my money back today at this time. You could either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I'd rather take my time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in debt with you. What are you going to do?
You got to take the 50.
You go, yeah.
He's got to take the 50.
He wants to fucking get his head fucking chopped off.
You got to take the 50.
I don't know,
you got to know people. And you got to bring everybody in, and you got to share the money.
See, you got to know people.
You got to share the money.
You got to know people. Now, if you ain't confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know, I advise you don't take it.
You shouldn't be having that conversation if you don't know anybody. But if you know some people and you're generous, that's the thing. You got to make it worth these people's while. You got to bring. You got to say, listen, we're all going to get something out of this.
And see, now look, that philosophy that you said is what we took on.
Yes,
we took that on.
Yes.
We said, you know what? At the end of the day, we'll take this little bit of money, but we're going to go. We're going to be willing to sell ourselves to get to this level because we know what we believe in. See, it all starts from what you believe.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you fucked.
It's a rising tides lifts all boats thing too.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
with Wu-Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing because anybody that was associated with Wu-Tang Clan was automatically respected. Automatically, people wanted to listen.
Mm-hmm.
Automatically.
Yeah.
Automatically. So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. But it's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. When you're struggling, then you're scared, and you know, I'm scared. Money doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid, and they think, no, that's when you got to bond together. That's when you have to find real people and stick together.
You said the key word.
You gotta sell that 50.
You gotta know your.
We gotta sell that 50.
Yeah.
Talk to Carlos. Go down to Bodega. Let's make a deal, man. We got to make some deals.
I guess that's what RZA did. Is that he danced with the devil for the right reason, and you know, we took some scars. We got hit.
It was a different world back then too, in terms of the industry. Because today, all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud. You can blow up. You can blow up today.
Yeah.
Back then, you needed the radio. You needed, you could sell mixtapes. But it's hard. Well, you had to be some undeniable talent.
Yeah.
Like we always played the video of Biggie when he was 17 on the street. Remember that video?
Yeah, when he was in his neighborhood. Yeah.
That's undeniable talent.
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of talent. Like that dude's if he stays alive, you can't stop that train.
Absolutely.
That train's running everything over. You know what I mean? It's like there was guys like that back then. But man, to get out there and get your name out there, you had to dance. You had to dance with that devil.
You had to work.
And that business was so dirty back then. It still is, but real dirty back then in the record selling days.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but that's what made us learn is that we had to go through those growing pains. We had to get jerked to learn how to say, yo, that was a lesson. So everything is a lesson at the end of the day. It's like if you're willing to sacrifice yourself and your time to learn something, I would always say go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Definitely go for it. It's so much better than not going for it.
Yeah, because then you're gonna be sitting in the same situation and you're gonna realize at the end of the day, damn, I should have took that opportunity. Some people are scared of opportunities when they come, and it's like if a person offers you an opportunity, 9 times out of 10, it may not work for you the way you want it to work, but it may be an opportunity to help you.
Yes.
It's all about you trying to help yourself and get out there. It's like watching Scarface, and the nigga told him, he said, yo, give you $5,000. Better do. And if you fuck this up, Chico, Scarface looked at him and said, man, the fuck is you talking about? We built for this shit, man.
Yeah.
And he lost his man in the mix, but he was able to prove to himself that I could do it.
Yeah.
That's how I look at rap. It's like, yo, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, we'll take this little bit of money, but we're gonna prove to y'all later on that we know what the fuck we doing.
And for young people listening to this, every chance you take where you fail, that's a lesson learned.
A lesson, baby.
And you just keep taking chances.
That's right.
Keep going. Yeah. Pick yourself back up, figure out where you fucked up, and learn from that. Now you're better.
That's right.
Now you have more experience coming into this next thing. Just keep going.
Just keep going.
Just keep going, especially as artists. It's just like so many artists, they don't hit until they do.
That's right.
And then when they do, it's like, oh, and then people want to go back in their past stuff. Like, oh, this guy had fucking 3 albums before this.
Yeah. Think about it. Think about all our favorite artists out there. Eminem. Eminem been trying to fucking get on. Rakim, Slick Rick, all these guys. They went through a lot to get on. You know what I mean? Biz Markie. Nobody wanted to fuck with Biz at first, but he finally figured the code out and was like, yo, this is what I'm gonna do. He started rocking shows in different communities, and next thing you know, people start hearing about him and you're like, oh shit, yo, this guy is dope. But it's that sacrifice, man. I tell people all the time. Gotta sacrifice.
Yeah, it's time put in. Yeah. Time put in, energy, effort, determination.
Yeah.
And you gotta have some talent. And
you
gotta have talent. It's just God just gives you something or doesn't. Some people just got it,
Exactly.
And some people it's also like artistic families, like Nas. He grew up in this like intellectual artistic family, and that's why his rhymes are so good.
Yeah, his pops, man. His pops is a musician.
Yeah.
Good
Like
friend of mine.
Rewind.
Yeah.
That's like one of the greatest songs of any genre anybody's ever written. It's a genius song.
So crazy. I was listening to that shit yesterday.
Genius
Bullet goes
song.
back in the gun.
Yeah. Genius song. The whole song backwards.
Fuck with lyrics.
And it's
hard.
amazing. Oh, I love Nas, especially for lyrics.
Yeah.
His lyrics are incredible. They were so good. So good.
Dog.
And unusual like that. Like deciding, I'm gonna be the first guy to make a rap backwards and make it work perfectly.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, it's just. Hey, did you ever listen to any of the shit where the Brand New Heavies got together with a bunch of rappers?
The Brand New Heavies. I know the name, but
The Brand New Heavies are like a jazz band. They did a collaboration with Gangstar, Cool G Rap, a bunch of guys.
Course. Yeah,
Some of my favorite shit of all time.
Yeah, they was more musical though. Like
yeah,
they was more musical. Yeah.
Have you ever heard Cool G Rap's Death Threat? Wow. Oh my God. Jamie, play that.
Yeah,
play that. Find that. We got to put on the headphones for this. This is in my, along with a bunch of Wu-Tang. This is in my, this is in my Spotify playlist. Okay. This is Cool G Rap in like, I want to say 92. Yeah, 92. Ooh. Listen to this.
So think that I'm a flake, but I'm no fake nigga, cause I think a bitch make him a witch to burn his ass at the stake. With the 44 Mac, it's so simple. Put it to a simple. Fuck, gotta give a nigga permanent dimple. Ease it up on a fast flow, but I'll let your ass know.
I never heard this shit before. How good is this?
Brand New Heavies on the track. She lap on the West Coast. Running got motherfuckers doing jumping jacks. You motherfuckers lost it. I bet your ass like you only flicks get frosted. Cause on the mix.
One of my favorites right there.
Turning the chicks with small dicks.
Woo! Nice.
So good.
Nice.
So good.
So this was on the Brand New Heavies album.
Yes. The Brand New Heavies did one with Gangstar. They did a bunch of different artists.
Nice.
And it's
what year was this?
92.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
See, the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, I was on a road trip. I was doing a gig in Connecticut with a buddy of mine who's a comedian.
Right.
And he turned me on to this. Like, you got to listen to this shit. And I was like, oh my God. And then I had a CD and I lost it. And I couldn't find it forever. And then someone brought it up like a few years back, like 6 or 7 years back. And I was like, you got to be able to find it. And that's the beautiful thing about today with like YouTube and, you know, some of these platforms, people upload shit that you totally forgot about. Like Tim Dog.
Yeah.
You know, people forgot about like Fuck Compton. Remember that?
Yeah. He was a wild cat, but he was
wild. It was good though. He was good.
Yeah.
He
was wilding back then. Yeah.
Great shit, man.
Yeah, he was wilding back then.
But Cool G Rap, that to me was like that defined like road gigs for me in the 1990s when we would drive.
Mm-hmm.
That was when Cock Blocking came out. Remember that? Remember that?
Shit,
oh my God, that song is amazing.
Yeah, man. Damn. So you really pay attention to this fucking hip-hop shit like that, man.
Yeah, hip hop was a big part of my childhood or my young adulthood.
Okay.
You know, when I was driving around a lot doing comedy gigs, like a lot of Ghetto Boys. I was a huge Ghetto Boys fan.
Yeah, me too.
You know,
Ghetto
and
Boys,
I was playing the other day in the green room. I was playing "Fuck a War" for these young kids. I was like, "Listen, this is a song from the 1980s about the Iraq War. This is about George Bush in like the late 1980s." And it applies today. You remember "Fuck a War"?
Nah, you
come on. Headphones are coming back on. Let's go.
Schooling me on shit. Like
I talked to Willie D. Willie D told me he wrote the song in 40 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, just angry. Wrote this song in 40 minutes. And this is Ghetto Boys in their prime.
Oh, you know that album.
Bushwick Bill.
Mm-hmm. That was my guy right there, man.
This is Bushwick motherfucking Bill.
Drafted in the United States military.
United States wants me
91.
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Look at that big phone he's got.
yeah, I had one of those before too. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about you and all that bullshit you're stressing. Fuck a war. To explain
fuck
to you something like this. Motherfucker war. That's how I feel. Sending them niggas to death to get killed. Cause two suckers can't agree on something. 1,000 motherfuckers died for nothing.
Woo.
You can't pay me to join an army camp or any other motherfucking military branch of the United goddamn states of that bitch America. Be a soldier on the floor. They put niggas on the front line. When it comes
Talking crazy. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah.
What the fuck do I know about her name? All I know is the cops in my truck game. And what if that thing gets stuck? Yeah.
He was in the NWA chamber.
Dude.
He was in the NWA chamber right there.
That shit was good.
They was Public Enemy thinking. Yeah.
That applies today. We were all talking about what's going on right now with Gaza and Palestine.
I know. Yeah.
Iran. I was like, listen to this.
And see, this is why we love hip hop so much, is because it was educational too.
Yes.
It was giving us jewels. It was talking about things that were going on in the world, and that became the television for us. The music
became the news too. Like you need to know what was actually going on. Like Fuck a War tells you what's really going on.
Yeah. So when I think about those Compton boys, those NWA cats and all of that, that was expressing themselves, it was like that's what we all were facing and living amongst. And you know, like I said, I never heard that song before. So I could tell that was made around the time when NWA was doing their thing. And, you know, you're hearing about all these riots and shit going on and things happening. You know, us living all the way on the other side of the world, it's like, what the fuck was that?
Right.
You know, but you heard it in the song and you knew it was real.
Right.
You respected it.
Yeah.
And to me, those perspectives and music were important for us because we were learning as we were getting older about society.
Right.
You know, you don't think about society when you poor and living in fucked up positions. You just think about survival.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Survival is the only thing on your mind. And you're dealing with things that's in front of you that at the end of the day, you like, damn, the fuck was that just happened? Or what was this shit? But then when you heard it in rap and motherfuckers like these was talking about it and all that,
right?
It's like now you was like, oh, okay, I see what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
It's not just here, it's all over. It's in everywhere, every ghetto or whatever the case may be.
Yes.
That's what was happening.
Yes.
So I never heard that before though. You just put me on some real shit.
Oh.
And that's one of my favorite groups right there.
I love the Ghetto Boys.
Ghetto Boys is real shit right there.
The 1990s Ghetto Boy era.
Oof. Crazy.
That like I remember the day I found out about NWA. I was teaching Taekwondo in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was at the gym riding on the stair climber. And I had just picked up this cassette, and I was like, NWA, I keep hearing about this. And Fuck the Police was the first song I listened to. And I remember I was on the stair climber going, this is wild.
You see what I'm saying?
Like,
you see what I'm saying?
Wild. Like,
yeah.
You're hearing people talk about the police like they're getting harassed by the police in a way you never heard before.
Say it. Yeah, exactly.
Fuck the Police coming straight from the underground. I was like, wow.
Straight from the fucking
and it was a
underground.
totally different kind of music. It was like they were rapping and no one was listening. It was like they were rapping for themselves, right?
Yeah.
Like they didn't give a fuck who was listening. They were rapping like they were doing it for their friends, but they were doing it to the whole world. And the whole world was like, whoa. 100 Miles and Running. The whole world was like, whoa. This is crazy.
So look, you had them, you had Public Enemy.
Oh, yeah.
All of them type of guys were giving us information that was relatable in our community, that they became
KRS-One,
the teacher, you know.
Whoop, whoop, that's the sound of the police.
All that shit right there to me was knowledgeable rap, hip hop. I ain't gonna call it fucking rap, hip hop.
Information,
right?
They like, especially KRS-One and Public Enemy.
Yeah,
they were saying something. It was like but it wasn't contrived.
Right,
you know?
Right, exactly.
It wasn't like, you know, you see people say shit today like, you're just doing that for claps. Like they were saying shit to let people know about some information that you're not aware of, and this is why you're getting fucked. This is why we're all getting fucked.
Absolutely. Come on. You know, even when fucking Spike Lee made Do the Right Thing.
Yes.
One of my favorite movies right there. That's a classic right there.
Classic
Shit. Wow.
Classic.
But like you said, we was getting information, and you know, you got to remember, you know, at the end of the day, you know, a lot of people that coming out of the, you know, the hood and just being like, I know you come from the hood, you know.
Well, I was born in Newark.
Yeah, he's born in Newark. Shout out to Newark. So you seen it.
I wouldn't exactly say I come from the hood because I went to high school in the suburbs.
Yeah, but that's true, bro.
I lived in Newark. I was telling you, I lived in Newark when I was 23 for about 6 or 7 months. Wow. And I told you my next door neighbor, he was selling dope, and the police raided his house while I was there. They battering rammed his door and everything. He had a nice Audi.
Right.
I looked at him like, how this dude has a nice car?
Right.
Selling dope. He was selling dope, and they got him.
But you was around it though, so you was able to, you know.
Well, that was also the time I was the most into hip hop too. I mean, that was 1991, I guess, 90, 91. That was a wild era because that's when hip hop was just exploding.
Yeah,
exploding.
Right. Yeah, I would say definitely 91. You had Naughty by Nature. You know, they had emerged on the scene, like you said, Rakim and Big Daddy Kane. Easy E's and Ice Cube.
To this day, I go to work. It's one of my favorite workout songs. Big Daddy Kane, I go to work.
That's one of our icons.
Oh my God, I go to work. Oh, he was so smooth and so fast too.
Yeah,
you know, Big Daddy Kane had like a very particular style.
Absolutely.
It was energetic. You know, you heard his style. It like got you, like your blood started pumping. You know, you started getting moving.
And see, those are the type of guys that paved the way for us to be so, you know, outspoken on the mic. You know, when I sit here and I think about the Clan, you know, the Wu, on how we, you know, formed Voltron. Each one of us had a superpower that related back to those guys. You know, all these guys that we talking about today, they was the light bulb,
right,
in the house. You screw that shit on. This is what I see right now. I see Slick Rick. I see Rakim. I see Cube. I see fucking, you know, all these guys that paved the way for us. So the Clan at that time, we were so, you know, inclined on knowing about all these guys, knowing majority of them. We kept a piece of them in us. That helped us become who we are. Like I tell motherfuckers all the time, I say, yo, let me tell you something. When we came out, Naughty by Nature was the shit. They was fucking shit up on the East Coast side of things, you know. And at that time, you had them, you had EPMD, you had Queen Latifah, Roxanne Shante, all of these, you know, artists back then were blowing up. LL, can't front on LL.
Oh yeah.
God.
LL was huge.
Coogee Rap, one of my favorites. I know that's one of your favorites. You know, the Fat Boys, all these guys was just...
That's right, Fat Boys.
You know, these guys was giving us so much food for thought that we knew that if we didn't come on that level, we wasn't built to be in the game at that time.
Well, there was so much high quality.
Yeah.
The
high quality,
level,
that's the word.
The level was very high. The lyrics were so good. Like you would hear lyrics and just go, oh,
shit. Yeah.
Oh, that was the thing. That was the thing about hip hop.
To the lyrics, I love that.
Oh, I love lyrics. Lyrics is everything.
That's right.
You know, it's like that was the style back then. It was like the most clever guy, the most clever lyrics. It was so important. You know, there's so many guys that just had. Everybody was battling for. So it was like more and more cleverness and more intricacies and more twists of what they were saying.
Yeah.
And it was just a vibrant art form, man. Like how many people cheated on their significant other because of OPP?
Right.
How many?
Exactly.
How many relationships?
You know OPP, you know
people cheering.
Yeah.
It was like a license to fuck.
Yeah.
People were cheering.
Exactly.
I mean, the hip hop had so much influence on the culture, and it emerged out of nowhere. That's what's so crazy. Like 10 years ago, it doesn't exist. Boom. I mean, even rock and roll. I mean, rock and roll, you had the 50s, it starts to emerge, and the 60s really takes off, and you know, it'd been around for a while.
Right.
To have something like hip hop just explode and make a lot of other things look lame.
Yeah.
You know, especially for young kids, because when you hear guys like you and Ghostface and Method Man, and like you're dealing with real dudes who are talking about real shit, and everybody else just look kind of lame. You know? It's like
it's stupid, man.
it was like they didn't even swear. It's like you guys were wild. It was fun and it was clever. Yeah. And I think RZA did a genius thing by naming it Wu-Tang Clan, because it connected it to like this kung fu mindset.
And I know that you big on. I know you big on kung fu shit, because I'm coming through your shrine and shit. You got all kind of fucking Shogun warriors, assassins,
real samurai outfit out there. Yeah,
but you know what's so crazy? I tell people, it's like when RZA, when they was on their Wu-Tang shit, we wasn't on that. I grew up watching more like Scarface and Mafia movies. Once Upon a Time in America.
Oh yeah,
one of my favorite movies.
It's a great one. People forget about Once Upon a Time in America.
That's my fucking movie right there. That's my movie. So we were living around a lot of hustlers. A lot of drugs was being sold in my community at that time, right? So when RZA came with the whole Wu-Tang philosophy, it was almost like, we love karate flicks. We would watch them. You know about the karate flicks, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
When we come home from school, them shits is on, Channel 5, all of that shit. But if you notice and you look at those karate movies, it was about a place that, was filled with a lot of crime and aggressive people that were doing things that bothered other people, and you either had to protect your people or you had to make a name for yourself. Now, when you think about Wu-Tang, I'm going to just give you a quick lesson on what Wu-Tang was. Wu-Tang was a school that was in Shaolin. This particular school, these niggas was crazy. They was fucked up. They got kicked the fuck out of Shaolin.
Really?
They got kicked out. Yo, y'all bugged out. Y'all wilding. Y'all. But these guys were very good, but they just couldn't sit in Shaolin because they had a different way of looking at shit and doing shit. So when RZA came with the whole philosophy of it, it's this movie that's called Shaolin vs. Wu-Tang, right? Check it out whenever you get a chance. So whatever was going on in that movie, he made a reality of it, because really at the end of the day, that's how we were living back in Staten Island. So we wound up changing the name and calling it Shaolin because we were the forgotten barrel. When you think about Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, Manhattan, we don't really talk too much about fucking Staten Island. That bothered us. So we felt rebellious, like, yo, you come out here, you ain't from here, you better know somebody. You're not fucking coming in the projects thinking you're going to fucking act like you're going over to your friends. I remember we used to see UFOs come through. We call them UFOs, unidentified flying objects. The fuck he doing it? Yo, follow him. Yo, we came to see. You know what I mean? Because we had so much to prove, but it was the same thing that was going on in the karate flicks. Like, yo, you go to a new nigga. Who is this guy? Either he's coming to play you, or you gonna play him. This is all the shit that's going on in the karate movies. The brotherhood. Yo, oh shit, my brother got hurt. What happened? Oh, hold up, let's go.
Right.
We got to go get back to that.
Yeah.
We got to go figure that out. All the shit that RZA was thinking about at that time was a reality check for us in Staten Island. So even when he came with the name, it was almost like, yo,
welcome. How are you? Hello.
And back then he was
hanging good, in son?
Ghost's community, which was Stapleton.
How are you?
So Stapleton.
Good, how are you?
Well, how'd you hear about me, my friend?
Aiden Ross Discord server.
Fuck yeah! Shout out to Aiden Ross. Shout out to his Discord. Do you know anything about me?
No. Who are you?
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been live streaming my life for more than 3.5 years. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine, and I have more data online than any person ever. We talk about some really interesting things on the stream, including anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about things like life extension technology, things like human growth hormone, stem cells, We talk about things like nootropics and cryonics. We talk about things like ambrosia therapy. I want to end world hunger. And the way that I want to do it is through technology. I think that there's certain technology that's not being utilized, such as agricultural drones, such as hydroponics, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, things like perhaps cloud seeding, and I want to end world thirst through the use of desalination plants pumping water from the Earth's oceans onto land to make it drinkable. I think these are all really good ideas, and thus I do my best to give them a spotlight. How's that sound to you?
It sounds like you're contributing a lot to society, and I agree. I'm with it. You're a W human. You're a W community member.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Shout out to ESN 730. Other things that we talk about, in addition to life extension and all that, de-extinction, bringing back animals that were once extinct back to Earth, back to life. There's a company. The first de-extinction actually has already taken place. It took place in 2003. It was the Iberian ibex, or the Pyrenean ibex. It essentially was a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that was brought back to fruition through science. And fast forward to the year 2021, a company founded in Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal by the year 2028, so within 3 years, to bring back the woolly mammoth using African elephants. And then they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. Following the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. So you never know. You might be able to see a dodo bird, a Tasmanian tiger, a woolly mammoth, or perhaps all three within the next decade or so. That's very exciting. Some other things that we talk about that are cool, mind uploading technology, ESN 730. Has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Yes, no. Has anyone ever told you they don't think you're going to die?
Ever told me that they think I'm gonna die?
Has anyone ever told you, ESN 730, I don't think you're going to die?
Yes.
Who told you that?
Probably my third grade teacher.
Shout out to your ESN 730's third grade teacher. On what grounds did they say that you weren't going to die?
That I wasn't gonna die?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said that I was gonna die.
No. So is anybody... Okay, so your third grade teacher is a little bit of a dick. But I understand. Okay, so has anybody ever told you that you're not going to die?
Well, yes, my mother.
Your mother is a wise woman. What does she say?
She said, as long as you follow religion and be a good person in life, and God will do everything for you.
All right, at what point, though, did she say you're not going to die? I mean, like, you're not going to die as in your body is going to continue on after it breaks down and such. Not talking about an afterlife or anything like that. I'm talking about that your body, like your consciousness will continue into the future. Has anyone ever said that they don't think you're going to die?
And what do you mean by that? You say not afterlife. I don't know.
Absolutely. Let me explain. So I talked about life extension technology, utilizing things like stem cells and nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy to increase your life expectancy. When you were born, it was probably going to be about age 80. I think we can expand that to age 100, 120. But eventually, ESN 730, you're going to say, Rabbi, my body's breaking down and I need help. And that's where the next type of technology comes into place. It's known as mind uploading technology. So what is mind uploading technology, ESN 730, you may ask? It's the ability to scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI into a computer. This would store every atom in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an Android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, perhaps a robot or an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm telling you is that I think that there's an opportunity for you to live a digital immortality. And you may say, well, that's really great, Rabbi, but that sounds very expensive. I don't know if I have the finances to be able to do that. And that gets back to the original discussion that we had about data. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to Economist magazine, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever. And when I go viral, which could happen any day, I'm going to give away the fruits of my labor, give away the money, just like Robin Hood, essentially. And I'm going to help everybody who helped me along the way. And ESN 730, you will be one of those people. We're going to make sure that you can help your friends, your family, and make sure that your children, God willing, in the future, will be able to provide for themselves and for future generations. And additionally, you're going to have the opportunity perhaps to start charities or philanthropic organizations to certain causes that are important to you. How's that sound?
Very thrilled, excited, purpose to my life.
Absolutely. Well, that's a wonderful thing to hear. And you should know that you should continue having a purpose. You have a friend in me. I'm here to help you whenever you need. I have other people in the community. I started this Discord I was in Aiden Ross's Discord before I even had my own Discord, and I figured that one day I'll start my own. And I've got over 1,500 people in here, and it continues to grow every day. I've got bots that I have created that spam on Kick and on Twitch 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So a lot of people find out about me from there, and they find out about me from my presence in many Discords, and it's just a matter of time. And when this goes viral, it's going to be very exciting. There's some technology that I possess that a lot of people don't know about in society. Do you speak any other languages, perhaps?
Yes, I speak Kurdish.
Excellent.
A little bit of Arabic.
Perfect. All right. I want you to know that I think you're a special person. I only want good things for you. And hopefully in the future, people will be able to use this type of technology known as a universal translator to come together and communicate easier. Oh, just one moment. It may not speak Kurdish. It speaks your major languages. It only types out Kurdish. Okay, so you know Arabic. It has Arabic here. Let me pull up Arabic. Let me say the same thing. This is a universal translator. Essentially, to my knowledge, it's at least 5 years old. But this type of technology isn't currently being utilized in society. I'd like to see it utilized in the future to make communication easier.
هذا مترجم عالمي وعلى حد علمي يبلغ عمره 5 سنوات على الأقل، لكن هذا النوع من التكنولوجيا لا يتم استخدامه حاليا في المجتمع. أود أن أرى استخدامه في المستقبل لتسهيل التواصل.
Excellent. So you can see I'm doing what I can to help the world. I don't ask anything of you. If anything, I want to give you things in the future. So what does that mean? If you want to do anything to help, go ahead.
To me, it means you're a huge contributing member to society. And that's the best thing any human can be.
I can't do any better than that, my man. Thank you so much for your kind words, ESN 730. I do what I can. I'm not perfect, but I do what I can to help the world. It's one man's mission to end war. And when I say that, people are skeptical. It's like, okay, well, Rabbi, how do you end war? It's really not that difficult. You immediately put down arms, you release all hostages, and you sit down at a diplomatic table and have discussions. And I think it's important for discussions to be live streamed so that everyone knows what the rules are and everyone knows what happened. We don't have to go through third parties. We can watch what actually happened before our eyes. I think those are important aspects in order to have global unity. And it's not a matter with world peace of if, it's a matter of when. And the reason why I say that, if you study extraterrestrial civilizations, even in science fiction, but generally if you are a believer in modern day extraterrestrial contact, at least from what we hear from alien abductees is all of these civilizations have peace on their own home planet. The reason why is you can't travel the stars if you have civil wars going on your home planet. So eventually we will have world peace. It may not happen today, it may not happen tomorrow, but someday, maybe within the next 100 years, maybe within the next 1,000 years, eventually we will have it. And then we can start to work on things like space tourism and things like terraforming of other planets, including Mars, including the moons of perhaps Jupiter, like Europa, including Venus, and then eventually get into interstellar and then intergalactic travel. I know that the next closest star system is Alpha Centauri. It's 4 light years away. And essentially, that may be the first place that we explore outside of our solar system, which is a really exciting opportunity. I'm not saying that this necessarily is going to happen within the next day or two, but with mind uploading technology, we may have the opportunity to witness all of this, and that's very exciting. The ability to have our consciousness or soul or whatever you want to describe it as continue on in perhaps another type of organism or perhaps another type of machine. All of this is what I feel. The all of the things that I discuss, I feel are important conversations that aren't happening in today's day and age. Even with other influencers, other streamers, they wouldn't be taken seriously if they talk about these things, or maybe they would, but they're afraid or they don't know about these things. I do my best to be a light to the nations every single day. I do everything that I can to be able to discuss these topics in a rational way, and I explain them as well as I can. I'm in no means an expert on any of the things about which I speak, but I do know a little bit about all of them, or a little bit about a lot of things, and I do my best to share that knowledge with the world. So, with that, ESN 730, I'm glad that you had the opportunity to see me in Aiden Ross's stream. You probably were like, why is this guy always in here? And now you know why.
Yeah. I mean, what you're doing isn't a bad thing. Like, it's all up for it.
Excellent, my man. Well, I'm going to send you a friend request on Discord, and if you ever need anything from me, you should know I'm always here to help you. There are people who come in and just want to talk about their day. They just want a shoulder to cry on. They want to tell someone about something that happened in their life that's positive, and I'm here for all of that. So you should know that you have a friend in me, and if there's anything I can do for you in the meantime, you let me know, okay?
Thank you, Rabbi. I appreciate you.
ESN 730. You take care. And again, whenever you're bored, I'm here. So come hit me up. We do a whole bunch of things in here. We watch sports. We watch a Super Bowl. We watch a World Cup. We've watched 3 different sets of Olympics. I mean, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show, ESN 730?
Absolutely. It's one of my favorite films.
Beautiful, beautiful. So then you get it. You get it. Essentially, the only difference between Jim Carrey's character, Truman Burbank, and Rabbi Rothschild is that we have my consent to do this. But essentially, when the world finds out about this, it's going to be very, very exciting. And you should know that you're on the cusp of something really special here. And I'm glad that you're familiar with that movie, and thus you understand what I'm doing 100%.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
support you.
Excellent. Well, thank you.
All right, brother.
Take care, my friend. Come back whenever you have time. Peace.
Absolutely.
Shout out to ESN 730. What a nice person. He knows what's up.
Was a place that was maybe like 10, 15 miles away from Park Hill, where I'm from. I'm from the Hill. I'm from up there. They were selling drugs and getting crazy with it, and Jamaicans and West Indians and Guyanese, and it was a melting pot. It was a melting pot of different nationalities of motherfuckers. You had the Spanish motherfuckers over here selling dope. You know what I mean? You had the white boys over here fucking doing what they do. All these things was going on, but in Stapleton, it was nothing but criminals and motherfuckers that want to fight and rob and steal, and RZA was hanging out there a lot. So they came up with this whole Wu-Tang mentality thing that they brought up the block to us. So when RZA came with it, it was like oh shit, we like that. That's kind of dope. We see the vision of that, But it was never for us to look at it at any given time like, yo, you trying to portray us as some fucking ninjas or some shit. A lot of times people thought, yo, y'all niggas know karate, you don't know fucking karate, motherfucker. We don't do that. But we grew up, our older brothers and sisters, they grew up on that. That was some early 70s shit right there.
Yeah.
So, back then you might have had a cousin that was a martial art. He knew the arts and shit. You looked up to him like, yo, this motherfucker's hell right here. He know the arts and shit. He know how to fight. The motherfucker would be in back of the building with 2 Doberman pinches and shit. You know what I mean? Beating them with fucking laundromat hoses and shit, and grabbing them and hanging them on shit. And back then that was dope to see your cousins and all of them do it. But RZA, when he came with this philosophy, it kind of like fucked us all up, but we agreed with it right away, because Wu-Tang was always something like an expression. So if you drinking, this is Wu-Tang. You drinking, you over here, yo, this is some Wu-Tang shit or whatever, because he was trying to say that we were just like them in the flicks. It's crazy.
Want to hear something crazy? Whenever I kill an elk, I go bow hunting every year.
Oh,
whenever
shit.
I kill elk, when I text my friend Cam, I text Wu-Tang. Like whenever I kill something, I'll show you. I'll show you that that's true.
I seen some of the pictures in there.
I know, but I want to show you that that's true. I'm not making this up. It goes back years. This is like our tradition. Whenever I kill an elk, well, I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna find the last time I said Wu-Tang. I text him every day, so it's gonna take a second to get back into some pictures. But whenever I get one, I say Wu-Tang, and then I send him a picture.
Oh shit! Crazy.
This is gonna take a while, but this is
me.
important to show you. This is real. Come on, motherfucker.
Go back and search Wu-Tang and it'll show you.
Oh, will it show you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
show you
look at
all the
Jamie.
time.
Under Cam Haynes or just Wu-Tang?
Then when you find Cam Haynes, it'll show you.
Oh, look at Jamie telling me how to do it. Here we go. See all. Here it is. Right there. Wu-Tang.
Holy shit.
And then the elk is down.
Wow.
And that was from October. But I go back like 5 years of doing that. Like every time I shoot an elk, I text Wu-Tang.
When you started hunting, since you came out here?
No, I started hunting in 2012. I shot that deer, that head that's right there. That was the first animal I hunted. And then I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing.
Right.
It was either for me, it was that or become a vegetarian. I watched too many of those PETA films. Those animal factory farming films and torture films. I was like, fuck this. Like, either I'm going to be a vegan or I'm going to learn how to hunt. Right. And my friend Steve Ranella took me hunting. I shot that deer. I'm like, all right, that's what I do now.
Oh, shit.
And I've been doing it ever since. Yeah. So I've been hunting for 12 years.
12 years?
Yeah.
So you consider yourself a marksman then?
Well, it's like I'm not really good, like compared to real marksmen. It's like saying you're a black belt when you're not really a black belt. Like
I go through the courses.
Yeah, like how good are you? I mean, I'm good for regular people. Yeah, if you didn't know, you'd think I'm really good. Yeah, but like for people that are really good, no, I'm not.
Right.
I'm not nearly at their level.
Gotcha.
But there's like professional archers that are like super accurate out to 100 yards. They can shoot like a softball size group at 100 yards consistently.
I got a couple of homeboys who can shoot like that though.
It's a lot of discipline.
Yeah.
A lot of discipline.
Yeah, but they live on this side of town too though.
Yeah, well there's a lot of bow hunting in Texas.
Yeah, that's what I'm
saying. A lot of bow hunting in Texas. Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah.
I like it.
I gotta get out there one day, man.
I told you, like we were talking before the show, like if you want to learn, I could put you on some people that'll 100% teach you how to do it.
Damn.
And because you're fairly close, like that's a easy thing to do. We can look it up.
Yeah, definitely.
You would enjoy it. It's a nice discipline to clear your mind.
Yeah.
You just set a target up in the backyard and just shoot the target. It just clears your mind because you have to really concentrate on it. And while you're doing it, you don't think about nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
For a guy like you, busy, so much shit going on, like it's good to have a thing like that to just.
It's like a sport to me. It's like something to learn and kind of master.
Yeah.
That's important.
But it's one of those things like like shooting a free throw. Like at that moment, you can't think of anything else other than what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
If other shit gets in your head, it's like you don't have any room for
focused,
it.
right.
You got to push it all out,
right,
and just think. Oh, and that kind of stuff like cleans your mind.
Exactly.
It's like it flushes your mind out.
That's what it's all about at the end of the day, man. Just kind of like get a peace of mind and vibe to something different, though. You know?
I always say that for artists too. You should find some other thing you like to do, just to give you a little break mentally from whatever you're trying to do.
Exactly.
You could get too close to something and lose sight of the big picture if you're all wrapped up in it too tight.
Into one,
Sometimes you need something else that you also enjoy outside of it, and then you can look at what you do like, oh, okay, what am I doing different? Like,
exactly.
Maybe I should put a new wrinkle in this. Maybe I should take a new turn. You know, mix it up.
Man. That's important, man.
Yeah.
Important.
You know what's another cool thing about today is that it used to be thought at one point in time, I think it was like the early 2000s, that hip hop had a shelf life, and that there wouldn't be classics. You know what I mean? Like the Rolling Stones were still touring. You know, they were 58 years old back then. Like, this is crazy. The Rolling Stones are back on the road. But that was like a new thing. It was like old rock and roll guys out touring was a new thing. But with hip hop artists, like if you weren't in now, if you weren't new now, it kind of people weren't into going to see you.
Right. Yeah. Well, when I see guys like LL and Kane and them perform, and Slick Rick and Ice Cube, it kind of it gives me more leverage and more strength to want to do it, because I see some of my legends still doing it today. But yeah, man, like you said, just to see a lot of guys like the Rolling Stones and Mick Jagger and them still performing, it's like, why not?
Why not?
Why give up on it?
But with hip hop, it wasn't really a thing for a long time. Like
because
older hip hop,
you didn't think that it would last,
right?
You know what I mean? So you felt like you would get a 5-year run. They say any artist that was coming out back in the 90s, they was already putting a cap on how long or how far they felt you was going to go. So even for us, we was like, yo, hey, we do this shit for like 3 or 4 years. We good. Yo, we'll be cool with that. Wow. So they always put us in a, what's the word I want to say? What's
a box?
Put us in a box.
Yeah.
To make us feel like at the end of the day, yo, this shit is going to be here for a minute, then it's over. You know, but seeing guys still doing it, you know, I don't give a fuck. Like, I listen to Billy Joel. I'm a Billy Joel fan. You know, that's my fucking guy right there.
That's hilarious.
You know, people would be like, what the fuck out of here?
That's hilarious. I love his old shit until he had that supermodel wife.
Oh,
then everything got real soft. You got too much good pussy. Yeah. Too much good pussy. He got supermodel pussy, and it's like, uptown girl, she's been living in her uptown world. Before that, you go back to his other shit, you know, Only the Good Die Young. Yeah. Oh, that's a great jam. Yeah. He's got some great stuff, man. Yeah. Scenes from an Italian Restaurant. That's a great song, man. Captain Jack. Ooh, Captain Jack's a great song.
Billy Joel.
But when he got older, it just became, you know, he was changing as a human.
He in New York too, right?
Yeah.
New York to the heart right there, right?
And that guy sold out Madison Square Garden like 300 times.
See what I'm saying?
Kind of crazy.
Still going.
Yeah, still going.
So those are heroes. Those are guys that we look up to, that, you know, they still doing anything, man.
Yeah. It's just beautiful that hip hop is like that now.
Yeah.
Because I feel like in the 2000s, it was more overseas was showing you guys love.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Europe. Like a lot of my friends that were like maybe bigger in the 90s, they had to go over to Europe.
To come check out.
Yeah. There was like,
check out hip hop.
Yeah.
And I tell people all the time, like being from the States, being where we from, I think they appreciate it more because they never really got a chance to grasp it as much as we did.
Right.
So they come out more.
Right.
Like right now, today,
they're more enthusiastic.
They love it more. You know, so
they can't believe you're there.
Yeah, they can't believe it.
Yeah.
But for me, I think I love performing a lot more when I go out there, because they come out and they never ever make you feel like they don't appreciate you. You know what I mean? And even to this day, it's like the clan still goes out there and makes a ton of cash. You see a lot of people And we see young generations of kids now too. It's like, yo, you look in the front, you're like, yo, fuck up. What is that fucking kid that we just put him on stage and he knew the fucking words. Like, yo, he might have been like 17, 16 years old. Like, yo, he wasn't even fucking born.
Well, there's classic hip hop now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid, there was classic rock. You listen to Led Zeppelin, it was classic rock. Now there's classic hip hop, which is amazing.
Yeah.
You know?
You're right.
But so, well, it just shows that the culture is like completely accepted it as an art form. And so now young kids that get into hip hop, maybe one of their friends will be like, hey, you ever heard of this? And then they turn them on to new stuff.
Exactly.
And they're like, wow, yeah, this is 1992, you know?
That shit, you know, and I think that's how we were. We always were infatuated with the music before our time, you know? Like how you just said, like, yo, you know, listening to Sugar Hill Gang, you know? I actually had them in one of my videos before.
Really?
Word. You know how that, and I brought them to my hood too. So you know how that felt for me.
Oh,
to have fucking Sugar Hill Gang come
amazing.
out to my community.
That's amazing.
That was dope though, right there, man. But yeah, man, you know, that's why I always feel like, yo, I tell people all the time, you have to respect the people that did it before you, man, because they gave you something to dream about, to be able to instill in yourself. Like, you don't have that, then you're not moving the way you're supposed to be moving. You know, I remember old man would tell us, if you don't know where you came from, you'll never know where you're going. So having that history is an experience that sticks with you forever. You have to have that.
Yeah.
Don't try to front on that. You know, and I think a lot of times people, you know, they look at hip hop and they think certain things is hip hop. It's like history of hip hop is something that you gotta know, man. You gotta know it. You gotta know it.
You should know it like the history of the United States.
Exactly.
It's something. If you're an artist, like that's what lit the fire. Somebody had to light the fire. And if these young guys don't know, like, hey, this shit didn't even exist in 1979.
Yeah.
It didn't even exist. That's not that long ago. And then all of a sudden now it's everywhere. Like what happened? Somebody lit the fire, and if they didn't light that fire, you wouldn't have it.
Exactly.
You wouldn't have the embers. You wouldn't have this desire to try this thing.
Exactly.
And
now look what it's doing. Look what it did.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, one of the biggest genres of music is like, you know, and there's a lot of times people take shots at it. Like, you know, y'all they talking negative, y'all they talking this, they talking that. It's like, my thing to that is always like, yo, it's no different from going to see a scary movie.
Exactly.
Jason.
Exactly.
Motherfuckers killing motherfuckers
Or
in the
Heat.
woods. I hated Kent. You know what I mean? Based on that, Heat is one of my favorite movies.
Great fucking movie.
I love Heat. You know, De Niro on
But
that.
why is it okay to do that in a movie, but it's not okay to do that in a song?
Right. I don't understand it. I don't, you know.
It's hypocritical.
You know, it's hypocritical. You said
It is. It's hypocritical because they say it encourages violence.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing they'll say about video games. Like, you know, doesn't in everybody.
Yeah.
So what's going on really? What's going on really is you have a bunch of disenfranchised people that don't have any hope. And if they are around a lot of violence, maybe something will get them excited about violence. If they're not disenfranchised and they have hope, they're not inclined towards violence.
Right.
It's a societal problem. It has nothing to do with the art itself. The art itself is representative of real experiences.
Right.
So if you're telling people that they can't express themselves about real experiences, you're just going like this, la, 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 I'm not listening. That's all you're doing.
That's how you feel it at the end of the
This
day,
is these people's lived expression.
Yeah.
This is that, which is why Wu-Tang was so good. The reason why it was so good is because it was real. Like no one was questioning the authenticity of anybody that was in the Wu-Tang Clan. So it's like that, the message that you guys were putting out, the way you were putting things out, like Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Like that is that it was like from you to the world. You know, and if someone doesn't like that, you don't have to listen.
Exactly.
You don't have to listen.
Right.
But if you slap a warning sticker on it, you're just gonna sell more.
You're gonna listen to it anyway, right? You're gonna get caught up in it anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, look, prime example, when we made the record Cream, right? Cream was a record that didn't have nothing to do with anything but the realness of what we were looking at. It wasn't really a song to rap to or have fun with. It was a reality. It was a picture we was trying to paint.
Cash rules everything around me.
Cash rules, like around me, not me. Should never fucking rule you, but around me. You know, and a friend from the neighborhood, he actually came up with that acronym. But I tell people all the time, I had a cousin from Brooklyn that he used to come to Staten Island and he used to sell drugs for us. And he came up with that word, cream, because he was like, yo, as long as I can make my cream, I'm good. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is cream? Like, you know what I mean? He's like, yo, cream, yo, you ever see Tom and Jerry, the movie, and, you know, he make those big fucking sandwiches and all of that and splash all that cream on it and, you know, I'm like, oh, the Tom and Jerry, the sandwiches, right? Yeah, when you make the big sandwiches, they stuff them in your mouth and all. Nah, real shit. So the cream that was splashing all over the place, he was looking at that as that's his money. Like, yo, I just want my cream. You know what I mean? So we're like, yeah, you want to get your cream. You sit up in the fucking spot all day. You want to make your cream. You want to get it. And
so who came up with the acronym?
A good friend of ours from the neighborhood. His name is Raid, right? And him and Method Man they was like real close, like brothers. So when we was in the studio, writing to it, he was there and he just sat back and he just came up with cash rules, everything around me, and him and Meth, they put it together, and next thing you know, that was a hook. You know, at that time for me, I was still writing a lot of stories. You know, so I wrote, believe it or not, I wrote 2 verses for Cream. I didn't write. My rhyme never started off as I grew up in the crime side. I was writing about drug dealers in the neighborhood. Like, yo, I know this kid by the name of Gigante, a Teflon Don with a Diamante. You know, the Diamantes back in the days was like the 5 Series Benzes for us back then. And a good friend of mine was like, yo, that rhyme is cool. I think it's all right. Like, yo, why you don't like the rhyme? Everybody else like it. He was like, it's cool, I like it. So he made me go back and change it. And when I changed it, I started to think before I wrote it. I'm like, damn, he said, yo, you need to rhyme about shit that's something that we can relate to, that we're dealing with around what the fuck we wake up to every day. And that's when I came with, I grew up on the crime side, you know, the New York Times side.
So he just told you harder.
Yeah, he just told me to think harder.
Yeah.
He said, yo, Chef, you could be a little bit more creative.
Well, Cream is crazy because it became viral. That saying dollar bills, y'all, became viral. Like spread across.
Where I come from, the dollar bill, y'all. Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar Tila Rock. That's
wow.
You remember that record?
Yeah.
Money. It takes money.
Yeah.
Whatever he was saying back then.
I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, that's a serious record right there. Yeah, that's an old school record. Like,
wow.
Fly shit. But yeah, Meth and them, you know, Meth and my man Ray, they sat down and they came up with cash rule, everything around me, and it was a perfect, you know, symbol of what we were trying to express. That we were always trying to get money, but we was dealing with certain things in our community that, you know, that we were trying to get past first to try to make some money. And it was a sacrifice. It was like, yo, you do this shit, you might be able to get out of it alive or you might not. You know, so that record, you know, wound up blowing up so big, it wound up being one of our biggest records. And it didn't have nothing to do with it. I guess to me, it didn't feel hip hop. It just felt like realization. Like real shit is we need to start listening. Like how you just played the Ghettos Boys shit. You know what I mean? You're trying to give off a message. And that's what I think that people love about Wu-Tang is that we give out messages. We like an emotional roller coaster group. We can give you the Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. And then we can give you the tears where it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Fuck, he's right. You know what I mean? Yo, we gotta be careful. We gotta look at things for real. So all that had a lot to do with being around smart guys, you know what I mean? The smartness allowed us to write the way we wanted to write.
Right.
And
it's contagious.
It was contagious back then.
Yeah.
It was,
but that's what I'm saying about like really good lyrics and high quality rap. It's contagious.
Yeah.
Because then everybody else's shit has to be tight too.
Yeah. And you know when you come in with a group of guys that, yo, he kill it, you better come in.
Right.
You have to come in and say some shit that makes sense. Like I give a lot of credit to our first record, right, Protect Your Neck, and I know that's one of your favorite shits. when Inspector Deck said, "I smoke on a mic like smoking Joe Frazier, the Hellraiser, raising hell with the flavor."
Yeah.
That right there opened up
Yeah.
something with all of us.
Yeah.
You know, and I always tell Deck, I'm like, yo, Deck, you are like a Scottie Pippen. You always gonna hit if you get the ball in your hand. You know, he did that. He created that first verse that, you notice me, I jumped right in behind him.
Yeah.
I'm trying to build like Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Then Meth came and, you know what I mean? Everybody kind of like.
That's what's so amazing about all these killers, all these different voices, all these amazing lyrics, all on one song.
Yeah, yeah. But we wanted to show the world that each one of us had a style that was unreckoned. Each one of us can paint a picture within our own way that you will love all of us. So it's better to get us all now. You know, we'll sacrifice the little look for the bigger look later.
Right.
You know, and that was one of the situations where we had to dance in a certain way to be like, okay, yeah, we'll take a little bit of money, but we know we're going to be able to sell, like you said. Yeah, give us those 50. We'll sell them. Now, we know you telling me you don't like the money, but you got the relationships. Okay, cool. As long as you got the relationship, as long as you got the money.
Yeah.
We're going to go out there and we're going to work to make it happen, but this is what's got to happen. And, you know, I give all the credit to Steve Rifkin. You know, Steve was the guy that owned Loud Records back then. He was a part of RCA back then. And he believed in us. Like, yo, I'll give y'all that deal. And next thing you know, when everybody started taking off, now you got Method Man over here. You got Jizz over here. You got Old Bastard over here. So we did something that was so new to the world that it's like, oh shit.
From the outside, it felt different because it felt like a movement.
Right.
It's like Wu-Tang was like a movement.
Exactly.
It was different. It was like
everybody tried to box us. Everybody tried to box us as a group.
Yeah.
So even though we knew we were a group, in our minds, we looked at it as, like you said, as a movement being created that would eventually spread out and hit all corners of everything. And that was the plan all the time. That was a premeditated plan because they wanted us to still be a group. It was like, nah, we look, we sacrificing this and that, but we not going to box ourselves.
Right.
You know, so by us doing that, it kind of like really paved the way for other groups and other artists and everybody to kind of, you know, follow this blueprint. So now you have, you know, these other guys coming out and creating their own labels and bringing in artists that they wanted to do. So to me, this kind of made hip hop a little bit more interesting because it showed that artists were starting to get more smarter, which is important. You know, we didn't want to be just, like you said, yo, just coming in and you sell your soul and you just stay there. No, we can't just stay there.
Is one of the hardest parts getting the right beat?
Oh, the beat is everything, bro.
Because it seems like all you guys are very prolific. Mm-hmm. Everybody can write. Mm-hmm. But if you don't have a great beat, and how many great beats can you make, right? Yeah. If you got an album, then another album's coming out next year, like, whoa. Yeah. You got to have 16, 20 great beats.
Yeah.
And then you got to pick from those beats what goes with what song and try different ways out. And you got to make sure everybody shows up at the studio. How hard was that?
Shit was real, bro. I mean, I tell people all the time, like, number one for us, like, you know, being around so many different lyricist guys, beats are important. You know, I remember one time a fan asked me, he said, yo, what's the most important thing to you, the rhyme or the beat? He fucked me up the whole day with that. I was fucked up. And I answered him. I gave him an answer probably 3 or 4 minutes later, and I was like, you know what? Nobody never asked me that. I said, the beat. I said, you know why the beat? Because the beat makes you think about what you want to say and what you want to get across. You know, anybody could make rhymes. I could have you sit with me for fucking a month and you could be an ill fucking rapper. I can take you there. But to be able to have that combination factor of making a body of work or that sound that you want, you need to have the right production. So a lot of times Wu-Tang wrote to whatever they felt. It's like how you can listen to Protect Your Neck and you get that energy from us.
Yes.
You know, you get a certain energy because of that production. Then you get this energy when you get a cream, you get that.
Right.
So for me, I always tell people the beat is everything, you know, and us just sitting down and waiting for RZA to come up with something. Like one thing about RZA, he was so clever. You know, he had a team of guys that was around him that was assisting him to helping him come with different sounds, and you know, he played with different things, and of course, you know, just having his ear for music and listening to other people's stuff, he was able to isolate himself away from everything and start brainstorming for us. So it's like he was like the Steelers back in the fucking 80s, you know what I mean? When they won 4 Super Bowls in a row. He was like that when Terry Bradshaw was playing. Lynn Swann.
He was in the zone.
He was really in the zone. Man.
Especially because it became successful.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of motivation behind it, a lot of energy behind it.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but without the lyrics, the beat is not the same. I see from your perspective as a lyricist and as an MC that you would think that the beat is more important because it's important to you to get started. But damn, as a fan, you have to have those lyrics.
Yeah.
Just the beats by themselves, that's not enough.
Look,
no.
You know how many times me and RZA would argue about that? And I would tell him like, yo, listen, bro, it took all of us. It took, you had that. Yeah. You had this, we had that. That's what,
it's a 50-50 proposition. I think it's more like 60-40. I think it's more 60 lyrics because the thing is the lyrics are the thing that make you go, oh shit. Like great beat makes you move your head and gets you going, but lyrics make you go, oh shit. Yeah. Like rewind that.
Well, you know, that me is 50-50 all the time because if I don't have nothing to give me that energy to write.
Right.
How can I give it to you if I don't have nothing?
It's a collaboration for sure. It's a collaboration for sure. But it's interesting that people would think, like, what's more important? Like, what's more important, breathing or having a heartbeat? Shut the fuck up. Wow. Like, you need both. You need both. Yeah, you got to balance it. You have to have both. But that's where the collaboration comes in. Yeah, I had Scott Storch in here the other day.
Oh, word?
Oh, yeah, I love that dude. Yeah. He's so fucking talented. So out there, you know? His glasses on, just fucking like you see feeling the music. Yeah. It's like a rare savant. There's dudes like that are like beat machines. You know, like he just feels it. It comes into his head. He feels it, and just coming out of his fingers. You know.
Yeah, he's a super talented.
Oh, so talented. Love him. But like that kind of guy is so special. And you know, to team the kind of guy like that up with Dre or you know with 50 or any of these people that he collaborated with, it's like that's special.
And that's why, like I said, you know what I mean. You can't never front on the maestro. You know what I mean. Right. You gotta remember that you know DJing started it all. Let's be honest. You know what I mean. The DJ game,
scratching records,
so important. Scratching. You know, they created a synergy to the artist to be like, yo, let me try this. Even if you go back to, like I said, look at Quincy Jones, man. Look what the fuck he did, man.
Right.
You know, look at Frank Sinatra. Like, who the fuck was hailing his fucking music, man?
Right.
He was so clever. He needed a vibe, though. He needed something. Who was that guy?
You ever hear Frank Sinatra when he was young?
Oh, he was
before he was smoking all those cigarettes. It's a super high pitched voice. It's crazy.
It's crazy. Right?
It's crazy. You listen to the difference, like wow, it had so much range.
What was the production though?
I don't know.
He never really got famous. I guess.
Well, I think the whole thing back then was Elvis or whoever it was. You know, whoever was the person that was in front. Mm-hmm. Everybody behind the scenes didn't really get that much respect.
Right.
You know,
but he was a talent.
Yeah. Who was that crazy dude that wore the wigs that shot that lady in L.A.? He produced all the Beatles shit. He had that. He got tried for murder, and every day in the courtroom he'd wear a different wild wig. He created the wall of sound. Fuck, what's his name? He was really insane. Phil Spector. Phil Spector, back in the day, he was known for pulling guns on people. He'd pull guns on people, stick them in their mouths and shit. He was a complete psychopath.
White guy?
Yeah, and Jewish guy, I think.
Right.
And he shot this lady in the mouth.
Oh,
Was he Jewish? I don't want any Jewish people mad at me. Jewish people get mad when you say someone's not Jewish and they did something terrible.
Hey, look, guys, we not here to
I'm just saying there's a lot of talented, successful Jewish people in the entertainment business.
Be clear, man. Yeah.
But that dude, he was responsible for the Wall of Sound, the Beatles. Like that was a big thing with him. Like he was known for being a guy that would change people's music. Russian Jewish. Boom,
yeah.
What's
and
up?
he was from the Bronx,
Come on,
right?
from the Bronx. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wild boy.
Wow.
And shot some lady, picked up some lady at a bar, took her back to his place, and shot her in the mouth.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he would put guns in people's mouths. Like, he was known for threatening people. Like, you want to get out of this fucking contract and just shove a gun in your mouth.
Wow.
What's that? He pulled a gun on Cher.
He pulled the gun out on Cher?
Cher recalls stopping Phil Spector in his tracks when he pulled the gun on her. He couldn't pull that shit with me. Right. We had this really strange relationship. You don't say. You don't say. Well, it's like the music business at one point in time was run entirely by gangsters.
Of course.
That's the story about Hendrix.
Mm-hmm.
The story about Hendrix is that his manager killed him. That's the conspiracy. Was that his manager killed him because it's more valuable for Hendrix to be dead. His music, he's a maestro, like a one in a billion year talent.
Yeah.
And that they knew that they had all these recordings of him and they could kill him. And so that's why like, his girlfriend jumped off the top of a building. To own his shit. Because he was going to leave his management. His bodyguard wrote a book about it years later. And it just came out I want to say 10 years ago. Wasn't that long ago. Whereas the bodyguard said, yeah, the manager killed him.
Wow.
Killed Hendrix and threw the girlfriend off a roof.
Did they do a movie of him too?
Oh, yeah. They did a bunch of movies on Hendrix. They need to do a real Wu-Tang movie. I know Hulu had a series, but they need a real, Quentin Tarantino needs to do.
That's me, man.
I know Quentin Tarantino. That's what I think. I think we talk Quentin Tarantino because he wants to do one more movie. How about he does a fucking Wu-Tang movie? The real Wu-Tang movie. Because, Hulu is great, but it has to be on Hulu. You can only get that so wild on Hulu. For it to be real, it has to be a movie.
Let me tell you something. I wrote a book, right? And inside my book, I talked about how Q-Tip, a good friend of mine, Q-Tip, he had me and Leonardo sit down.
Leonardo DiCaprio?
Huh?
Leonardo DiCaprio?
Leonardo DiCaprio, right? And I remember Q-Tip was like, yo, set up a meeting for you and Leonardo to meet in Brooklyn at this small pizza shop, one of Leonardo's favorite spots. And he wanted to talk to you. I said, yeah, that's what's up. So me and Leonardo, we started talking, and he was like, yo, Q-Tip was telling me that you was thinking about trying to, get guys together to create a movie. I was like, yeah, this is what I was thinking. So make a long story short, I set up a meeting with RZA, myself, Leonardo's peoples in LA. And I told RZA, I said, listen, before we do this Hulu thing, which at the end of the day it was a RZA's production thing or whatever he was doing, I said, I think we need to make a realistic, real-life movie of us. Said it shouldn't be nothing that we should play with because people need to know our real story. So RZA entertained the conversation, but I don't know, for some reason, I guess he felt like he was committed to doing whatever he wanted to do with Hulu.
He might have already had a deal.
Yeah. And like I said, at the end of the day, the clan.
Look at that.
I mean? Yeah.
JB fast with him. JB's the best.
It was that night, and I remember that.
Wow.
I wish we could have been able to sit down with him, because the way I had him looking at it, it was almost like I told him, I said, this would be like a slash of Goodfellas and Menace Society.
Yeah.
Mixed in one.
Yeah.
To kind of talk about our story and whatever. And he was super open. He was like, yo, Chef, what we got to do? Yo, who do we need to talk to? But at that time, RZA was already in pocket on what he wanted to do. So I said, you know what? One day, maybe I might get a chance to show my version of it. Because come on, how many Pablo Escobar movies we looked at?
Right.
You know what I mean? You got these guys telling it. You got
For
from the
sure.
community,
It can still be made.
so
For
it can
sure.
still be made.
100%. Just because there's a Hulu suit, that doesn't mean shit.
Right. But I think that at the end of the day, you know, God willing, we will really give you guys another taste of really how we really see it. You know?
Well, I think it would be hugely successful. I think for a music, from a movie rather perspective.
Would you rather see it as a movie?
A movie.
A movie.
Well, or you do it like on Netflix where you can get wild.
Yeah.
You know, do it like Netflix has shit like Ozark. They get wild on Netflix. You can get wild.
Yeah.
That's how it has to be. It has to be grimy. It has to be.
That's how you want it, right?
It can't be in any way ABC after school specialified. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like it can't be cleaned up through a filter.
Right.
It has to be good too.
Right.
It has to be like a good narrative. Like it has to be set up. The scenes have to be set because it's very hard to take an insane career of 9 of the best MCs get together under one mastermind with all these genius talents, and they form this movement.
Right.
And you're going to condense that to 2 hours?
Yeah.
You have to have
was
a
one
really
of
good writer.
Right there. He was like, yo, Ray, yo, blah, 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 yo, you know.
But I think it could be done.
That's what I said. I said, yo, look, come on now. I said, people do it all the time. I said, yo, look at, prime example, look at NWA. I thought NWA movie was dope. You know what I mean? Straight out of Compton. I thought they did a good job, but that was Dre and Cube, and you know, I'm sure you always gonna have somebody around that be like, yo, nah, that ain't it, that ain't. But it was so realistic that when I seen ours, it was like, all right, I get it. You know, Riz even said, you know, this is more for the younger generation to kind of gravitate to, and once everybody loved it, they loved it. So it was like, okay, y'all love it. We love y'all for loving it.
It's great. But hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
Opening of the movie, Rikers. Opening of the movie, you guys show up at Rikers to do the concert. We're Old Dirty Bastards inside. That's the opening of the movie.
You want all of
That's the opening of the movie.
You want all the real gritty. But
that just get everybody on the hook right away. And then you bring them back to the beginning. Right after that, you put the year, whatever.
And that's
it was.
how you make movies. You pick all the greatest moments.
Yes.
And then you start sewing and threading. Right.
Yes, that's a no-brainer for a Wu-Tang movie. You start with Rikers. Which is, what year was that? 95? What year is that? What year was the Old Dirty Bastard and Rikers concert?
Yeah, I was about to say, look up that.
And what year did you guys start? What was the very first year?
We started in late 92.
So you start the movie with Rikers, and then you bring it back to 92. Back to 92. Yeah. That's what it is. Yeah. That's what it is. I mean, just think about the incredible amount of talent, not just rap. Really, Jizz is like a world champion caliber chess player. 99, 2000.
I got our interview. RZA talking about it.
And doesn't Jizza have some degree in physics?
Smart motherfucker.
Doesn't he have some crazy degree?
Smart. He's like
look that up, please.
Yeah.
So you just that alone in the movie is like, come on, this is real.
Yeah, this is
just that
people was looking forward to looking at.
Yeah, think of a movie like that. Think of a movie that starts up with the gates opening and you guys going in, put all your belongings in the basket, the whole shit, getting frisked, checking everybody down, the guy reading you the rules, the warden telling you do not go into the crowd, do not do that. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Wow. Think about it. Yeah. That's the beginning of the movie. That's an incredible opening for a movie. And it really happened. This isn't bullshit. Wow. This isn't a bunch of dorks sitting around a table coming up with some nonsense. This is some shit that you lived through. That would be an incredible opening for a movie.
And it's just so incredible, even more on how we connected, because, like I said, everybody come from almost the same poverty bullshit, but everybody had different philosophies on how they felt their lives was going into. I tell people all the time, my neighborhood was about making money. Ghost neighborhood was about taking money. You know what I mean? Taking shit from you. You know, Jizza, you know, being one of the MCs that could have been down with the Juice Crew.
Redman.
You know what I mean? You know who the fuck the Juice Crew is. He turned it down.
Really?
It's like they was the hottest shit back then. Master Ace, Biz, Kane, Cool G Rap. all these dope MCs, they ask him, yo, we want you to come and get down with us. He's like, nah, you know what, nah. You know, all these things I remember like yesterday, like, wow, you turned down the Juice Crew? He was like, I love the Juice Crew, but I just was in this chamber right here. You know, us with Old Dirty, like, yo, you know, Old Dirty always wanted to be like Biz Markie. He had that personality, that charisma, that energy. So like you said, these are the things that I wanted to see. Each individual, like, you know, and like I said, you know, shout out Hulu, man, for doing a great job. But I do agree, like you, we need another movie where it really defines who we are. Yeah. You know, RZA, that was his side of how he wanted to tell it. You know,
it's a great story. It's
great
fine.
Story.
It's fine. The Hulu thing's fine. Mm-hmm. But I think there's something missing. And I think the something missing is a movie. It's got to be a movie. It's got to be a big screen, big thing. And it could be done,
I heard
man.
it first, man. I heard it first. I ain't have to argue with my brothers about it.
I mean, just imagine, imagine when ODB does "Baby, I Got Your Money."
Oh my God!
Come on, imagine that, and that becomes this massive hit. Massive hit.
Yeah, he had the most hits out of all of us, right?
He was so fucking talented, man, and so real. You remember when he was on MTV and they started talking about like, what are you gonna give? Where are you gonna give your money? He's like, I give my money to nobody.
He was like, yo, you gonna give back? He was like, yo, yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah.
And everybody was crying.
Yeah,
like,
everybody loved
so
him,
real because it was so real.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, well, I think it's really important that we establish some sort of a community fund. Shut the fuck up.
He was
was just having fun.
Make nothing, you know what I mean? But you know, we always gave back in our own ways.
Of course. You know, well, by existing, you give back. By existing, you inspire others. Yeah. By existing, you know, how many rap careers, how many hip hop careers were inspired by Wu-Tang Clan? Mm-hmm. All the members. Mm-hmm. Countless.
Yeah.
So many.
I say that we definitely had a piece of watching the new generation grow and, you know, kind of, you know, build their arc the way we built ours. You know, that's important, you know, to reflect on that. You know, back then, like you said, nobody wasn't giving motherfuckers this kind of money. Like, we was the first group that ever had $1 million video.
Wow.
You know, remember that day, me and RZA was coming up with the storyboard. Like,
what video was that?
Triumph.
Wow.
He did the Triumph shit. Like, he came up with all this shit. He was like, yo, this shit's gonna cost $1 million. We're like, what the fuck is it's $1 million? Like, do it. You know, and at that time, you know,
is this it?
Videos, yeah. This is with my guy Brett Ratner.
Swarms of killer bees. They've been seen approaching from Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. We
see the bees coming through and shit.
As we will be bringing you up-to-the-minute information. This just in. Police are reporting that there's a man on top of a skyscraper ready to jump. I'm told that he is possibly Old Dirty, a member of the Wu-Tang Clan. The police suspect that there could be some connection between this Old Dirty man and Killer Bee.
Old Dirty man.
Baby, I got your money, don't you worry.
Perform atomically, Socrates' philosophies and hypotheses can't define how I be dropping these mockeries. Lyrically perform armed robbery, flee with the lottery, possibly spotted me. Battle scarred shogun, explosion when my pen hits tremendous. Ultraviolet shine blind forensics. I inspect you through the future, see millennium. Killer Bee sold 50 gold, 60 platinum. Shackling the matches with drastic rap tactics. Graphic displays melting steel like blacksmiths. Black Wu-Tang and Queen Bees, Eastern. Bumble with patrolmen, tear gas station. Heads by the score, take flight inside a war. Ticks hit the floor, die hard fans demand more.
Wu-Tang. Shinoy, who the fuck knows what day it is? Wu-Tang.
a solid rock. Who got it locked, performing live on your hottest slide. As the world turns, I spread like germs. The hard-headed never learn. Dimension those burn. Play my position in the game of life, standing firm.
For those days of the Klan. And
Is it weird looking back now? Does it feel almost surreal that you guys did it?
a little bit to me, yeah.
It has to.
Yeah, to me for sure. I mean, you know, I always believed in my group, man. I mean, these guys is, like you said, very talented, very talented. Sometimes we don't know our power when we come together, but we might be the only group that stuck together so long, you know, because we all feed off each other every time. So to be able to reflect back when we was in our prime, it was like we still didn't even give our best. It was almost like, okay, yeah, we're going to do it because we have to. Not do it because we're all in a happy vibe, a happy moment. A lot of times we made great things happen out of nothing, you know, under pressure. There might have been turbulence in the room, might have been an argument that happened that day, but we still managed to come out with something great out of that whole time of that moment, you know. But
That's what's incredible is that through all the disputes, you guys still stay together.
Yeah.
That's because there's no way you're gonna have 9 dudes and not have disputes.
Exactly. I mean,
especially
how many
9 alphas, 9 killers.
It's hard, man. It's hard because, you know, everybody has an opinion, and you want to respect everybody's opinion, you know. But it made me think about sports, and it made me think about how coaches and people, you know, outside of the group are so important. See, how we were designed, we huddled up, but we never really had people around us kind of like push the narrative more to show us our true power. So we made a lot of mistakes, you know, of being great, but still handling the business a little bit different from if we would have had some coaches, some guidance.
The problem was back then, no one knew what was going on.
Nobody knew
because it was so fresh. It was so new. The whole genre had only existed for 6 or 7 years.
Right.
So it was emerging, and it was chaotic, and it was so exciting. But there wasn't a lot of experts in how to manage it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like today, you know, you could, you know, a young artist could come to a guy like you and say, hey, what should I do? Help me out. Like, what's the path that you think that I should take?
Yeah.
And you could give them real advice. Where back then, like, who knew? Who knew Wu-Tang was going to work? They would have told you that's not going to work. They would say, you can't get 9 dudes in that's crazy. How are you doing that?
Yeah.
But it worked. It didn't just work. It, like, accelerated everybody. It, like, amplified all the voices. That's what was so crazy about it. Is it didn't just work. It worked better than being by yourself.
Yeah. I tell people all the time, the Klan, I think we all got better based on us as a collective.
100%.
You know, nobody could have did it by themselves and be great.
Iron sharpens iron.
That's right.
And that's what
steel
it is.
Sharpens steel.
Yeah, you guys had so many killers together. There's no way it could be great. That's what's incredible. It's like it's so hard for people to do that.
Yeah.
That's why it's never been done before, which is amazing. If you think about the history of hip hop, how many artists have come up, and not one group has come together and made like they're just like Wu-Tang. Not one.
Yeah.
Not one.
Yeah. Even when it comes to, you know, sales, and, you know, each one of us was blessed to be able to go platinum and gold. But we talk about that. You know, sometimes when we all are together, we laugh and we say, damn, you know, no other groups did what we did, like come with guys that everybody in the group went gold and platinum and this and that, and I couldn't name one person. They was like, yo, name one person, name one group that did what we did at that level back then. I couldn't name it, you know what I mean? Because
the Ghetto Boys branched out. You know, Scarface obviously went on to have a massive career.
Yeah.
Did you see his little tiny desk performance?
Oh yeah.
Fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's one of my greatest friends too, man.
Scarface and so different than anything else. Like the way he did it, like he adapted the lyrics to the environment. Yeah. Oh, it was incredible. Incredible.
Scarface is a real guy too, man.
One of the all-timers. One of the all-time greats.
Yeah.
All-time greats.
You had him come to your show yet?
I haven't yet. No, I'd love to have him on. I love that dude. I've had Willie on.
Okay.
I think that like there's so many amazing talents that came out of that 90s hip hop era that like for a young guy coming up, someone who's like interested in a career in it now, it's imperative that you go back. Go back. You have to. You got to explore the classics. You got to see what started this whole thing. Because, and you got to put yourself in this mindset. Like, it's hard to imagine my experience of it because you're not going to be able to have it. It's always been around. But for me, it was like when it came around, it was this totally new thing. This totally new sound. Totally new, like, avenue of music that existed. And everybody was like, wow. And all the young people were excited. Everybody was excited. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is so different than everything else. You know, and so for the people that are like making a career in it now, like, ooh, you know, I know there's like a tendency to think you're the fucking man and everything else sucks. I'm telling you, you got to abandon that. Abandon that thinking. Go back and educate yourself, you know, because it's free. Just get on, get on YouTube, get on Spotify, educate yourself. There's so much classic shit from the 90s that you're missing.
And all we were doing really was just, like you said, just expression, you know.
Yeah.
Being in the studio, smoking a lot of weed, you know, and a lot of times when we were smoking and just vibing, it's like we were mentioning things that, you know, like today, like prime example, you know, I own a cannabis business in Newark called Hash Story. You know what I mean? See you representing us. You know, we said in rhymes like, can it be also simple? Yo, I want to have me a fat yacht and enough land to go and plant my own cess crops. But for now, it's just a big dream. You know, so we kind of like spoke things into existence that at the end of the day, like, you know, now as I sit here and I'm an owner of a cannabis business, I'm like, wow, we was talking about things. You know, my first joint in it went gold. I put it on my mother's, you know, my mother's living room wall. You know, we did that. So we were kind of like saying things that meant so much to us back then, but still dreaming of it being a reality. The next thing you know, it happens. You know, like how you said, you know, Jizza being so intelligent and talking about science and, you know, meth, you know, talking about certain things. And, you know, now today he's in the movie world and Riz is a director. And, you know, these are the things that were going through our minds as we were just smoking and listening to production and just saying, yo, what the right next? Where do we want to go, you know? And I think that is important as an artist, is to dream and be creative. Don't sit in one box. Like, that's the shit that just be driving me crazy a lot with hip hop today. It's like, yo, it's just sounding too fucking repetition. Like, let's make it bigger. Let's take it over here.
Yeah.
But it just, sometimes it's just sitting in one fucking box where it's like, yo, come on, it's not just that. It's about opening up the doors for everybody to be able to see so many sides. Like now it just seems like the hip hop shit is just being controlled by one person that's saying, yo, we want y'all to stay right there. We want you to talk ignorant. We want you to not grow. We want you to just
whatever they think is gonna sell.
Why is that the case? I don't get it.
The same reason why they were trying to take the RZA and change him and turn him into something he's not. People always do that. They do that in comedy. They do that in podcasting. They do that in music. There's always some executive that thinks they know better, and they're going to mold you and shape you and change you. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to hire an image team. We're going to do. It's all just bullshit. It's non-artists interfering with art. That's what it is. It's when you have middlemen, you know, you have these people that profit off of your talent, and they think they're going to steer it in a way that's going to be the most profitable. They don't give a fuck if you're like earnestly and honestly expressing yourself. That doesn't mean anything to them. No. They just want you to stay in that box because that's the box they're selling. And once it sells once, they don't want you to change it up. Remember when Ice-T started a fucking heavy metal band?
Oh my God, yeah.
Ice-T, who played a cop on TV for like fucking 30 years, he had a song called Cop Killer. Body Count, and everybody wanted him to be the rapper, and Ice-T was like, "Nah, I'm gonna do a hardcore album." It was like, "What? I'm a motherfucking cop killer." It's like, "What is this? What is this? This is crazy." But it's like he just didn't listen. He's like, "I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm going to do what I want to do. And this is what I want to do now.
Exactly.
And you have to give an artist that ability to do that. They have to be able to change it up anytime they want, because whatever got them to the dance is going to keep them dancing.
Sure.
And they might dance to the beat of a different song, but it's going to be the same person, that same creative force that created whatever you liked in the beginning. Well, you probably like this new direction they're going to go into because it's going to be just as good. It's just like we all like different. Like you were saying, you like Billy Joel. We both like Cool G Rap. It's very different. You wouldn't want to see the two of them at a concert together, but that's what you have to give room for an artist. And these executives and these people that are profiting off of art without being creative, their input's always terrible. It's always terrible because they don't have a vision. They don't really, unless you're like a Rick Rubin, like one of those cats who's just like super eccentric, weirdo, genius dude who just knows what he likes. And you go, hold on. Do that again. Stop that. Stop. Do it again. Do it that way. Okay, can you make it echo? Do it. Give me an echo.
So, but he's working with you because he's
right. He's barefoot and shit and fucking doing yoga.
One of the geniuses.
Super weirdo. A Scott Storch type character. Yeah, those guys
be great in their own way, though.
They're artists, though. It's like, that's different. But when you get these suits and the suits get involved and they know that, we made, Raekwon sold 1,700,000 CDs doing it like this. So this is what we want from this one, too. We want it to be the exact same way. We want to do it like that. Do it like that again. Like, well, no, what's this new thing you're doing? What's this new thing where you talk about discipline? No. But that's one of the most important things about hip hop too. Is like songs inspire people to change their lives. Like Gangstar song "Discipline." Like that song inspires you to have discipline.
Serious song.
It's a great fucking song with great lyrics.
Like I said, the shit became knowledge to us, man.
Yes.
That's what I miss about hip hop is the knowledge factor, raising our kids to be smarter and, not hiding anything from them. Like you said, once you put that warning stick on there, don't look at it. They're going to look at it anyway. So why not let them see for what it is and then say, yo, look, you can make these choices, but you go that way, you know what you're getting. You go this way, you know what you're getting.
I think all it takes is someone today to do what you guys were doing and blow up. And then everybody would want to do it that way. If someone today became like this genius lyricist who's like pointing out things in society and became a huge artist.
But you think that music is still, you think the radio will play it?
I don't think the radio means jack shit anymore. I think what means something now is people sharing it. That's what means something.
How do they get it out there?
Someone put it on Spotify, put it on SoundCloud, put it on YouTube. Someone sees it, someone hears it, you send it to somebody, they send it to 10 people, and then it goes viral. That's what it's all about now. I think it's just be undeniable. Be undeniable. Have some shit where you listen to it and you go, oh,
be confident. Yeah.
And you have your friends like, you gotta listen to this, listen to this. Listen to first lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to that shit.
That's how we always sold it anyway.
Oh my God. Yeah, come out of the gate with a fucking haymaker. Boom.
That's what we do though.
Yeah.
See, damn, you talking like how I feel about my album I'm about to drop.
When is it coming out?
Way. Well, shit, I just been working on this documentary, right, for the Perpetrator. So I'm just be honest with you, take you back. I've been working on, Only Built for Cuban Links is my What's Going On album, my Thriller album that I made 30 years ago. This year, 2025, would be 30 years. So what we done was we went back and decided to do a documentary about it, a real life film. So it's called The Perpetrate Files because, remind you, Only Built for Cuban Links was the name of the album. But being that I came with it as a cassette, everybody started to call this album The Perpetrate. So now, we came back and we decided to do, me and my team from my camp, not this is, the clan, of course, the clan, but this is something that was my intellectual property that I said, yo, you know what? Me and my guys sat down, my team sat down and said, yo, you need to do a documentary about this album because you can make 50 albums. People still going to talk about Only Built for Cuban Links. So I said, damn, you know what? You're right. So what I did was I said, you know what? Let me invest in it and kind of tell the story of what helped us inspire that album, what helped us be a part of the culture, and how it still allows me to still exist today. Like, if you see a lot of these guys today in the game, they still wearing Cuban link chains.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So who would ever thought that I'm calling my album only built for Cuban link niggas? Now everybody and their mother is wearing Cuban link chains today, 30 years later. So, you know, that's been something that I've been working on, and believe it or not, we've been working on it for 10 years.
Wow.
So I got over 50 influential people that was in my life that was affected by that album to be a part of this documentary. So now this is all in the making. We didn't actually go out there and start pitching it yet. We're finally getting ready to do it right now, as we speak. As we speak. Once the new year kick in and all that, we will be ready to go out there and position ourselves to go do a deal with a network with this project. It's going to be ill.
It's a great idea.
You know what I mean? So my thing is to talk about it in a way to where the way we made the album, all the experiences, all the things that we went through, and eventually that would wind up becoming a movie later on, because the storyboard of how I talk about it is going to blow people's mind, because it's like, damn, this is what you was going through. This is how your mindset was. Because I just want people to know that that album was made because I love hip hop, man, and you know, we were in a position to make something golden that at that time I was already thinking cinematic. I was already in my Martin Scorsese mindset, because when I came in the Klan, I was like, yo, I don't do all the karate shit. I don't know how to rhyme like that. I don't even know about drugs and hustlers and trying to get from here to there and turn my life around for the positive, you know? So we talk about this in a documentary, and we go through some of the songs, and like I said, you know, I got some of my guys that, you know, we had conflictions with some artists out there like Biggie back then. Everybody thought we had a beef, and you know, just it becomes interesting. But the bottom line is that's what I've been working on alongside with working on some other music. So I just said that, yo, let me get this done the right way first, and then I'm gonna, you know, drop some new music. So I got a definitely new album getting ready to come out.
And when is that gonna come out, you think?
The new album, I say probably like the 22nd quarter right now. Yeah, and I never even mentioned the name of the album, but I'll mention it on your show. The name of the album is going to be called The Emperor's New Clothes. You ever heard that Dutch folk tale?
Yeah.
You familiar?
The Emperor wears no clothes.
Yeah. So that's going to be the name of it, because I feel like the status quo today, everybody follows bullshit. Nobody wants to be genuine no more. Nobody wants to call out shit that makes sense. It's like, oh, if you believe it, oh, I'm supposed to believe. I'm supposed to believe nothing that don't feel like what it's supposed to be to me. Goes back to like you said, and I'm listening to everything you're saying about you have to do it from this way. Fuck that. Fuck radio. Whatever is going to stop you from being you. You know what I mean? Yes. So this is the same mindset that I'm thinking with my hip hop. My new album that's coming. Like, yo, I'm not going to let you tell me that this is not what people still love. You know what I mean? I don't care. I'm just, I know what I know from coming up as a kid who loved hip hop and what inspired me. So I'm gonna have a ball this year, man. I got a lot of great things that I want to give the world. But yeah, that's gonna be
people still love it. And I'm telling you, these like young kids that I have at the Comedy Mothership, when I played them 1990s hip hop, they go, oh, yeah, they just don't know yet.
Yeah.
They just don't know.
And we can't afford them because they wasn't alive probably at that time.
They got so much shit coming their way. Exactly. They're getting inundated by all these new artists and all these new TikToks.
There's so much shit going on. There's
so much shit going on.
There's so much going on. But, you know, I always say that it's always a lane for people that love music. You know what I mean? I don't care. It's like you could be 50. You know, today I'm sitting here as a 55-year-old man that still have that kid in them to love what helped me be who I am today. So I'm still at my best when it comes to making music, you know. Like today, the chef is more of a architect artist now. You know, I don't consider myself a gangster rapper or funny rapper. I'm an architect rapper, you know, because I like to reflect on things about growth and development, you know, and when people hear this album, they're gonna be like, damn, like, yo, he still fucking got it. I tell people all the time, don't ever think we're gonna lose that shit. That's like sitting here saying Mike Tyson can't fight. When you know at the end of the day, he ain't lose a fucking bit when it comes to how he feels that passion for boxing or whatever. I feel the same way with my music. So get ready. But then, like I said, the name of the album is called The Emperor's New Clothes. Check for that shit.
I'm ready. Listen,
like
brother,
it.
Thank you very much for being here. It was a real honor, real pleasure.
Be my guy, man.
Thank you for everything you guys have done over the years. I've been endlessly entertained by Wu-Tang Clan for a long fucking time.
There you go. Man.
And I hope somebody listens to this and makes that fucking movie. Make that movie.
We gonna make it happen.
Do it the right way.
We gonna figure it out.
I wish I made movies. I wish I was a movie maker because that's what I would be. I would make it that way. I would open up with that fucking Riker scene.
Listen, Joe, it's never too late for us to do what the fuck we want to do.
Never too late.
Never too late.
Never too late. Thank you, sir.
Love you.
Love you too. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye, bye.
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
I want to see you, Father.
Are we up?
Hello.
This is Chris Stefano's very first time ever.
Okay.
How are you?
Smoking.
How are you?
New Year, I think. That's bad. It's a medium.
It happens. You got 80 followers.
Yeah, thank you for that.
You're welcome. So are you eligible to make money on Kick now?
I didn't think about it.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm the same way.
I don't know, but now when I have a possibility to do that, I don't. That was my achievement. And when I achieve this, I see I don't need.
Okay. Have you thought about multi-streaming for Masha?
About streaming what?
Multi-streaming. It's the next wave of streaming. So basically, instead of just being live on Kick only, you go live on Kick and YouTube and Rumble and Twitch all at the same time.
I can.
Yes, you can. It's the same amount of work. You don't have to do anything different. It all goes in the same chat. So it's just from one piece of software. It's not even software. It's on a browser. It's called Rumble. Go to rumble.com. Rumble, RUMBLE. RUMBLE.com. Create an account.
Can you write it to me?
Sure, absolutely. You're welcome. It'll take you 20 minutes to set up, and then it's all done.
Okay.
It's very nice.
It's very something intensive. Next week about what works. Educating people who is studying the spiritual trip to finding themselves by some substance, but the substance for example, can be not clear. I want to take the knowledge, the strength, how to carry his life, to check how it is work from beginning to the end, and create that substance. I will say about time and energy for me, about honesty, and about the deep help see, I guess.
Yes.
The substance I want make my information, create knowledge video on YouTube too. As you said before, I can make this and when you said about the whole community because you want me to stream and I want to because it's nice way to share this knowledge but I feel more stressed. Something like stressed. But I don't believe it.
Do you see rumble.com?
It's wrong.
Rumble, yes.
Okay, I went on this page. Yes.
Create an account with your username, Affirmasha. Am I saying that correctly, Affirmasha?
I think yes.
Okay.
I think say how is comfort to you.
That's how it's comfortable to me, Affirmasha.
That's international site or only in English.
It should be in all languages.
Population have successfully registered.
Okay. Now,
So it's no, it means I don't wanna
just hold on. You'll be happy that you at least explored this. Do you see in the upper right corner? It says create, upload, and then Rumble Studio.
I got two eyes. Continue to rumble.com or continue to rumble.com.
Cloud. Go to rumble.com. Excellent. On the upper right corner, you should see like a little plus symbol that says like go live, upload, and then Rumble Studio. Press Rumble Studio. Okay, so this is the piece of it's software, but it's in a browser that is basically the main stream, and then you can multi-stream off of this. So what you do you have a Twitch account?
Twitch account I had.
You can use your old one. If you have your old one, just log in. Do you have a YouTube account?
YouTube, I have YouTube.
Excellent. So let's do YouTube first. Okay. Oh yeah, perfect. Thank you. Oh, we're gonna make it. You're gonna be really happy with this, and you start earning money immediately. Not a whole lot, but you. And I know money's not important, but it's something. At least it shows that they care. Okay. It's loading. Okay, account verification. You have to put in your telephone number.
Yes, that's right.
Hold on. The upper right corner where your avatar is, your profile, the circle. Yep. Click there. Okay, go to settings. No. There. Yeah, exactly. Go to account settings. It's like the second one down. No. Okay, that works too. Account information is fine. And then you should see verification. Yeah. Perhaps it's there. There you go. Okay, so you put in your telephone number there, and you'll get a code, and then you'll be verified, and you can use it right away. Excellent, verified. Okay, now do you see where the camera is in the upper right corner? Upper right corner, left. There you go. Yep, Rumble Studio, the bottom one. That one. Yep. Perfect. Okay. So this is like the home page. On the left, do you see the gear? On the left, yeah, the fourth one down. That one. Yep. Nope. No, last one, the fourth one. Keep going. That one. Yes. The gear. Yes. Excellent. Now, do you see where it says manage destinations? Yep, right there. Yep. Okay, perfect. So now you press add new destination, and then you log in with your YouTube. So go to YouTube. You click YouTube? Try it again. Oh, there you go. Oh, it connected. Perfect. Already done. Just like that. Okay, now click the plus again. And Twitch. Hold on, just let it be. Just let it be. Or did it open that for you? That's okay. Yeah, just log in with... That's okay. Log in with your Twitch. Yeah.
Okay, that's the
Excellent. Good job. Then go back to Rumble and then press the Twitch button. Go to Rumble. Yep. And just give it a second. And it should connect it. There you go. Yay. Okay. The last one for now that you want to do is kick. Okay? And in order to do this, you have to do, there's like one extra step per kick. So just one moment and we will get it done. Just one moment. I've done it before and I helped Caspian C do it. So if I want to connect Kick to Rumble Studio, I think I need to use a third-party application. What is it called? It's like Streamlabs or something like that.
I think I've heard it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Every time you do a stream, you're gonna have to upload a new code, and it's a pain. You want it to just be as easy as possible. So you're gonna want just one moment. Yeah, I think it's this. I think. Okay. Go to new tab. I mean, you can do this. You can do this, but it's only going to work the one time that you stream it, and you'll have to get a new code every time. If you want to do it, you can. So yeah, you go to creator dashboard.
Wait, somebody's called to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Take it.
I will.
I understand.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Excellent. Okay, so I want to make sure that you're aware of something. Well, just go to Creator Dashboard. It's called Creator Dashboard. Creator Dashboard. No. In Kit. In Kit.
Here I have infos. What do you want, settings?
Yeah, it should say Dashboard or Settings. Maybe Settings. Perfect. Okay.
Here.
There you go. That's what you need. But listen to me. This is kind of complicated. Do you mind if I translate it? Do you mind if I translate it? So just one moment. This part is a little complicated. If you don't mind, I'm just going to translate it.
Ta część jest trochę skomplikowana. Jeśli nie masz nic przeciwko, po prostu ją przetłumaczę.
If you put the numbers in there, it will only work on the first time that you stream. You want it to work every time that you stream so that you don't have to keep putting the numbers in. If you want, I can show you how you can get that done. But maybe for right now, you just do it that way.
Jeśli wpiszesz tam liczbę, zadziała to tylko za pierwszym razem, gdy będziesz streamować. Chciałeś, żeby działało za każdym razem, gdy będziesz streamować, więc nie musisz ciągle wpisywać liczb, jeśli chcesz. Mogę ci pokazać, jak to zrobić, ale może na razie po prostu zrób to w ten sposób.
Correct. So you put...
Is this possible to do that without doing it every time?
Yes. And that's what I want to show you.
Dobrze, więc umieściłeś.
You go to new tab. No, new tab, like a new one. Yep. And I think I could be wrong, but you want to go to Restream. It's RESTREAM.io. I think so. That one. Yeah, that one. Okay. Now, create an account. You might have to create an account. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Here.
Yeah, you see where it says continue with Google? Oh, wait, hold on. That can work. Yeah, that's fine. There you go. Okay. You don't there's a free version. Scroll down. Do you see where it says free version? It's okay if you don't. I may have made a mistake. Just one moment. Okay. Oh, okay, you got it. All right. Now, go to the main page, like home. Main page. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's this. I think. Okay. New stream? Yeah. No, it's not this one. Okay. Apologies. It's been a while since I've done this. Let me find which one it is. Stream to Kick using multi-streamer. Okay, here we go. Multi-stream Kick. Ready. Okay, yeah, it is restream.io. Okay. Okay, go to the homepage of Restream. Yeah, there you go. Whatever the homepage is. I don't think so. Let's see. Okay. RTMP settings. The second one. Yes. And let me see if I can see it. Let me just 1 moment. Let's see. Yeah, it is this one. Okay. Let me. Oh, I know. Just 1 moment. Let me try with my phone so I can zoom in and see it better. Okay. Oh, sorry, it's too loud. Okay. Okay, copy that, and put it into Rumble. So just delete that. Yep. And then paste. Yep. And then paste. And then name it Restream. Yes. Excellent. Okay. Now go to Restream. Press done. And oh yeah, there you go. Okay. Connect your encoder. Hold on 1 second. There you go. Good job. Yeah, you'll find Kick in there, or you should. There you go. And you put your Kick information in. Yes. There you go. And then it's going to be kick.com/Afirmasha. There you go. Add channel. Good job. Very, very good job. Okay. I think now it works. It'll work on all of them now. So you can test it by going to Rumble. You can close that. You can close everything now except Rumble. There you go. Okay, keep that open. And then, do you want to test it now? Is that okay? It'll take 5 minutes. Okay. Do you see the house? Upper left corner? Yep. Okay. Now you want to press stream now. Yes. And just put anything in for the name, test or whatever. Yeah, just test. Perfect. And then that's fine. You have to choose a category. Choose anything. Podcast is fine. That's fine. You only have to do it for one of them. You don't have to do the second one. There you go. Okay. Scroll down. Oh, actually, scroll up. Apologies. And on the right, there are like little buttons. Yeah. Click the buttons. There you go. Yep. And then scroll down. And let's see here. It should say next. Let's see. Maybe you have to add a, just to make sure, just add a secondary category. Oh, yeah. Now do it. Yeah. There you go. So it's going to stream on 4 things at once. It's going to stream on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Twitch. You say, no, you don't need OBS. No, you're fine. Just that. Oh, you can if you want. If you want OBS, you can. But you don't have to. You can just press, got it? Yep. Now at the top, you click, hold on, go back. The second one in, go to the top. All the way to the top. Okay, the second one, that one. That one. Yep. And then scroll down. Okay. And do you see there's a microphone with like a cross through it or like a slash through it? Yep. That's going to turn on your microphone. And then that will turn on your camera. And if you want to choose what camera it is, click the little bottom, the down arrow. The arrow. There you go. There you go. Perfect. Okay, you can switch that in OBS. It's no big deal right now. Exactly. Okay, and then in the upper left corner it says go live. Yep. And then you press go live. Okay. So YouTube failed for some reason. Have you ever streamed on YouTube before? Okay. Press end stream. No big deal. You just have to verify your account with YouTube. It'll take 24 hours for YouTube only. Okay, so go to YouTube in a new tab. Yep. You're very smart. You're very smart. Okay. Do you see? Nope. Click out of there. Yeah. Do you see the plus? Yeah, exactly. That one. You have to verify. Yep. Yeah, you just got to get a code from your phone, and then it will take 24 hours.
And then I wanted to do that and activate it live, but I don't trust it in the future.
Okay, well, you don't have to do it there. You can just turn that one off.
I hope so. I don't know why. Maybe that's by a short form. And YouTube is agree or maybe that's can be good.
Excellent.
Nice. It's like
Oh, addicted. Yes, absolutely. Okay. So then it takes 24 hours for YouTube to verify. So you can close YouTube now and you can test YouTube tomorrow. But now you're going to just test Twitch, Rumble, and Kick. So you can. Oh, that's okay. Wrap up and leave. That's fine. It's because we stopped it. And just we're going to do it again. But don't turn on YouTube. So just Twitch and restream. Nope. 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 That's right. That's okay. You can do it from here. That's right. Hold on. No. Turn off YouTube. There you go. Yep. Okay. Yeah, it's really nice. And then you would want to turn on your camera. There you go. And then at the top, you want to press the second one. There you go. Okay, so we'll test it now, and I'll tell you if you're live.
I need the OBS for my settings.
Right. So it's working in Kick. You're live in Kick, which is very good. That's the hard one. And then we'll try you in Twitch. Are you Affirmatia on Twitch? No, you're live on Twitch. You're live on Kick too. You're live on Kick too. I just saw you. I'll show you. I just saw you. Yeah. Excellent. Hello. And then you want to check Rumble. So, are you Affirmatia on Rumble?
I see I am.
Yes. What is your name on Rumble? Perfect. You're yes, you're live on all of them. Good job. It worked. Excellent. All right. That's all I wanted to show you. You can end the stream in the upper left corner. You just press end stream or wrap up. Yes. And then it will also record that for you. And it records it indefinitely, so for as long as it needs. So you can delete it if you don't want it, but now you multi-stream. So now you'll have a much bigger audience, and when they type to you, it all shows up in Rumble Studio. That's all. Oh yeah. So if you want to do OBS, then what you do is you open OBS. Okay. So what you do is, do you see where it says turn on virtual camera on the bottom right? Okay, so this you don't necessarily need to use anymore. Rumble kind of does this all for you. But if you want to make it so that people see your screen like you're doing, it says it's turn on virtual camera. And so in the bottom right, under a panel, you should see turn on virtual camera. Yeah. You see turn on virtual camera? Yes. Excellent. So turn it on. And then, yes. Okay. So now when you go to Rumble, Yes. And set up a new one. Yep. You don't have to go live, but I'll just show you how to get that camera. So yes, press that stream. And then turn on, give it a name, just whatever, test or whatever. And then do Twitch. No, go back. That's okay. That's okay. You have to click the two things. That's fine. You can leave it there. Now go to the second one in. Yep. And then do you see the microphone? Yeah, but don't press the camera yet. Yeah. Do the arrow. The arrow. Yes. Now do you see OBS? Okay, press the OBS one. Yes. Click it. Did you press the OBS one? Okay. Click it. Okay, I see you are. Turn on the camera. Yep. There you go. So now anything you do in OBS will show up like that. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
Excellent. You're welcome. And then tomorrow, after 24 hours, try YouTube and then it'll all work. You're welcome, my friend. If you need anything else, I'm here for you. You know that. If you need anything else, I'm here for you. So just let me know if you need anything else. Okay, I will. Yeah, I know what you can do. You can keep streaming in here. You don't have to go. You used to stream in here all night and all day, and I loved it. Be like Caspian Sea. Yeah, he's still here. He streams a lot. He's not sleeping. That's right.
can do that, but sometimes I need a break.
I know you need a break. So just you can leave your accountant here though. It's just more people, but I understand. But yeah. Oh well, thank you so much. Oh well, thank you. I'm not saying you always have to be on camera. You keep your camera off, but just keep your accountant here. You'll meet new people. You'll meet new friends. You'll get good advice. So you can close everything now. And you do what you need to do now. You don't have to share your screen anymore. And you do whatever you need to do now. But I want you to know I appreciate you being my friend. And if you need anything else, you let me know, okay? You're welcome. All right, so what do I want from you? I want nothing in return. But if you ever have time, just make sure to keep your accountant here. It makes it look like more things are happening. And then when you're bored, come in and talk. But you don't have to keep your camera on. You can keep your camera off all the time. You don't have to do what I do. But what I'm saying is, then there's a connection to the world. Then there's a portal into someone's life. And it's like if we were friends, we're all holding hands. And we're just, creating a good community. Very well. You go do what you need to do. Go play with your dog. Go surf the internet. I'm going to do what I need to do. And if you have any questions, I'm here for you, okay? Excellent. I'm going to watch this podcast if you want to watch it. Do you want to watch it? You do you. You meditate in as strange a way as you want. Just shut your camera off if you want, so that you have all the peace of mind that you need. And then when you're done, come back and talk with us. Okay.
Because I want to from the beginning I write the people here about this, but I want to deal with this part. Maybe not 24 hours, 7 days, right? But I want to be with you. I need with this to create, creating with love. I want to sing.
Beautiful. Well, I understand not everybody can do it all the time, but do it as much as you can. And if you need me, I'm here. And enjoy your meditation, okay? Excellent. Sounds good. And we'll be here if you need us.
Give me a cigar. How old are you? 40. How have you managed to get this far with no cigars?
I don't know how to do any really guy shit like that. I don't know how to play pool, cigars. I don't really know how to do that, but I do know every state capital.
Okay.
Yeah. Is this the right way?
Yeah.
He's gonna vomit. I want to see him vomit.
I don't think he's gonna vomit. Don't inhale it. You got to get the fire.
First, you got to
lower your hand. Yeah. Are you doing this on purpose?
I swear on my kids, I've never done this.
No. I mean the way you're being retarded. Get the fire on the.
Yeah, they're just comedians.
Get it on there. Get it on there. Get it in there. There you go. Yeah. All right, you're good. Just start pulling. No, you're not good. How did you fuck that up?
What am I saying? What?
I think they're just smoking cigars. Yeah. Absolutely. But if you're going to watch, I mean, we can watch this, but it's not very educational. If you're going to watch, we should watch something educational. So just one moment.
If we don't ask how long do they last, but instead ask what's the probability that there have been any civilizations at all, no matter how long they lasted. I'm not asking whether they exist now or not. I'm just asking in general about probabilities to make a technological civilization anywhere and at any time in the history of the universe. And that we were able to constrain. And so what we found was basically that there have been 10 billion trillion habitable zone planets in the universe. And what that means is those are 10 billion trillion experiments that have been run. And the only way that we're the only time that this is, this whole process from, abiogenesis to a civilization has occurred is if every one of those experiments failed, right? So therefore you could put a probability, we called it the pessimism line, right? We don't really know what nature sets for the probability of making intelligent civilizations, right? But we could set a limit using this. We could say, look, as if the probability per habitable zone planet is less than 10 to the minus 22, 1 in 10 billion trillion, then yeah, we're alone. If it's anywhere larger than that, then we're not the first. It's happened somewhere else. And to me, that was mind-blowing. It doesn't tell me there's anybody nearby. The galaxy could be sterile. It just told me that, unless nature's really has some bias against civilizations, we're not the first time this has happened. This has happened elsewhere over the course of cosmic history.
The following is a conversation with Adam Frank, an astrophysicist interested in the evolution of star systems and the search for alien civilizations in our universe. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Adam Frank. You wrote a book about aliens. So the big question, how many alien civilizations are out there?
Yeah, that's the question, right? The amazing thing is that after 2.5 millennia of people yelling at each other or setting each other on fire occasionally over the answer, we now actually have the capacity to answer that question. So in the next 10, 20, 30 years, we're going to have data relevant to the answer to that question. We're going to have hard data finally that will, one way or the other, even if we don't find anything immediately, we will have gone through a number of planets. We'll be able to start putting limits on how common life is. The one answer I can tell you, which was an important part of the problem, is how many planets are there, right? And just like people have been arguing about the existence of life elsewhere for 2,500 years, people have been arguing about planets for the exact same amount of time, right? You can see Aristotle yelling at Democritus about this. You can see they had very wildly different opinions about how common planets were going to be and how unique Earth was. And that question got answered, right? Which is pretty remarkable that in a lifetime you can have a 2,500-year-old question. The answer is they're everywhere. There are planets everywhere. And it was possible that planets were really rare. We didn't really understand how planets formed. And so if you go back to, say, the turn of the 20th century, there was a theory that said planets formed when two stars passed by each other closely, and then the material was gravitationally squeezed out, in which case those kinds of collisions are so rare that you would expect 1 in a trillion stars to have planets. Instead, every star in the night sky has planets.
So one of the things you've done is simulated the formation of stars. How difficult do you think it is to simulate the formation of planets, like simulate a solar system, through the entire evolution of the solar system? This is kind of a numerical simulation sneaking up to the question of how many planets are there.
That actually we're able to do now. You can run simulations of the formation of planetary systems. So if you run the simulation, really where you want to start is a cloud of gas, these giant interstellar clouds of gas that may have, 1 million times the mass of the sun in them. And so you run a simulation of that. It's turbulent. The gas is roiling and tumbling. And every now and then you get a place where the gas is dense enough that gravity gets hold of it and it can pull it downward. So you'll start to form a protostar. And a protostar is basically the young star of this ball of gas where nuclear reactions are getting started. But it's also a disk. So as the material falls inward, because everything's rotating, as it falls inward, it'll spin up and then it'll form a disk. The material will collect in what's called an accretion disk or a protoplanetary disk. And you can simulate all of that. Once you get into the disk itself and you want to do planets, things get a little bit more complicated because the physics gets more complicated. Now you got to start worrying about dust, because actually dust, which is just, dust is the wrong word, it's smoke really. These are the tiniest bits of solids. They will coagulate in the disk to form pebbles, right? And then the pebbles will collide to form rocks, and then the rocks will form boulders, et cetera, et cetera. That process is super complicated, but we've been able to simulate enough of it to begin to get a handle on how planets form, how you accrete enough material to get the first proto-planets or planetary embryos, as we call them. And then the next step is those things start slamming into each other to form, planetary-sized bodies. And then the planetary bodies slam into each other. Earth, the moon, came about because there was a Mars-sized body that slammed into the Earth and basically blew off all the material that then eventually formed the moon.
And all of them have different chemical compositions, different temperatures.
Yeah, so the temperature of the material in the disk depends on how far away you are from the star. So it decreases, right? And so there's a really interesting point. So close to the star, temperatures are really high. And the only thing that can condense, that can kind of freeze out, is going to be stuff like metals. So that's why you find Mercury is this giant ball of iron, basically. And then as you go further out, the gas gets cooler, and now you can start getting things like water to freeze, right? So there's something we call the snow line, which is somewhere in our solar system out around between Mars and Jupiter. And that's the reason why the giant planets in our solar system, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, all have huge amounts of ice in them, or water and ice. Actually, Jupiter and Saturn don't have so much, but the moons do. The moons have so much water in them that there's oceans, right? That we've got a number of those moons that have got more water on them than there's water on Earth.
Do you think it's possible to do that kind of simulation to have a stronger and stronger estimate of how likely an Earth-like planet is? Can we get the physics simulation done well enough to where we can start estimating, what are the possible Earth-like things that could be generated?
Yeah, I think we can. I think we're learning how to do that now. So one part is trying to just figure out how planets form themselves and doing the simulations, like that cascade from dust grains up to planetary embryos. That's hard to simulate because it's both. You got to do both the gas and you got to do the dust and the dust colliding and all that physics. Once you get up to a planet-sized body, then you kind of have to switch over to almost like a different kind of simulation. There, often what you're doing is you're assuming the planet is this sort of spherical ball, and then you're doing like a 1D, a radial calculation. And you're just asking all right, how is this thing what is the structure of it going to be? Am I going to have a solid iron core, or am I going to get a solid iron core with that liquid iron core out around it like we have on Earth? And then you get a silicate, kind of a rocky mantle, and then across all those details, those are kind of beyond being able to do full 3D simulations from ab initio, from scratch. We're not there yet.
How important are those details, like the crust and the atmosphere, do you think?
Hugely important. So I'm part of a collaboration at the University of Rochester where we're using the giant laser. This is called the Laboratory for Laser Energetics. We got a huge grant from the NSF to use that laser to slam tiny pieces of silica to understand what the conditions are like at the center of the Earth, or even more importantly, the center of super Earths. This is what's wild. The most common kind of planet in the universe we don't have in our solar system, which is amazing, right? So we've been able to study enough or observe enough planets now to get a census. We kind of have an idea of who's average, who's weird. And our solar system's weird because the average planet has a mass somewhere between a few times the mass of the Earth to maybe 10 times the mass of the Earth, and that's exactly where there are no planets in our solar system. So the smaller ones of those we call super Earths, the larger ones we call sub-Neptunes, and they're anybody's guess. We don't really know what happens to material when you're squeezed to those pressures, which is millions, tens of millions of times the pressure on the surface of the Earth. So those details really will matter of what's going on in there, because that will determine whether or not you have, say, for example, plate tectonics. We think plate tectonics may have been really important for life on Earth, for the evolution of complex life on Earth. So it turns out, And this is sort of the next generation where we're going with the understanding the evolution of planets and life. It turns out that you actually have to think hard about the planetary context for life. You can't just be like, oh, there's a warm pond, and then some interesting, chemistry happens in the warm pond. You actually have to think about the planet as a whole and what it's gone through in order to really understand whether a planet is a good place for life or not.
Why do you think plate tectonics might be useful for the formation of complex life?
There's a bunch of different things. One is that, the Earth went through a couple of phases of being a snowball planet. Like we went into a period of glaciation where pretty much the entire planet was under ice. The oceans were frozen. Early on in Earth's history, there was barely any land. We were actually a water world, with just a couple of Australia-sized cratons, they called them, protocontinents. So those, we went through these snowball Earth phases. And if it wasn't for the fact that we had kind of an active plate tectonics, which had a lot of volcanism on it, we could have been locked in that forever. Like once you get into a snowball state, a planet can be trapped there forever, which is, maybe you already had life form, but then because it's so cold, you may never get anything more than just microbes. So what plate tectonics does is because it fosters more volcanism, is that you're going to get carbon dioxide pumped into the atmosphere, which warms the planet up and gets you out of the snowball Earth phase. But there's even more really important things. I just finished a paper where we were looking at something called the hard steps model, which is this model that's been out there for a long time that purports to say intelligent life in the universe will be really rare. And it made all these assumptions about the Earth's history, particularly the history of life and the history of the planet, or have nothing to do with each other. And it turns out, as I was doing the reading for this, that Earth probably early on had a more mild form of plate tectonics. And then somewhere about 1 billion years ago, it ramped up. And that ramping up changed everything on the planet. Because here's a funny thing. The Earth used to be flat. You know what I mean by that? Right, so all the flat earthers out there can get excited for 1 second.
Clip it.
What I mean by that is that there really weren't many mountain ranges, right? The beginning of, I think the term is orogenesis, mountain building, the true Himalayan-style giant mountains, didn't happen until this more robust form of plate tectonics, where the plates are really being driven around the planet. And that is when you get the crusts hitting each other, and they start pushing, into these Himalayan-style mountains. The weathering of that, the erosion of that, puts huge amounts of nutrients, things that microbes want to use, into the oceans, and then what we call the net primary productivity, the bottom of the food chain, how much sugars they're producing, how much photosynthesis they're doing, shot up by a factor of almost 1,000, right? So the fact that you had plate tectonics supercharged evolution in some sense. We're not exactly sure how it happened, but it's clear that the amount of life, the amount of living activity that was happening really got a boost from the fact that suddenly there was this new vigorous form of plate tectonics.
So it's nice to have turmoil in terms of temperature, in terms of surface geometries, in terms of the chemistry of the planet, turmoil.
Yeah, that's actually really true, because what happens is if you look at the history of life, that's an excellent point you're bringing up. If you look at the history of life on Earth, we get abiogenesis somewhere around at least 3.8 billion years ago. And that's the first microbes. They kind of take over enough that they really do, you get a biosphere. You get a biosphere that is actively changing the planet. But then you go through this period they call the boring billion, where it's 1 billion years and it's just microbes. Nothing's happening. It's just microbes. I mean, microbes are doing amazing things. They're inventing fermentation. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. But it's not until sort of you get probably these continents slamming into each other, you really get the beginning of continents forming and driving changes that evolution has to respond to. That on a planetary scale, this turmoil, this chaos is creating new niches as well as closing other ones. And evolution has to respond to that. And somewhere around there is when you get the Cambrian explosions, when suddenly every body plan, evolution goes on an orgy, essentially. So yeah, it does look like that chaos or that turmoil was actually very helpful to evolution.
I wonder if there's some extremely elevated levels of chaos, almost like catastrophes, behind every leap of evolution. Like you're not going to have leaps. Like in human societies, we have like an Einstein that comes up with a good idea, but it feels like on an evolutionary time scale, you need some real big drama going on for the evolutionary system to have to come up with a solution to that drama, like an extra complex solution to that drama.
Well, I think I'm not sure if that's true. I don't know if it needs to be like an almost extinction event, right? Because it's certainly true that we have gone through almost extinction events, right? We've had, 5 mass extinctions, but you don't necessarily see that like there was this giant evolutionary leap happening after those. So, with the comet impact, the KT boundary, certainly, lots of niches opened up, and that's why we're here, right? Because, our ancestors were just little, basically rodents, rats, living under the footsteps of the dinosaurs. And it was that comet impact that opened the route for us. But it wasn't, that still took another, 65 million years. It wasn't like this thing immediately happened. But what we found with this hard steps paper, because the whole idea of the hard steps paper was, it was one of these anthropic reasoning kinds of things, where Brandon Carter said, oh, look, the intelligence doesn't show up on Earth until about, almost close to when the end of the sun's lifetime. And so he's like, well, there should be no reason why the sun's lifetime and the time for evolution to produce intelligence should be the same. And so therefore, and he goes through all this reasoning, anthropic reasoning, and he ends up with the idea that like, oh, it must be that the odds of getting intelligence are super low. And so that's the hard steps, right? So there was a series of steps in evolution that were, very, very hard. And because of that, you can calculate some probability distributions.
How are you? What up, Volcon? What's good? Hello? Well, I hope you're having a good day. We're just watching a podcast. Feel free to enjoy. That happens.
And everybody loves a good probability distribution, and they went a long way.
Afirmasha, do you want me to turn on Polish subtitles?
About the inflation to feel the energy from this book he's talking about, and he's answering on my question in my head, but that it's not what the topic he's talking about. It's about topic and this is weird. This is weird, I know, but I'm feeling the life in really strangely and collaborating with every energy. With the energy of love and with energy of I am observing this, but my mistake is that I am filled with every energy that I will fulfill.
Okay. All right. You do you, girl.
Way with this. But it turns out that the whole thing is flawed because on one, when you look at it, of course, the time scale for the sun's evolution and the time scale for evolution on life are coupled, because life and the time scale for evolution of the Earth is about the same time scale as the evolution as the sun. It's billions of years. The Earth evolves over billions of years, and life and the Earth co-evolve. That's what Brandon Carter didn't see, is that actually the fate of the Earth and the fate of life are inextricably combined. And this is really important for astrobiology too. Life doesn't happen on a planet; it happens to a planet. So this is something that David Grinspoon and Sarah Walker both say, and I agree with this. It's a really nice way of putting it. Plate tectonics, the evolution of oxygen, of an oxygen atmosphere, which only happened because of life. These things, these are things that are happening where life and the planet are sort of sloshing back and forth. And so rather than, to your point about do you need giant catastrophes, maybe not giant catastrophes, but what happens is as the Earth and life are evolving together, windows are opening up, evolutionary windows. Like, for example, life put oxygen into the atmosphere. When life invented this new form of photosynthesis about 2.5 billion years ago, that broke water apart to work to do its chemical shenanigans. It broke water apart and pushed oxygen into the atmosphere. That's why there's oxygen in the atmosphere. It's only because of life. That opened up huge possibilities, new spaces for evolution to happen, but it also changed the chemistry of the planet forever. So the introduction of oxygen photosynthesis changed the planet forever, and it opened up a bunch of windows for evolution that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Like, for example, you and I, we need that amount of oxygen. Big-brained creatures need an oxygen-rich atmosphere because oxygen is so potent for metabolism. So you couldn't get intelligent creatures 100 million years after the planet formed.
So really, on a scale of a planet, when there's billions, trillions of organisms on a planet, they can actually have planetary scale impact.
Yeah.
So the chemical shenanigans of an individual organism, when scaled out to trillions, can actually change a planet.
Yeah, and we know this for a fact now. Like, this is, so there was this thing, Gaia theory, that, you know, with James Lovelock introduced in the 70s. And then Lynn Margulis, the biologist Lynn Margulis, together. So this Gaia theory was the idea that planets pretty much life takes over a planet. Life hijacks a planet in a way that the sum total of life creates these feedbacks between the planet and the life, such that it keeps the planet habitable. It's kind of a homeostasis, right? I can go out, like right now outside, it's 100 degrees, right? And I go outside, but my internal temperature is going to be the same. And I can go back to, you know, Rochester, New York in the winter, and it's going to be, you know, 0 degrees, but my internal temperature is going to be the same. That's homeostasis. The idea of Gaia theory was that life, the biosphere, exerts this pressure on the planet, or these feedbacks on the planet, that even as other things are changing, the planet will always stay in the right kinds of conditions for life. Now, when this theory came out, it was very controversial. People were like, oh my God, you know, what are you smoking weed? You know, and like there were all these Gaian festivals with Gaian dances. And so, you know, it became very popular in the New Age community. But Lovelock, actually, they were able to show that, no, this has nothing to do with like the planet being conscious or anything. It was about these feedbacks that by the biology, the biosphere can exert these feedbacks. And now that's become, whether or not we're still unclear whether there are true Gaian feedbacks in the sense that the planet can really exert complete control. But it is absolutely true that the biosphere is a major player in Earth's history.
So the biosphere fights for homeostasis on Earth.
What I would say right now is I don't know if I can say that scientifically. I can certainly say that the biosphere does a huge amount of the regulation of the planetary state, and over billions of years has strongly modified the evolution of the planet. So whether or not a true Gaian feedback would be exactly what it is, right? The biosphere is this somehow, and Sarah Walker and David Grinspoon and I actually did a paper on this about the idea of planetary intelligence or cognition across a planetary scale. And I think that actually is possible. It's not conscious, but there is a kind of cognitive activity going on. The biosphere, in some sense, knows what is happening because of these feedbacks. So it's still unclear whether we have these full Gaian feedbacks, but we certainly have semi-Gaian feedbacks. If there's a perturbation on the planetary scale, temperature, you know, insolation, how much sunlight's coming in, the biosphere will start to have feedbacks that will damp that perturbation. Temperature goes up, the biosphere starts doing something, temperature comes down.
Now, I wonder if the technosphere also has a Gaian feedback or elements of a Gaian feedback, such that the technosphere will also fight to some degree for homeostasis. Open question, I guess.
Well, I'm glad you asked that question, because that paper that David and Sarah and I wrote, what we were arguing is that over the history of a planet, right? When life first forms, 3.8 billion years ago, it's kind of thin on the ground, right? You've got the first species, these are all microbes. And they have not yet, they're not going to, enough of them to exert any kind of these Gaian feedback. So we call that an immature biosphere. Mm-hmm. But then as time goes on, as life becomes more robust and it begins to exert these feedbacks, keeping the planet in the place where it needs to be for life, we call that a mature biosphere, right? And the important thing, and I'm sure later on we're going to talk about definitions of life and such. There's this great term called autopoiesis that Francisco Varela, the neurobiologist Francisco Varela, came up with. And he said, one of the defining things about life is this property of autopoiesis, which means self-creating and self-maintaining. Life does not create the conditions which will destroy itself, right? It's always trying to keep itself in a place where it can stay alive. So the biosphere, from this Gaian perspective, has been autopoietic for billions of years. Now, we just invented this technosphere in the last couple of hundred years, and what we were arguing in that paper is that it's an immature technosphere, right? Because right now with climate change and all the other things we're doing, we're just the technosphere right now is sort of destroying the conditions under which it needs to maintain itself. So the real job for us, if we're going to last over, geologic timescales, if we want a technosphere that's going to last tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years, then we've got to become mature, which means to not undermine the conditions, to not subvert the conditions that you need to stay alive. So as of right now, I'd say we're not autopoietic.
Well, I wonder if we look across thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, that perturbations, the technosphere should create perturbations as a way for developing greater and greater defenses against perturbations, which sounds like a ridiculous statement, but basically go out and play in the yard and hurt yourself to strengthen the, or like drink water from the pond.
From the pond, yeah, right.
To
Get sick a few times.
To strengthen the immune system.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting with the technosphere, we can talk about this more, but we're just emerging as a technosphere in terms of as a interplanetary technosphere, right? That's really the next step for us is to, David Grinspoon talks about, I love this idea of anti-accretion, like this amazing thing that for the first time, over the entire history of the planet, stuff is coming off the planet, right? It used to be everything just fell down, all the meteorites fell down, but now we're starting to push stuff out. And, like the idea of planetary defense or such, we are actually going to start exerting perturbations on the solar system as a whole. We're going to start engineering if we make it, right? I always like to say that if we can get through climate change, the prize at the end is the solar system, right? So we will will be changed, literally engineering the solar system. But what you can think of right now with what's happening with the Anthropocene, the great acceleration that is the technosphere, is the creation. That is a giant perturbation on the biosphere, right? And what you can't do is, the technosphere sits on top of the biosphere, and if the technosphere undermines the biosphere for its own conditions of habitability, then you're in trouble, right? I mean, the biosphere is not going away. There's nothing we could do. Like the idea that we have to save the Earth is a little ridiculous. Like the Earth is not a furry little bunny that we need to protect, but it's the conditions for us, right? Humanity emerged out of the Holocene, the last 10,000 years interglacial period. We can't tolerate very different kinds of Earths. So that's what I mean about a perturbation.
Before we forget, I got to ask you about this paper. It's
right.
Pretty interesting. There's an interesting table here about hard steps. Abiogenesis, glucose fermentation to pyruvic acid, all kinds of steps, all the way to Homo sapiens, animal intelligence, land ecosystems, endoskeletons, eye precursor, so formation of the eye.
Yeah.
Complex multicellularity.
That's definitely one of the big things.
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, what can you say about this chart? There are all kinds of papers talking about what the difficulty of these steps.
Right, and so this was the idea. So what Carter said was, using anthropic reasoning, he said there must be a few very hard steps for evolution to get through to make it to intelligence, right? So there's some steps are going to be easy. So every generation, you roll the dice, and it won't take long for you to get that step. But there must be a few of them, and he said you could even calculate how many there were, 5, 6, in order to get to intelligence. And so this paper here, this plot, is all these different people who've written all these papers, and this is the point, actually. You can see all these papers that were written on the hard steps, each one proposing a different set of what those steps should be. And there's this other idea from biology of the major transitions in evolution, MTEs, that those were the hard steps. But what we actually found was that none of those are actually hard. The whole idea of hard steps, that there are hard steps, is actually suspect. So, what's amazing about this model is it shows how important it is to actually work with people who are in the field, right? So, Brandon Carter was a brilliant physicist, the guy who came up with this. And then lots of physicists and astrophysicists like me have used this, but the people who actually study evolution and the planet were never involved. Right. And if you went and talked to an evolutionary biologist or a biogeophysicist, they'd look at you when you explained this to them and they'd be like, what? Like, what are you guys doing? Turns out none of the details or none of the conceptual structure of this matches with what the people actually study the planet and its evolution.
Is it mostly about the the fact that there's not really discrete big steps. It's a gradual, continual kind of process.
Well, there's two things. The first most important one was that the planet and the biosphere have evolved together. That's something that most biogeophysicists completely accept. And it was the first thing that Carter kind of rejected. He said, like, no, that's probably not possible. And yet, like if he'd only sort of had more discussions with this other community, it would have seemed like, no, there are actually windows that open up. And then the next thing is this idea of whether a step is hard or not. Because for a hard, what you mean by a hard step is that, like I said, every time there's a generation, every time there's the next generation born, you're rolling the dice on whether this mutation will happen. And the idea of something being a hard step, there's two ways in which something might even appear as a hard step and not be, or actually not be a hard step at all. One is that you see something that has occurred in evolution that's only happened once, right? So let's take the opposite. You see something that's happened multiple times, like wings. Lots of examples of wings over lots of different evolutionary lineages. So that's clearly not making wings is not a hard step. There are certain other things that people say, no, that's a hard step. Oxygen, the oxygen photosynthesis. But they tend to be so long ago that we've lost all the information. There could be other things in the fossil record that, made this innovation, but they're just gone now. So you can't tell. So there's information loss. The other thing is the idea of pulling up the ladder, that somebody, some species makes the innovation, but then it fills the niche and nobody else can do it again. So yeah, it only happened once, but it happened once because basically the creature was so successful, it took over and there was no space for anybody else to evolve. So yeah, so the interesting thing about this was seeing how much, once you look at the details of life's history on Earth, how it really shifts you away from this hard steps model. And it shows you that those details, as we're talking about, like do you have to know about the planet? Do you have to know about plate tectonics? Yeah, you're going to have to.
I mean, to be fair to Carter on the first point, it makes it much more complicated if life and the planet are co-evolving. Because it would be nice to consider the planet as a static thing that sets the initial conditions.
Yeah.
And then we can sort of, from an outside perspective, analyze planets based on the initial conditions they create. And then there's a binary yes or no, will it create life? But if they co-evolve, it's just it's a really complex dynamical system where everything is becomes much more difficult from the perspective of SETI, of looking out there and trying to figure out which ones are actually producing life.
But I think we're at the point now, so now there may be other kinds of principles that actually, because co-evolution actually has its own, not deterministic, you're done with determinism, right? But complex systems have patterns. Complex systems have constraints, and that's actually what we're going to be looking for, or constraints on them. And so, and again, nothing against Carter, it was a brilliant idea, but it just goes to show, there's this great XTC. I'm a theoretical physicist, right? So I love give me a simplified model with, a dynamical equation, some initial conditions. I'm very happy. But there's this great XTC comic where, somebody's working something out on the board, and this physicist is looking over and saying, I just wrote down an equation for that. I solved your problem. Do you guys even have a journal for this? And the subtitle is Why Everybody Hates Physicists.
Yeah.
So sometimes that approach totally works. Sometimes physicists, we can be very good at zooming in on what is important and casting the details aside so you can get to the heart of an issue. And that's very useful sometimes. Other times it obfuscates, right? Other times it clouds over actually what you needed to focus on, especially when it comes to complexity.
Speaking of simplifying everything down to an equation, let's return back to the question of how many alien civilizations are out there and talk about the Drake equation.
Yeah.
Can you explain the Drake equation?
People have various feelings about the Drake equation. It can be abused, but basically it was the story actually is really interesting. So Frank Drake in 1960 does the first ever astrobiological experiment. He gets a radio telescope, points it at a couple of stars, and listens for signals. That was the first time anybody done any experiment about any kind of life in the history of humanity. And he does it, and he's kind of waiting for everybody to make fun of him. Instead, he gets a phone call from the government, says, hey, we want you to do a meeting on interstellar communications, right? He's like, okay. So they organize a meeting, just 8 people. A young Carl Sagan is going to be there as well. And the night before, Drake has to come up with an agenda. How do you come up with an agenda for a meeting on a topic that no one's ever talked about before? Right? And so he breaks what he does. What's so brilliant about the Drake equation is he breaks the problem of how many civilizations are out there into a bunch of sub-problems, right? And he breaks it into 7 sub-problems. Each one of them is a factor in an equation that when you multiply them all together, you get the number of civilizations out there that we could communicate with. So the first term is the rate at which stars form. The second term is the fraction of those stars that have planets, F sub p. The next term is the number of planets in the habitable zone, the place where we think life could form. The next term after that is the fraction of those planets where actually an abiogenesis event, life forms, occurs. The next one is the fraction of planets on which you start to get intelligence. After that, it's the fraction of planets where that intelligence goes on to create a civilization. And then finally, the last term, which is the one that we really care about, is the lifetime. How long you have a civilization, now how long does it last?
What do you say we humans?
We humans, right? Because we're staring at the multiple guns pointing at us. Nuclear war, climate change, AI. So how long in general does civilizations last? Now, each one of these terms, what was brilliant about what he did was, what he was doing was he was quantifying our ignorance, right? By breaking the problem up into these 7 sub-problems, he gave astronomers something to do, right? And so, this is always with a new research field. You need a research program, or else you just have a bunch of vague questions. You don't even know really what you're trying to do. So, the star people could figure out how many stars were forming per year. The people who were interested in planets could go out and find techniques to discover planets, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, these are their own fields. Essentially, by creating this equation, he's launching new fields.
Yeah. That's exactly. He gave astrobiology, which wasn't even a term then, a roadmap. Like, okay, you guys go do this, you go do that, you go do that. And it had such far-reaching effect on astrobiology because it did break the problem up in a way that gave useful, sort of marching orders for all these different groups. Like, for example, it's because of the Drake equation in some sense that people who were involved in SETI pushed NASA to develop the technologies for planet hunting. There was this amazing meeting in 1978, 1972 meetings, 1978 and 1979, that were driven in some part by the people who were involved in SETI getting NASA together to say, look, how, what's the roadmap for us to develop technologies to find planets? So, the Drake equation is absolutely foundational for astrobiology, but we should remember that it's not a law of nature, right? It's not something it's not E equals MC squared. And so you can see it being abused in some sense. People, it's generated 1 trillion papers. Some of those papers are good. I've written some of those, and some of those papers are bad. I'm not sure where my paper fits in on those. I'm saying, one should be careful about what you're using it for. But in terms of understanding the problem that astrobiology faces, this really broke it up in a useful way.
We could talk about each one of these, but let's just look at exoplanets.
Yeah.
So that's a really interesting one. I think when you look back, hundreds of years from now, what is it, in the 90s when they first detected the first?
92 and 95. 95 to me was that was the discovery of the first planet orbiting a sun-like star. To me, that was the dam being broken.
I think that's like one of the greatest discoveries in the history of science.
I agree.
Right now, I guess nobody's celebrating it too much because you don't know what it really means. But I think once we almost certainly will find life out there, it will obviously allow us to generalize across the entire galaxy, the entire universe. So if you can find life on a planet, even in the solar system, you can now start generalizing across the entire universe.
You can. All you need is one. Like right now, it's an n. Our understanding of life, we have one example. We have n equals 1 example of life. So that means we could be an accident, right? It could be that we're the only place in the entire universe where this weird thing called life has occurred. Get one more example, and now you're done. Because if you have one more example, now you don't have to find all the other examples. You just know that it's happened more than once. And now you are, from a Bayesian perspective, you can start thinking like, this life is not something that's hard to make.
Well, let me get your sense of estimates for the Drake equation. You've also written a paper expanding on the Drake equation. But what do you think is the answer?
So there was this paper we wrote, Woody Sullivan and I, in 2016, where we said, look, we have all this exoplanet data now, right? So the thing that exoplanet science and the exoplanet census I was talking about before have nailed is F sub p, the fraction of stars that have planets, it's 1. Every freaking star that you see in the sky hosts a family of worlds. I mean, it's mind-boggling because every one of those are all places, right? They're either, gas giants, probably with moons, so the moons are places you can stand and look out, or they're like terrestrial worlds where even if there's not life, there's still snow falling and there's oceans washing up on shorelines. It's incredible to think how many places and stories there are out there. So, right, the first term was F sub p, which is how many stars have planets. The next term is how many planets are in the habitable zone, right, on average. And it turns out to be 1/5, right? So, around 0.2. So that means you just count 5 of them. Go out at night and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of them has an Earth-like planet, in the habitable zone. Like, whoa.
So what defines a habitable zone?
Habitable zone is an idea that was developed in the 1958 by the Chinese-American astronomer Xu Sheng. And it was a brilliant idea. It said, look, I can do this simple calculation. If I take a planet and just stick it at some distance from a star of what's the temperature of the planet, what's the temperature of the surface. So now all you're going to ask, you give it a standard kind of, Earth-like atmosphere and ask, could there be liquid water on the surface, right? We believe that liquid water is really important for life. There could be other things that's happening, fine. But, if you were to start off trying to make life, you'd probably choose water as your solvent. So basically, the habitable zone is the band of orbits around a star where you can have liquid water on the surface. You could take a glass of water, pour it on the surface, and it would just pool up. It wouldn't freeze immediately, which would happen if your planet is too far out, and it wouldn't just boil away if your planet's too close in. So that's the formal definition of the habitable zone. So it's a nice, strict definition. There's probably way more going on than that, but this is a place to start.
Right. Well, we should say it's a place to start. I do think it's too strict of a constraint.
I would agree.
We're talking about temperature where water can be on the surface. There's so many other ways to get the aforementioned turmoil, where the temperature varies, whether it's volcanic, so interaction of volcanoes and ice and all of this on the moons of planets that are much farther away, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, for example, we know in our own solar system, we have, say, Europa, the moon of Jupiter, which has got a 100-mile deep ocean under 10 miles of ice, right? That's not in the habitable zone. That is outside the habitable zone. And that may be the best place. It's got more water than Earth does. All of its oceans are, it's twice as much water on Europa than there is on Earth. So, that may be a really great place for life to form, and it's outside the habitable zone. So, the habitable zone is a good place to start, and it helps us. And there's reasons why you do want to focus on the habitable zone, because like Europa, I won't be able to see from across telescopic distances, across light years. I wouldn't be able to see life on Europa because it's under 10 miles of ice, right? So with the important thing about planets in the habitable zone is that we're thinking they have atmospheres. Atmospheres are the things we can characterize for across 10, 50 light years, and we can see biosignatures, as we're going to talk about. So there is a reason why the habitable zone becomes important for the detection of extrasolar life.
But for me, when I look up at the stars, it's very likely that there's a habitable planet or moon in each of the stars. Habitable defined broadly.
Yeah, I think that's not unreasonable to say. I mean, especially since the formal definition, you get 1 in 5, right? 1 in 5 is a lot. There's a lot of stars in the sky. So yeah, saying that in general, when I look at a star, there's a pretty good chance that there's something habitable orbiting it is not a unreasonable scientific claim.
To me, it seems like there should be alien civilizations everywhere. Why the Fermi paradox? Why haven't we seen it?
Okay, the Fermi paradox. Let's talk about that. I love talking about the Fermi paradox because there is no Fermi paradox. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so the Fermi paradox, let's talk about the Fermi paradox and the history of it. Enrico Fermi, it's 1950. He's walking with his friends at Los Alamos Nuclear Weapons Lab to the cantina, and there had been this cartoon in the New Yorker. They all read the New Yorker. And the cartoon was trying to explain why there had been this rash of garbage cans disappearing in New York. And this cartoon said, oh, it's UFOs. Because this is already, it's 1950, the first big UFO craze happened in 47. So they were laughing about this as they're walking, and they started being physicists, started talking about interstellar travel, interstellar propulsion, blah, blah, conversation goes on for a while. Conversation turns to something else, they've gone to other things. About 40 minutes later, over lunch, Fermi blurts out, well, where is everybody? Right? Typical Fermi sort of thing. He'd done the calculation in his head, and he suddenly realized that, look, if intelligence is common, that even traveling at sublight speeds, a civilization could cross, kind of hop from one star system to the other and spread it out across the entire galaxy in a few 100,000 years. And he realized this, and so he was like, why aren't they here now? And that was the beginning of the Fermi paradox. It actually got picked up as a formal thing in 1975 in a paper by Hart, where he actually kind of went through this calculation and showed and said, well, there's nobody here now, therefore there's nobody anywhere. Okay, so that is what we will call the direct Fermi paradox. Why aren't they here now? But something happened where people, after SETI began, where people started to, there's this idea of the great silence. People got this idea in their head that like, oh, we've been looking for decades now for signals of extraterrestrial intelligence, and we haven't found any. Therefore, there's nothing out there. But so we'll call that the indirect Fermi paradox. And there absolutely is no indirect Fermi paradox for the most mundane of reasons, which is money. There's never been any money to look. SETI was always done by researchers who were kind of like scabbing some time, some extra time from their other projects to, look a little bit, at the sky with a telescope. Telescopes are expensive. So Jason Wright, one of my collaborators, he and his students did a study where they looked at the entire search space for SETI. And imagine that's an ocean. All the different stars you have to look at, the radio frequencies you have to look at, when you look, how often you look. And they looked, then they summed up all the SETI searches that had ever been done. They went through the literature. And what they found was if that search space, if the sky is an ocean and you're looking for fish, how much of the ocean have we looked at? And it turns out to be a hot tub. That's how much of the ocean that we've looked at. We've dragged a hot tub's worth of ocean water up, and there was no fish in it. And so now are we going to say, well, there's no fish in the ocean? Right? So there is absolutely, positively no indirect Fermi paradox. We just haven't looked. But we're starting to look. So that's, finally we're starting to look. That's what's exciting. The direct Fermi paradox, there are so many ways out of that, right? There's a book called 77 Solutions to the Fermi Paradox that it just, you can pick your favorite one. It just doesn't carry a lot of weight because there's so many ways around it. We did an actual simulation, my group, Johnson Carroll, one of my collaborators, we actually simulated the galaxy, and we simulated probes moving at sublight speed from one star to the other, gathering resources, heading to the next one. And so we could actually track the expansion wave across the galaxy, have one abiogenesis event, and then watch the whole galaxy get colonized or settled. And it is absolutely true that that wave crosses, Hart was right, Fermi was right, that wave crosses very quickly. But civilizations don't last forever, right? So one question is, when did they visit? When did they come to Earth, right? So if you give civilizations a finite lifetime, let them last 10,000, 100,000 years, what you find is you now have a steady state. Civilizations are dying, they're coming back, they're traveling between the stars. What you find then is you can have big holes opened up. You can have regions of space where there is nobody for, millions of years. And so if we're living in one of those bubbles right now, then maybe we were visited, but we were visited 100 million years ago. And there was a paper that Gavin Schmidt and I did that showed that if there was a civilization, whether it was like dinosaurs or aliens that was here 100 million years ago, there's no way to tell. There's no record left over. The fossil record is too sparse. The only way maybe you could tell is by looking at the isotopic strata to see if there was anything reminiscent of an industrial civilization. But the idea that, you'd be able to find iPhones or toppled buildings after 100 million years there's no way.
So if there was an alien camp here, an alien village, a small civilization, right, maybe even a large civilization,
even a large civilization, even if it was
100 million years ago,
and it lasted 10,000 years, fossil record's not going to happen. Yeah. The fossil record is too sparse, right? Most things don't fossilize. And 10,000 years is a blink in the eye of geological time. So Gavin called this the Silurian hypothesis after the Doctor Who episode with the lizard creatures, the Silurians. And so that paper got a lot of press, but it was it was an important idea. And it was really Gavin's. I was just helping with the astrobiology. That to recognize that, we could have been visited a long time ago. There just would be no record. Yeah, it's kind of mind blowing.
It's really mind blowing, and it's also a good reminder that we've been intelligent species have been here for a very short amount of time.
Very short amount of time. Yeah. This is not to say that there was like so. Oh, whenever I gave I was on Joe Rogan for exactly this paper, and I had to always emphasize we're not saying there was a Silurian, but we're just saying that if there was. That's why I love Gavin's question. Gavin's question was just like, how could you tell? Right? It was a very beautifully scientific question. That's what we were really showing is that you really, unless you did a very specific kind of search, which nobody's done so far, that there's not an obvious way to tell that there could have been civilizations here earlier on.
I've actually been reading a lot about ancient civilizations, and it just makes me sad how much of the wisdom of that time is lost.
Yeah.
And how much guessing is going on, whether it's in South America, like what happened in the jungle.
Yeah, like the Amazon, problem. That was, the conquistadors came and wiped everybody out, and especially just even the plague, man, decimated. So yeah, how much of that civilization?
And there's a lot of theories, and because of archaeology only looks at cities, they don't really know the origins of humans.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of really interesting theories, and they're of course controversial. There's a lot of controversial people in every discipline, but archaeology is like it's a fascinating one because we know so little. They're basically storytellers. You're assembling the picture from just very few puzzle pieces. It's fascinating. It makes me. It's humbling and it's sad that there could be entire civilizations, ancient civilizations, that are either almost entirely or entirely lost.
Yeah, well, like the indigenous peoples of North America, there could have been like millions and millions. We get this idea that like, the Europeans came and it was empty, but it may have only been empty because the plague had swept up from the what happened in Mesoamerica. So and they didn't really build cities, but they didn't build wooden or stone cities. They built wooden cities.
Everybody seems to be building pyramids, and they're really damn good at it. I don't know
what is up with a pyramid. Like, why does that apply? Like, what archetype in our brain is that?
And it is also really interesting. Speaking of archetypes, is that independent civilizations formed, and they had a lot of similar kind of dynamics. Like human nature, when it builds up hierarchies in a certain way, it builds up myths and religions in a certain way, it builds pyramids in a certain way.
Yeah.
It goes to war, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Independently emerges. Fascinating.
Santa Fe Institute, the stuff the Santa Fe Institute does on this as complex systems, the origin of hierarchies and such. Very cool.
Yeah, Santa Fe folks. Complexity in general is really cool. What phenomena emerge when a bunch of small things get together and interact. Going back to this paper, A New Empirical Constraint on the Prevalence of Technological Species in the Universe, this paper that expands on the Drake equation. What are some interesting things in this paper?
Well, so the main thing we were trying to do with this paper is say, look, we have all of this exoplanet data, right? It's got to be good for something, especially since two of the terms that have been nailed down empirically are two terms in the Drake equation. So F sub P, that's the second term, fraction of stars that have planets, and then N sub E, the average number of planets in the habitable zone. Those are the second and third term in the Drake equation. So what that means is all the astronomical terms have been nailed. And so we said, like, okay, how do we use this to do something with the Drake equation? And so we realized is, well, okay, we got to get rid of time. The lifetime thing, we can't say anything about that. But if we don't ask how long do they last, but instead ask, what's the probability that there have been any civilizations at all, no matter how long they lasted? I'm not asking whether they exist now or not. I'm just asking in general about probabilities to make a technological civilization anywhere and at any time in the history of the universe. And that we were able to constrain. And so what we found was basically that there have been 10 billion trillion habitable zone planets in the universe. And what that means is those are 10 billion trillion experiments that have been run. And the only way that we're the only time that this is, this whole process from, abiogenesis to a civilization has occurred is if every one of those experiments failed, right? So therefore you could put a probability, we called it the pessimism line, right? We don't really know what nature sets for the probability of making intelligent civilizations, right? But we could set a limit using this. We could say, look, as if the probability per habitable zone planet is less than 10 to the minus 22, 1 in 10 billion trillion, then yeah, we're alone. If it's anywhere larger than that, then we're not the first. It's happened somewhere else. And to me, that was mind blowing. It doesn't tell me there's anybody nearby. The galaxy could be sterile. It just told me that, like, you know, unless nature's really has some bias against civilizations, we're not the first time this has happened. This has happened elsewhere over the course of cosmic history.
10 billion trillion experiments.
Yeah, that's a lot of experiments.
That's a lot.
Right.
1,000 is a lot.
Yeah.
100 is a lot.
Yeah.
If we normal humans saw 100 experiments and we knew that at least one time there was a successful human civilization built, I mean, we would say for sure in 100 you'll get another one.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. That's why. So this, you know, these kinds of arguments, you have to be careful of what they can do. But what it really, I felt like what this paper showed was that, you know, the burden of proof is now on the pessimists, right? So that's why we called it the pessimism line. There's been, you know, throughout history, there's been, you know, alien pessimists and alien optimists, and they've been yelling at each other. That's all they had to go with, right? You know, and like with Giordano Bruno in 1600s, they burned the guy at the stake for being an alien optimist. But nobody really knew what pessimism or optimism meant. This, you know, we sort of thought this was like the Planck length. This was sort of the Planck length of astrobiology. It gave you an actual number that, you know, if you could somehow calculate what the probability, you know, of forming a technological civilization was, this thing sort of shows you where the limit is. As long as you're above 10 to the minus 22, then you actually, absolutely, it has occurred in the other civilizations that occurred in the history of the universe.
So to me, at least, the big question is FE, which is basically abiogenesis. How hard is it for life to originate on a planet? Because all the other ones seem very likely. Everything seems very likely. The only open question to me is like, how hard is it for life to originate?
There's lots of ways to, again, you know, we don't know unless we look. And, you know, you had Sarah Walker on not too long ago. You know, she's very interested in origins of life. So, you know, lots of people are working on this. But I think it's hard looking at the history of the Earth. You know, and again, you can do Bayesian arguments on this. But yeah, forming life, I don't think is hard. Getting like basic biology started, I don't think is hard. It's still wild. It's an amazing process that actually I think requires some deep rethinking about how we conceptualize what life is and what life isn't. That's one of the things I like about Sarah's work. We're pursuing on a different level about the life as the only process, or the only system that uses information. But still, regardless of all those kinds of details, life is probably easy to make. That's my gut feeling. You know?
Yeah, I mean, day by day this changes for me, but I just see that once you create bacteria, it's off to the races.
Yeah.
You're gonna get complex life.
Yeah.
As long as you have enough time. I mean, that boring billion, but I just can't imagine a habitable planet not having a couple of billion to spare.
Yeah, a couple of years to spare. You know, there is a mystery there about why did it take so long, like with the Cambrian explosion, but that may be, again, about these windows, that like it couldn't happen until the window, the planet and the life had evolved together enough that they together kind of opened the window for the next step. You know, intelligent life and how long technological civilizations, I think there's a big question about how long those last and how, you know, I'm hopeful, you know, but in terms of just like, I think life is absolutely going to be common, pretty common in the universe.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely like, I think again, if I were to bet everything, even advanced civilizations are common. So to me then the only explanation is the L. Our galaxy is a graveyard of civilizations.
Yeah, because, you know, you think about it, we've only been around, I mean, as a tech, a lot, truly, you know, when we think about in Drake's definition, you have to have radio telescopes. It's been 100 years, you know, and if we got another 10,000, 100,000 years of history, that would be, for us, it'd be pretty amazing, right? But that wouldn't be long enough to really pop up the number of civilizations in the galaxy. So you really need it to be like hundreds of millions of years. And that raises a question which I am very interested in, which is how do we even talk about, I call it the billion-year civilization, right? How do we even begin to hypothesize or think about in any kind of systematic way what happens to a technological civilization across hundreds of millions to a billion years?
Yeah, like how do you even simulate the trajectories that civilizations can take across that kind of time scale?
Yeah.
when all the data we have is just with the 10,000 years or so, 20,000 years that humans have been building civilizations. And then just, I don't know what you put it at, but maybe 100 years that we've been technological.
Yeah. And we're ready to blow ourselves to bits or, drive ourselves off the planet. Yeah, no, it's really interesting. But there's got to be a way. I think that's really a frontier. So you had David Kipping on not too long ago. And David and I did a paper, and Caleb Sharp, David really drove this, where we, it was a Bayesian calculation to sort of ask the question, if you were to find a detection, if you were to find a signal or, a techno signature, would that come from a civilization that was younger, your age, or older? And you could see, this is not hard to do, but it was great. The formalism was hard. It's kind of intuitive, but the formalism was hard to show that, yeah, they're older, probably much older. So that means you really do need to think about, like, okay, how do billion-year civilizations manifest themselves? What signatures will they leave? And yeah, can you even? What's so cool about it? It's so much fun because you have to imagine the unimaginable. Would you still? Obviously, biological evolution
welcome.
Can happen on.
How are you? What's good, KG? Excellent. We're watching a podcast. Feel free to enjoy, my friend. All right.
On those kinds of
you,
baby. So you wouldn't even really be the same thing you started out as, but social forms. What kind of social forms can you imagine that would be continuous over that? Or maybe they wouldn't be continuous. They drop out. They destroy themselves and then they come back. So maybe it's it's a trunk or a punctuated evolution. But we gotta sort of. This is the fun part. We have to sort of work this out.
Mm-hmm. Well, one way to approach that question is like, what are the different ways to achieve homeostasis as you get greater and greater technological innovation? So like if you expand out into the universe and you have up to Kardashev scale, what are the ways you can avoid destroying yourself? Just achieve stability while still growing.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting question. I think it's probably simulatable.
Could be. Agent-based modeling, you could do it with. That's so, our group has used agent-based modeling to do something like the Fermi paradox. That was agent-based modeling. But you can also do this. People at Santa Fe have done this. Other groups have done this to use agent-based modeling to track the formation of hierarchies, the formation of stable hierarchies. So I think it's actually very doable. But understanding the kind of assumptions and principles that are going into it and what you can extract from those, that is what is sort of the frontier.
Do you think if humans colonize Mars, the dynamic between the civilization on Earth and Mars will be fundamentally different than the dynamic between individual nations on Earth right now? That's a thing to load into the agent-based simulation we're talking about.
If we settle it, Mars will very quickly want to become its own nation.
Well, no, there's already going to be nations on Mars. That's guaranteed.
Yeah,
the moment you have 2 million people, the moment you have 1 million people, there's going to be two tribes.
Right.
And then they're going to start fighting.
Right.
And the question is interplanetary fighting. How quickly does that happen? And does it have a different nature to it? Because of the distances,
Are you a fan of The Expanse? Have you watched The Expanse? Great show. Because it's all about I highly recommend to everybody. It's based on a series of books that are excellent. It's on Prime, 6 seasons. And it's basically about the settled solar system. It takes place about 300 years from now. And the entire solar system is settled. And it is the best show about interplanetary politics. The first season, actually, the journal, Foreign Affairs, said the best show on TV about politics. It takes place. It's interplanetary. So yeah, I think, human beings being human beings, yes, there will be warfare and there will be conflict. And I don't think it'll be necessarily all that different. Because really, I think within a few hundred years, we will have lots of people in the solar system. And it doesn't even have to be on Mars. We did a paper where we looked based on, because I wanted to know about whether an idea in The Expanse was really possible. In The Expanse, the asteroid belt, what they've done is they have colonized the asteroid belt by hollowing out the asteroids and spinning them up and living on the inside, right? Because they have the Coriolis force. And I thought, wow, what a cool idea. And when I ran the blog for NPR, I actually talked to the guys and said, did you guys calculate this, see whether it's possible? Sadly, it's not possible. The rock is just not strong enough that if you tried to spin it up to the speeds you need to get 1/3 gravity, which is what I think the minimum you need for human beings, the rock would just fall apart, it would break. But we came up with another idea, which was that if you could take small asteroids, put a giant bag around them, a nanofiber bag, and spin those up, it would inflate the bag, And then even a small couple of kilometer wide asteroid would expand out to, you could get like a Manhattan's worth of material inside. So forget about even colonizing Mars, space stations, right? Or space habitats with millions of people in them. So anyway, the point is that I think, within a few hundred years, it is not unimaginable that there will be millions, if not billions, of people living in the solar system.
You think most of them will be in space habitats versus on Mars on the planetary surface?
It's a lot easier on some level, right? Depends on how, like with nanofabrication and such. But getting down a gravity well is hard, right? So there's a certain way in which there's a lot of it's a lot easier to build real estate out of the asteroids. But we'll probably do both. I mean, I think what'll happen is the next, should we make it through climate change and nuclear war and all the other and AI, the next 1,000 years of human history is the solar system, right? And so, I think we'll settle every nook and cranny we possibly can. And it's, it's a beautiful, what I love about what's hopeful about it is this idea you're going to have all of these pockets. And, I'm sure there's going to be a Mormon space habitat, there's going to be whatever you want, a libertarian space habitat. Everybody's going to be able to kind of create there'll be lots of experiments in human flourishing. And those kinds of experiments will be really useful for us to sort of figure out better ways for us to interact and have maximum flourishing, maximum wellness, maximum democracy, maximum freedom.
Do you think that's a good backup solution, to go out into space, sort of to avoid the possibility of humans destroying themselves completely here on Earth?
Well, I think, I want to be always careful with that because, like I said, it's centuries that we're talking about,
yes.
Right? So, the problem with climate change, and same with nuclear war, it's breathing down our necks now. So it's not trying to establish a base on Mars is going to be so hard that it is not even going to be close to being self-sufficient for a couple of, a century at least. So it's not like a backup plan now. We have to solve the problem of climate change. We have to deal with that. There's still enough nuclear weapons to really do horrific things to the planet for human beings. So I don't think it's like a backup plan in that way. But I do think, like I said, it's the prize. It's, if we get through this, then we get the entire solar system to sort of play around in and experiment with and do really cool things with.
Well, I think it could be a lot less than a couple of centuries if there's a urgency. Like a real urgency, like a catastrophe, like maybe a small nuclear war breaks out where it's like, holy shit, this is for sure a bigger one is looming.
Yeah.
Maybe if geopolitically the war between China and the United States escalates, but there's this tension that builds and builds and builds, and it becomes more obvious that we need to really, really, really accelerate.
Yeah. I think my only dilemma with that is that I just think that a self-sufficient base is so far away. That, like, say, you start doing that, and then there is a full-scale nuclear exchange. That base is, it's not going to last because it's just, the self-sufficiency requires a kind of an economy, like literally a material economy that we are so far from with Mars, that we are centuries from. Like I said, 3 centuries, which is not that long, 2 to 3 centuries. Look at 1820. Nobody had traveled faster than 60 miles an hour unless they were falling off a cliff. Right. And now we routinely travel at 500 miles an hour, but it is sort of centuries long. So that's why I think we'd be better off trying to solve these problems than, I just think the odds that we're going to be able to create a self-sufficient colony on Mars before that threat comes to head is small. So we'd have to deal with the threat.
Yeah, it's an interesting scientific and engineering question of how to create a self-sufficient colony on Mars or out in space as a space habitat. Like where Earth entirely could be destroyed, you could still survive.
Yeah. Because it's really thinking about complex systems, right? A space habitat, would have to be as robust as an ecosystem, as the kind of thing, you go out and you see a pond with all the different webs of interactions. That's why I always think that, if this process of going out into space is actually will help us with climate change and with thinking about making a long-term sustainable version of human civilization. Because you really have to think about these webs, the complexity of these webs, and recognize the biosphere has been doing this forever. The biosphere knows how to do this, right? And so, how do we build a vibrant, powerful technosphere that also doesn't, mess with the biospheres, mess with the biosphere's capacity to support our technosphere. So, by doing this, by trying to build space habitats, in some sense, you're thinking about building a small-scale version of this. I think the two problems are going to kind of feed back on each other.
Well, there's also the other possibility of like the movie Darren Aronofsky's Postcard from Earth, where we can create this kind of life gun that just shoots, so as opposed to engineering everything.
Yeah.
Basically seeding life on a bunch of places and letting life do its thing, which is really good at doing, it seems like. So as opposed to like with a space habitat, you basically have to build the entire biosphere and technosphere, the whole thing.
The whole thing.
Yourself.
Yeah.
If you just, the aforementioned cockroach with some bacteria, place it in Europa, I think you'd be surprised what happens.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like honestly, if you put a huge amount of bacteria, like a giant number of organisms from Earth into on Mars, on some of these moons of the other planets in the solar system, do you think, like, I feel like some of them would actually find a way to survive?
The moon is hard because the moon is just like, there's no, the moon may be really hard. But, that'd be, I wonder if somebody must have done these experiments, right? Like how, because we know they're extremophiles, right? We know that you can go down, 10 miles below the Earth's surface, and there are things where there's no sunlight. There's, the conditions are so extreme, and there's lots of microbes having a great time, living off the radioactivity, in the rocks. But, they had lots of time to evolve to those conditions. So I'm not sure if you dumped a bunch of bacteria, so somebody must have done these experiments. Like, how fast could microbial evolution occur under harsh conditions that you maybe get somebody who figures out, okay, I can do this. I think the moon's too much because it's so sterile. But, Mars, I don't know, maybe. I don't know. We'd have to, but it's an interesting idea.
I wonder if somebody has done those experiments.
Yeah, you think somebody would. Like, let's take a bunch of microbes.
Take the harshest possible condition of all different kinds, temperature, all this kind of stuff.
Right, pressure, salinity, and then just like dump a bunch of things that are not used to it. And then just see, does everybody just die? That's it. There's,
The thing about life, it flourishes in a non-sterile environment where there's a bunch of options for resources, even if the condition is super harsh. In the lab, I don't know if you can reconstruct harsh conditions plus options for survival. You know what I mean? Like you have to have the huge variety of resources that are always available on a planet somehow, even when it's a super harsh condition. So that's actually not a trivial experiment. And I wouldn't even, if somebody did that experiment in the lab, I'd be a little bit skeptical. Because I could see bacteria doesn't survive in this kinds of temperature. But then I'd be like, I don't know.
Is there enough, right? Are there other options? Like, is the condition rich enough?
Rich enough, yeah.
There's an alternative view though, which is there's this great book by Kim Stanley Robinson called Aurora. So there's been a million century ship stories, like where Earth sends out a generation ship or century ship, and it goes to another planet, and they land and they colonize. And on this one, they get all the way there, and they think the planet's going to be habitable. And it turns out that it's not habitable for Earth life. Like that, there's like, bacteria or prions actually, that just like, kill people in the simplest way. And the important thing about this book was the idea that, like, life is actually very tied to its planet. It may not be so easy. I just thought it was a really interesting idea. I'm not necessarily supporting it, but that actually life reflects the planetary conditions. Not the planetary, the planet itself, the whole lineage, the whole history of the biosphere. And it may not be so easy to just sort of be like, oh, just drop it over here and it'll, because the bacteria, even though they're individual examples of life, and I kind of believe this, the true unit of life, it's not DNA, it's not a cell, it's the biosphere. It's the whole community. Yeah.
That's actually an interesting field of study, is how when you arrive from one planet to another, so we humans arrive to a planet that has a biosphere, maybe a technosphere, what is the way to integrate without killing yourself or
the other one
or the other one? Let's just stick to biology. Like that's an interesting question. I don't know if we have a rigorous way of investigating that,
because everything on life is has the same lineage. We all come from Luca, the last universal common ancestor. And what you see is often in science fiction, people will do things like, oh, well, it's okay because like that that metabolism, that biochemistry is so different from ours that we can coexist because they don't even know each other, right? you know, and then the other version is you get there, you land, and instantly, you know, the nose bleeds and you're dead. So it's,
unfortunately, I think it's the latter.
Yeah, it sort of feels like
the more
an
likely
alien kind of thing.
So as we look out there, according to the Drake equations we just discussed, it seems impossible to me that there's not civilizations everywhere. So how do we look at them? This process of SETI.
I have to put on my scientist hat and just say, my gut feeling is that dumb life, so to speak, is common. I am a little agnostic about. I can see ways in which intelligent civilizations may be sparse, but until we got to go look. It's all armchair astronomy.
That's from a sort of rigorous scientific perspective. From my bro science perspective, it seems, again, smoking the aforementioned weed. It's
after the bomb.
I mean, honestly, it's it's really just seems impossible to me that there's not potentially dead but advanced civilizations everywhere in our galaxy.
Yeah, the potentially dead part, I think. Right. It could be that making civilizations is easy; they just don't last long. So when we went out there, we'd find a lot of extinct civilizations.
Apex predators don't survive. Like they get better, and then die, kill themselves all somehow. Anyway, so just how do we find them?
Yeah. So SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Technology, is a term that I am not fond of using anymore. I mean, some people in my field are, so I'm sorry, folks. But what I really like is the idea of techno signatures. Because I think, to me, SETI is first of all, intelligence. We're not really looking for intelligence. We're looking for technology. I mean, and SETI, the classic idea of SETI is the radio telescopes, and Contact, Jodie Foster with the headphones. That whole thing is still it's still active. There's still great things going on with it. But suddenly this whole new window opened up. When we discovered exoplanets, we now found a new way to look for intelligent civilizations or life in general in a way that doesn't have any of the assumptions that had to go into the classic radio SETI. And specifically what I mean is we're not looking for somebody sending us a beacon. You really needed that with the classic model. For a bunch of different reasons. You have to assume they wanted to be found and they were sending you a super powerful beacon. Now, because we know exactly where to look and we know exactly how to look, we can just go about looking for passive signatures of the civilization, going about its civilizationing business, without asking whether they want to be contacted or not. So this is what we call a biosignature or a technosignature. It is an imprint in the light from the planet of the activity of a biosphere or a technosphere. And that's really important. That is why kind of the whole Gaia idea ends up being astrobiological, that biospheres and technospheres are so potent, they change the entire planet. And you can see that from 20 light years. So let's give an example of a biosignature to start off with, which would be a signature of a biosphere. Oxygen, right? On Earth, at least, we know that oxygen is only in the atmosphere because life put it there. If life went away, the oxygen, and particularly oxygen and methane, that pair, they would disappear, very quickly. They'd react away, they'd all be gone. If you find a planet with oxygen and methane, that's a good bet that there's a biosphere there. Okay, what about technospheres? Technospheres, this is what, so I'm the principal investigator on the first grant NASA has ever given to do these kind of exoplanet technosignatures. NASA was kind of, for reasons we can talk about, NASA had gotten pretty gun shy about funding anything about intelligent life. But okay, what's an example of a technosignature? Well, one could be atmospheric pollution. I'm going to put pollution in quotes here because it doesn't have to be pollution, but gases like chlorofluorocarbons. So we've dumped a huge amount of chlorofluorocarbons into the atmosphere by mistake. It was affecting the ozone, but we put so much in there that actually, this is one of the things we did. We did a paper where we showed you could detect it across interstellar distances. You could look at the atmosphere, look at the light coming from a distant planet, pass the light through a spectrograph and see the spectral lines, the spectral fingerprint of chlorofluorocarbons in an atmosphere. And that would for sure tell you that there was a technological civilization there. Because there's no other way to make chlorofluorocarbons except through some kind of industrial process.
So you're looking for, in the case of the biosphere, you're looking for anomalies in the spectrograph.
I wouldn't necessarily call these anomalies. I'm looking for things that, for biosignature, I'm looking for things that a geosphere, right? They're just rock and air wouldn't produce on its own.
What kind of chemicals would life produce?
Right, and that's part of that's the interesting thing, right? So that's what so we can use Earth as an example, right? We can say, look, oxygen. We know there would be no oxygen in the atmosphere if it wasn't for dimethyl sulfide, which is a compound that phytoplankton dump into the atmosphere. A lot of it. That's sometimes mentioned. And there was a paper that somebody wrote where it was like, well, we're not saying we see it, but there's a bunch of noise in the spectra right there. So there's a whole list of things that Earth has done that are in the atmosphere that might be biosignatures. But now we're reaching an interesting point. The field has matured to the point where we can start asking about agnostic biosignatures, things that have nothing to do with Earth's history, but we think that would still be indications of this weirdness we call life, right? What is it in general that life does that leaves an imprint? So one of these things could be the structure of the network of chemical reactions. That biology always produces very different chemical networks, who's reacting with who, than just rock and water, right? So there's been some proposals for networked biosignatures. Information theory, you can try and look at the information that is in the different compounds that you find in the atmosphere, and maybe that information shows you, like, oh, if there's too much information here, there must have been biology happening. It's not just rock. Same thing for techno. That's what we're working on right now. That for technosignatures as well.
So how do you detect technosignatures?
Okay, so with technosignatures, I gave the example of chlorofluorocarbon, so that would be an example of. And again, that one is a non-agnostic one because we sort of like, oh, we produce chlorofluorocarbons, maybe they will, right? And there's solar panels, right? You can actually, the glint off of solar panels will produce the way the light is reflected off of solar panels, no matter what it's made out of, actually. There was a paper that Mananti Lingam did in, I think it was 2017. We've just followed up on it. That actually could act as a technosignature. You'd be able to see in the reflected light this sort of big jump that would occur because of city lights, artificial illumination. If there's really large scale cities like Coruscant in Star Wars or Trantor in the Foundation, those city lights would be detectable. The spectral imprint of those across 20, 30 light years. So our job in this grant is to develop the first ever library of technosignatures. Nobody's really ever thought about this before. So we're trying to come up with all the possible ideas for what a civilization might produce that could be visible across, interstellar distances. And are these good ones, or is these ones going to be hard to detect?
City lights. So if a planet is all lit up with artificial light across 20 to 30 light years, you can see it.
Yeah, if you looked at Earth at night from a distance where, looked at its spectra, and you had sensitive enough instruments, you'd be able to see all the sodium lights and the reflected light off of, they bounce off the ground, right? The light bounces off the ground. So you convolve the sodium lamps with the reflected spectra from the ground, and yeah, you'd be able to see that there's city lights. Now, increase that by a factor of 1,000, if you had a Trantor, and you'd be able to detect that across interstellar distances. Thomas Beatty did this work, who's now working with us.
What do you think is the most detectable thing about Earth?
Wow, this is fun. We just have a Sophia Sheaf, who's part of our collaboration, just did a paper. We did Earth from Earth. If you were looking at Earth with Earth technology for a bunch of different technosignatures, how close would you have to be able to detect them? And most of them turn out to be, you'd have to be pretty close, at least out to the Oort cloud. But actually, it is our radio signatures still that is still most detectable.
By the way, when you said you had to be pretty close, and then you said the Oort cloud, that's not very close. But you mean like from an interstellar
distance? Because the real question, we really want to know is, like, I'm sitting here on Earth, I'm looking at these exoplanets. The nearest star is 4 light years away, so that's like the minimum distance. So if I'm looking at exoplanets, what kind of signals could I see?
What is detectable about Earth with our current technology from our nearest solar system?
Oh my God, there's all kinds of stuff. Well, like the chlorofluorocarbons, you can see Earth's pollution, and I think city lights you had to be within the solar system.
If they do direct imaging of Earth,
they're going to need much more powerful. But let me tell you let's talk about direct imaging for a moment, because I just have to go. This is such a cool idea, right? So what we really want, and the next generation of space telescopes and such, is we're trying to do direct imaging. We're trying to get, an image of a planet separated from its star to be able to see the reflected light or the actual emission from the planet itself.
Yeah, by the way, just to clarify, direct imaging means literally like a picture.
A picture. But the problem is that with even with the thing that's going to come after JWST, it's going to be a pixel, right? You're not going to get any kind of resolution. You'll be able to get the light from it, which you'll be able to pass through a spectrograph, but you're not going to be able to take a picture. But there is this idea called the Solar Gravity Lens Telescope. I think that's what it is. And the idea is insane, right? So the general relativity says, look, massive bodies distort space. They actually curve space-time. So the sun is a massive body. And so that means that the light passing through the sun gets focused like a lens, right? So the idea is to send a bunch of telescopes out kind of into the Oort cloud and then look back towards the sun, towards an exoplanet that is directly behind the sun, but is, in the direction of the sun. And then let the sun act like a lens and focus the light onto the telescope. And you would be able to get, and they've done, it's amazing, this idea is insane. They'd be able to get, if everything works out, 24-kilometer resolution. You'd be able to see Manhattan on a exoplanet. And this thing, it sounds insane, but actually, the team has already gotten through like sort of 3 levels of NASA. There's the NASA program for like, give us your wackiest idea, right? And then the ones that survive that are like, okay, tell us whether that wacky idea, is even feasible. And they're marching along. And the idea is that and they even have plans for how you'd be able to get these probes out into the Oort cloud on relatively fast timescales. You need to be about 500 times as far from the sun as Earth is. But right now, everything looks like the idea seems to hold together. So probably when I'll be dead, but when you're an old man, it's possible that something like this, could you imagine having that kind of resolution, a picture of an exoplanet down to, kilometers. So I'm very excited about that.
I can only imagine having a picture like that, and then there's some mysterious artifacts that you're seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's both inspiring and almost heartbreaking that we can see. I think we would be able to see a civilization where there's a lot of scientists agree that this is very likely something, and then we can't
get there. But again, this is the thing about being long-lived. We've got to get to the point where we're long-lived enough that, so let's say we found, this is why I always let's imagine that we find, say, 10 light years away, we find a planet that looks like it's got techno-signatures, right? It doesn't end there. That would be the most important discovery in the history of humanity. And it wouldn't be like, well, okay, we're done. The first thing we do is we bigger telescopes to try and do those imaging, right? And then the next thing after that, we plan a mission there, right? We would figure out, with breakthrough Starshot, there was this idea of trying to use, giant lasers to propel small spacecraft, light sails, almost to the speed of light. So they would get there in 10 years and take pictures. So if we actually made this discovery, there would be the impulse, there would be the effort to actually try and send something to get there. Now, we probably couldn't land, so maybe we take 30 years to build, 10 years to get there, 10 years to get the picture back. Okay, you're dead, but your kids are, so it becomes now this multi-generational project. How long did it take to build the pyramids? How long did it take to build the giant cathedrals, right? Those were multi-generational projects. And I think we're on the cusp of that kind of project.
I think that would probably unite humans.
I think would play a big role. I think it would be helpful. Human beings are a mess, let's face it. But I think having that that's why I always say to people, discovery of life, of any kind of life, even if it was microbial life, it wouldn't matter. That to know that we're not an accident, to know that there is probably, if we found one example of life, we'd know that we're not an accident and there's probably lots of life, and that we're a community. We're part of a cosmic kind of community of life, and who knows what life has done, right? We don't really, all bets are off with life.
Since we're talking about the future of telescopes, let's talk about our current super sexy, awesome telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope, that I still can't believe actually worked.
I can't believe it worked. I was really skeptical. I was like, okay, guys, all right, sure.
We only got one shot for this incredibly complicated piece of hardware to unfold. So what kind of stuff can we see with it? I've been just looking through different kinds of announcements that have been detected. There's been some direct imaging.
Yes, like a single pixel.
The kinds of exoplanets we're able to direct image, I guess, would have to be hot,
usually far away from the, reasonably far away from the star. I think JWST is really kind of at the hairy edge of being able to do much with this. What's more important, I think, for JWST is the spectra. And the problem with spectra is that there's not sexy pictures. It's like, hey, look at this wiggly line. But be able to find and characterize atmospheres around terrestrial exoplanets is the critical next step. That's where we are right now. In order to look for life, we need to find planets with atmospheres, right? And then we need to be able to do this thing called characterization, where we look at the spectral fingerprints for what's in the atmosphere. Is there carbon? Is there carbon dioxide? Is there oxygen? Is there methane? And that's the most exciting thing. For example, there was this planet K218b, which they did a beautiful job getting the spectra. And the spectra indicated it may be an entirely new kind of habitable world called a Hycean world. Hycean meaning hydrogen ocean world. And that is a kind of planet that it would be kind of in the super Earth sub-Neptune domain we were talking about, maybe 8 times the mass of the Earth. But it's got a layer of hydrogen, an atmosphere of hydrogen. Hydrogen is an amazing greenhouse gas. So hydrogen will keep the planet underneath it warm enough that you could get liquid water. You can get a giant ocean of liquid water. And that's an entirely different kind of planet that could be habitable planet. It could be a 60-degree warm ocean. So the data that came out of JWST for that planet was good enough to be able to indicate, like, oh yeah, you know what? The models, from what we understand about the models, this looks like it could be a Hycean world.
And it's 120 light years away from Earth.
Yeah. And so isn't that amazing? It's 120 light years away, but we can see into the atmosphere. We can see into the atmosphere so well that we can be like, oh, look, methane. Methane was a 5 sigma detection. Like, you knew that the data were so good that it was like the gold standard of science.
What about detecting through direct imaging or in other ways, megastructures that the civilization is built?
You know what's great about megastructures is, first of all, it's fun to say. Who doesn't want to say megastructure? Alien megastructure, right? Every morning I'm looking for an opportunity to say that. So the example of this is the Dyson sphere, right? Which is amazing because, it was literally 1960 that this idea came up.
Can you explain the Dyson sphere?
Yeah, the Dyson sphere. So Freeman Dyson, one of the greatest physicists ever, who was very broad-minded and thought about a lot of different things. He recognized that, when as civilizations progress, what they're going to need is ever more energy to do ever more, amazing things. And what's the best energy source in a solar system? It's the star, right? So if you surrounded the star with solar collecting machines, sunlight collecting machines, and the limit of this would be if you actually build a sphere, an actual sphere around your star that had all solar panels on the inside. You could capture every photon the star produced, which is, this insane amount of light. You would have enough power now to do anything, to re-engineer your solar system. So that was a Dyson sphere. It turns out that a Dyson sphere doesn't really work because it's unstable. But a Dyson swarm, and that's really what he meant, this large collection of large orbiting structures that were able to collect light.
Yeah, so he didn't actually mean a rigid sphere structure.
Yeah.
He basically meant a swarm. So that, like you said, in the limit, basically starts to look.
People started to say, it was like a sphere. And we actually almost thought we might have found one of these back with Bojoyan's star. We saw, the way we detect planets is through the transit method, where the planet passes in front of the star and there's a dip in the starlight. It's a little eclipse, basically. And we know exactly what they should look like. And then with this one star, there were these really weird transits where it was like this little dragon's tooth. And then there'd be another one and another one and another one and then nothing and then 3 more. And in the paper that was written about this, they suggested they went through the list of, it could be comets, could be chunks of a broken up planet, and it could also be an alien megastructure. And of course, the news picked up on this, and everybody's news feed the next day, alien megastructures discovered. Turns out, sadly, they were not alien megastructures. They were probably gas or dust clouds. But it raised the possibility, these are observable, and people have worked out the details of what they would look like. You don't really need direct imaging. You can do transits, right? They're big enough that when they pass in front of the star, they're going to produce a little blip of light, because that's what they're supposed to, right? They're absorbing starlight. So people have worked out a square one or a triangular one.
But that wouldn't be a Dyson sphere. That would be one object.
One object, right? Which is what if it's a swarm, you'd expect the light to be blinking in and out as these things pass in front of. If you've got thousands of these, much of the time they'll be blotting out the star. Sometimes they won't be, right? And so you're going to get an irregular sort of signal, transit signal.
Yeah, one you wouldn't expect from a star that doesn't have anything.
Exactly. Or just a planet, right? Or a couple of planets. There'd be so many of these that it would be like beep, beep, blip, blip, blip.
And that usually doesn't happen in a star system because there's only just a handful of planets.
That's exactly what it is. Everything's coagulated. In a stable solar system, you get a handful of planets, 5, 10, that's it probably, and nothing else. So if now suddenly you see lots of these little micro transits, you're telling you there's something else that's big enough to create a transit, but too many of them, and also within a regular shape, the transit itself, that these could be megastructures.
How many people are looking for megastructures now?
Well, the main groups looking for megastructures are, again, Jason Wright at Penn State and collaborators. The way they're looking for it, though, is for infrared light. Because, the second law of thermodynamics says, look, if you capture all of this starlight, you're going to warm up your thing's going to warm up and emit an infrared. There's going to be waste heat and waste light from this.
It feels like a louder, clearer way to detect it.
Right. And that's actually, Dyson, that's actually why Dyson proposed it. He wasn't really proposing it because, like he was saying, this is what civilizations are going to do. He proposed it because he was like, oh, we want to start looking for alien civilizations. Here's something that would have a detectable signature. So Jason and company have done, pretty good searches. And recently they made news because, they were able to eliminate a lot of places. No, these are not Dyson spheres, but they did have a couple that were like anomalous enough that they're like, well, this is kind of what it was looking like. It's not a detection. And they were saying, they would never say it's a detection, but they were not non-detections.
And they're potential candidates.
Potential candidates, yeah.
Love it. We have megastructure candidates. That's inspiring. What other megastructures do you think that could be? I mean, so that's Dyson spheres about capturing the energy of a star.
Yeah.
But there could be other.
Well, there's something called the Clark Belt, right? So we have a bunch of satellites that are in geosynchronous orbit. Nothing naturally is going to end up in geosynchronous orbit, right? Geosynchronous orbit is one particular orbit that's really useful if you want to beam things straight down, or if you want to put a space elevator up, right? So there's this idea that if a civilization becomes advanced enough that it's really using geosynchronous orbit, that you actually get a belt, something that would actually be detectable from a distance via a transit. There's been a couple papers written about the possibility of these Clark belts, densely occupied Clark belts, being a mega structure. It's not as mega as a Dyson swarm, but it's kind of planetary scale.
You think it's detectable, Clark belt?
It could be. I mean, like in our list of techno signatures, it would be down there. But it would be, again, if you had an advanced enough civilization that did enough of this, it would certainly you'd have a Clark belt. And the question is whether.
How are you?
Yeah, probably Dyson sphere is that's the more exciting.
That's the go-to one.
Yeah. Speaking of the Dyson sphere, let's talk through the Kardashev scales.
Right.
What is the Kardashev scale, and where are humans on it?
Right. So the Kardashev scale was the same time. This is this golden age of SETI, kind of 59 to 65 when it just starts. Like this is, Frank Drake has done his first experiment. People are like, oh my God, this is even possible. And so people are just throwing out these ideas. And as I, said in the book, science is conservative. And what I mean by that is it holds on to its best ideas. So Kardashev comes up with this idea that, look, if we're, again, it's always about detectability. If we're looking for civilizations, we should think about what are the natural stages, natural in quotes, that a civilization goes through. And he was thinking in terms of energy use, which I like a good physicist. So he said, look, the first hurdle in terms of energy or threshold that a civilization will go through is using all the starlight that falls onto a planet. He called that a type 1 civilization. In whatever way you're doing it, some large fraction of the starlight that falls on your planet you're using for your own ends. The next would be to use all the starlight there is from that star, right? So that's the Dyson. So Dyson had already proposed his idea of the swarm, and Kardashev was picking up. So that's a type 2 civilization. Type 3 is galactic scale, a civilization that could use all the starlight in a galaxy, right? So we are now, where are we now? Remarkably, on a log scale, we're at 0.7 of a type 1.
So we're not even type 1.
No, we're not even type 1. But according to, there was a paper written by a group that said, if we continue on our path, we'll be at a type 1 at around 2300.
2300.
Yeah.
So this is on a log scale.
Yeah.
So 0.7. So type 1 is about 10 to the 16th watts. Type 2 is 10 orders of magnitude larger than that, 10 to the 26th watts. And I think estimate for the galaxy is another 10 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, because there's 100 billion star off order, 100 billion stars.
So that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Do you think humans ever get to type 1?
I think, that there's a problem with type 1, which is that, we already know about climate change, right? The effects of our harvesting energy to do the work of civilization is already changing the climate state, right? And that's something that, Kardashev couldn't have recognized. When there's the first law of thermodynamics, right, which is just about energy, the different forms of energy. Then there's the second law, which is about when you use that energy. And Kardashev wasn't thinking about the second law. If you get all that energy and you use it, there's waste heat. You don't get to use it all, right? You can only, second law tells you that if, I have a tank of gasoline, I can only use a certain fraction of the energy in that tank, and the rest is going to go to heating up the engine block. So that second law tells you that, you can only use so much energy before the climate state is like, sorry, is going to change on you. So there's a way in which we probably can't get to a type 1 without devastating the Earth's climate. So we're probably going to have to figure out, the most important thing actually here is probably, this is why space becomes so, the colonization or settlement of space. We have an idea that we've been working on for a while called service worlds, right? That at some point you probably move a lot of your industry off world, right? We've got Mercury, for example. There's nothing on Mercury. There's no life on Mercury. Why don't you put your energy harvesting there, right? Because you can't mess with the biosphere. The biosphere is more powerful than you are, right? And so so there's limits to how much energy we can harvest to do work on the Earth without really adversely affecting the biosphere.
It does seem that the best response to climate change is not to use less technology, but to invent better technology, and to invent technology that avoids the destructive effects.
This is the frontier we are, and that was the topic of my last book, Light of the Stars. It's like you have to do the astrobiology of the Anthropocene. You have to see the transition that we're going through now of the Anthropocene on a kind of planetary astrobiological framework. And that paper we were talking about with the 10 billion trillion worlds, that was actually in service of the work I was doing for this other book, where I wanted to know how often do you go through an Anthropocene? How often, does every technological civilization trigger its own planetary crisis, its own climate Anthropocene crisis? And the answer we actually came up from doing models was yeah, probably. And then the question is, are you smart enough to figure out how to readjust what you're doing technologically so that you're not, that all boats rise, right? You want to figure out how to do this so that the biosphere becomes even more productive and healthy and resilient. So yeah, right. It's the kind of technology. I think there's probably absolutely limits on how much energy you can use, but how do you use that energy? And then also, getting off planet eventually. If you want to use 10 times more energy than that, you're not going to do it on world.
So how do we detect alien type 1, 2, and 3 civilizations? So we've been kind of talking about basically type 1 civilization detection.
Yeah. Right.
Maybe with the Dyson sphere, you start to get a little bit more type 2. But it feels like if you have a type 2 civilization, it won't be just the Dyson sphere.
Right.
It feels like that just for the same reason you mentioned, climate change, but now at the star system level, they're probably expanding. Right. So how would you detect a type 2?
How about propulsion plumes? Right? If you're expanding,
Nice.
I
Great.
literally
That's great.
put in a NASA proposal now.
Nice.
Thomas Beatty, who's joined us he's at the University of Wisconsin, has an idea to look for plumes. Right? If you have a solar system wide civilization, right, and you got space truckers going back and forth, right, from Mars to they're doing the Enceladus run, they're accelerating and decelerating the whole way there, right? If you want to get to Mars in a couple weeks, you have your fusion drive on the entire way out there. You flip and burn and have it on, so you're also always have gravity, you have thrust gravity. So would those plumes be detectable? Because now you've got spaceships going all over the place, and the odds that the plume is going to cross your field of view could become pretty high. So yeah, I think that's a good way of looking for. That's one idea of looking for large scale interplanetary, which is kind of like when you're getting to a type 2. Another possibility is looking for the tailings of asteroid mining. This was an idea. It was a group at Harvard Smithsonian that be able to look for, if you're really chewing up asteroids to build space habitats, there'd be dust particles left around, and would they look different from just, say, the dust, from just regular collisions?
So pollution of all different kinds.
Pollution of all different kinds.
And trash also.
Okay, so trash is an interesting idea when you come to the actual solar system, right? There's a whole other field of technosignatures, which are things in the solar system. What if somebody came by 1 billion years ago, and left some stuff, right? So the Earth has been showing biosignatures for billions of years. And, a species like us, looking at our level, looking at Earth, would have been able to know that Earth had life on it, had a biosphere for billions of years. So maybe somebody sent something by, a 500 million years ago. So this idea of looking, say, at the moon for artifacts that have been there for a long time is something that a number of people are doing. We're just working on a paper where we just calculated, this was super fun. We calculated how long would the lunar lander exist on the moon before micrometeorites just shoot it down, right? How long would you be able to land on the moon and go, oh, look, there's somebody was here and left some debris. So there's this process called gardening, which is just the constant rain of micrometeorites. And that's where you get the lunar regolith, that fine powder on the moon, is because of this gardening. And it turns out it is literally hundreds of millions to billions of years.
Oh, nice.
That the lunar lander will be visible.
Oh, so we should be able to find artifacts.
Yeah, if there are artifacts and people have proposed doing this with artificial intelligence. We have, the moon has been mapped down to like a couple of meters with various probes, and all that data is sitting there. So why not use machine learning to look through all those things and look for anything that looks not like the lunar surface? And they did a test program where they gave the computer, sort of 50 miles around the Apollo 11 or maybe it was Apollo 17 site, and it instantly was able to pull out the lander.
I mean, the whole task of looking for anomalies, something that looks not like the lunar surface, you make it sound obvious, but it's not exactly obvious. Like anomalies is really not. I mean, detect something that doesn't look right about this room.
Yeah.
It's actually really difficult.
Really difficult. It's really difficult. And it's, what's cool, it's a really information theoretic kind of proposal. You really have to use information theory to say, what's the background? How do I define something that I can say that looks weird?
Yeah, maybe when you're looking at a spectrograph or something, it's still it's gonna look really weird potentially. We're kind of hypothesizing all the things that humans would build,
right?
And how do we detect that,
right?
But there could be really weird stuff.
That's why there's this emphasis now on these agnostic signatures, right? So actually, disequilibrium is a nice one. One way to define life is it is a system that is far from equilibrium, right? It's alive, right? As soon as it dies, it goes back to equilibrium. And so you can look at all chemicals in an atmosphere, even if you don't know whether these could be chemicals that you have no idea whether or not they have anything to do with life. But the degree of disequilibrium, the degree to which they show that atmosphere has not, the chemicals have not all kind of just gone down to they've all reacted away to an equilibrium state. You can actually tell that in very general ways using what's called the Gibbs free energy. And that's kind of a signature. If you see an atmosphere that is wildly out of equilibrium, that indicates that there's something happening on that planet, biosphere or technosphere, that is pumping gases, into the atmosphere that is keeping the whole system from relaxing.
So is it possible we can detect anomalies in space-time?
Well, you could detect, and there's been some work on this, with the Akubre drive, these proposals for warp drives. And we can talk about that later. I'm skeptical of those, but because it may really be possible that you just can't go faster than the speed of light. But people have done work on what would be the signature of an Akubre drive? What would be the signature? Could you detect if you're using a drive like that? Then you certainly are distorting space-time, which means any light that's passing by has gotten, its trajectory has gotten altered because it had to pass through the distorted space-time. So yeah, there are possibilities along with that. One of the funny things, I don't know if they've gotten past this, but somebody calculated the problem with the Akubre drive, or this warp drive, was that if you dropped out of warp, there would be this spray of gamma rays that would sterilize any planet in front of you. So it's well, yeah, you probably don't want to do that, but that would be a great techno signature. Another planet obliterated.
So you think it's not possible to travel fast than speed of light?
I wouldn't say that. But what I think, if you look at the physics we understand, right?
Yeah.
every possibility for faster than light travel really relies on something that doesn't exist, right? So the cool thing is Einstein's field equations, you can actually play with them. The equations are right there. You can add things to the right or left-hand side that allow you to get something like the Kubrick drive. That was a metric that showed you, like, oh, it's a warped bubble. It's a warping of space-time that moves through space-time faster than the speed of light, right? Because nothing can move across space-time faster than the speed of light, but space-time itself can move faster than the speed of light. But here's the problem with all of those proposals is they all need something. The thing you added, the little fictional term you added into the equations, is something called exotic matter, and it doesn't exist. It's really just something we dreamed up to make the equations do what we wanted them to do. So, it's a nice fiction, but really right now, we live in this weird moment in history of the Great Acceleration, where the technology we use now is completely different from the technology we used 10 years ago, is remarkably different from the technology from 100 years ago. But I remember playing Assassin's Creed, where everybody's like, what is it, 1200, and everybody's like, stab. And I was like, yeah, it's a great game. And then I got Assassin's Creed 2, and it was 300 years later, and everybody's like, stab. And it was like 300 years, and the technology hadn't changed. And that was actually true for most of human history, right? You used your great-grandfather's tools because there was no need to have any other new tools. And you probably did his job. So we could be fooled into thinking like, oh, technology is going to go on forever. We're always going to find new advances, as opposed to sometimes things just flatten out for a long time. So you have to be careful about that bias that we have living in this time of great acceleration.
Yeah, but also it is a great acceleration, and we also are not good at predicting what that entails if it does keep accelerating. But for example, somebody like Eric Weinstein often talks about we underinvest in theoretical physics research. Basically, like we're trying too hard for traditional chemical propulsion on rockets versus like trying to hack physics, sort of warp drives and so on. Yeah. Because it's really hard to do space travel. And it seems like in the long arc of human history, if we survive, the way to really travel across long distances is going to be some totally new thing.
Right.
So it's not going to be an engineering problem. It's going to be a physics problem.
Fundamental physics
problem.
Yeah, I agree with that in principle, but I think there's been, there's a lot of ideas out there. People, string theory, people have been playing with string theory now for 40 years. It's not like there hasn't been a lot of effort. And, and again, I'm not going to predict. I think it's entirely possible that we have, there's, incredible boundaries of physics that have yet to be poked through. In which case, then, all bets are off, right? Once you get sort of, fast interstellar travel, whoa, who knows what can happen. But yeah, I tend to be drawn to like science fiction stories that take the speed of light seriously. Like, what kind of civilization can you build where like it takes, 50 years to get to where you're going and 50 years back? Like, so I don't know. There's no way I'm going to say that we won't get warp drives. But as of right now, it's all fictional. It's barely even a coherent concept.
Well, it's also a really exciting possibility of hacking this whole thing by extending human lifespan or extending our notion of time, and maybe as dark as to say, but the value of an individual human life versus the value of life from the perspective of generations.
Yeah.
So you can have something like a generational ship that travels for hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah.
And you're not sad that you'll never see the destination because you kind of have the value for the prolonged survival of humanity versus your own individual life.
Yeah. It's a wild ethical question, isn't it? That book I told you about, Aurora, I love the book because it was such a sort of inversion of the usual. Because, I love science fiction. I've read so many generation ship stories. And they get to that planet. The planet turns out to be uninhabitable. It's inhabited, but it's uninhabitable for Earth because, again, he has this idea of like, life is particular to their planets. So they turn around and they come back. And then when they land, the main character goes, there's still people who are, arguing for more generation ships. And she goes and she punches the guy out because she spent her whole life in a tube, with this. I thought that was a really interesting inversion. You know, the interesting thing about we were talking about these space habitats, but if you really had a space habitat, not some super cramped, you know, crappy, usual version of a Century ship, but if you had these like space habitats that were really, you know, like the O'Neill cylinders, they're actually pretty nice places to live. Put a thruster on those, you know, like why keep them in the solar system? Maybe space is full of like these sort of traveling space habitats that are in some sense they're worlds in and of themselves.
There's the show Silo, which raises the question of basically, if you're putting a generational ship, what do you tell the inhabitants of that ship? You might want to lie to them.
Yeah.
You might want to tell them a story
that
they believe.
Right.
Because there is a society, there's human nature. It's like, how do you maintain homeostasis of that little society? I mean, that's a fascinating technical question, the social question, the psychology question.
You know, the generation ship too, and you know, which I talked about in the book, the idea of you talked about the extended human lifetimes, or the stasis, the cryostasis, which is a mainstay of science fiction. You can basically put in suspended animation and such. None of these things we know are possible. But you know, it's so interesting. This is why I love science fiction, the way it seeds ideas, right? All these ideas we're going to talk about because they've been staples of science fiction for 50 years.
I mean, the whole field of cryogenics.
Yeah, where are we at with that?
Yeah, I wonder what the state of the art is for a complex organism.
How long
can you freeze and then unfreeze?
Right.
Maybe like with bacteria, you could do freeze.
Oh, bacteria can last. This is the thing about panspermia, right? How long can a bacteria survive in a rock that's been blasted? You know, if there's a comet impact across interstellar distances, that does seem to actually be possible. People have done those kind of calculations. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But a complex organism, multicellular, multisystemic, or multisystems, right, with organs and such.
Also, what makes an organism? I mean, it could, which part do you want to preserve? Because maybe for humans, it seems like what makes a personality. It feels like you want to preserve a set of memories. Like if I woke up in a different body with the same memories, I would feel like I would be the same person.
Altered Carbon. That's a great series. I think it's on Netflix. That's a really great series where that's exactly the idea of sleeves. Everybody's able to you can re-sleeve in another body, and it raises exactly sort of this question. It's not the greatest cyberpunk, but it's pretty good. It's got some great action sequences too.
As we get better and better advancements in large language models that are able to be fine-tuned on you, it raises a question because to me they've already passed the Turing test, as we traditionally have defined it. So if there's going to be an LLM that's able to copy you in terms of language extremely well, it's going to raise ethical and philosophical questions about what makes you you. Like what if there's a thing that can talk exactly like you? Like what is the thing that makes you you? It's going to speak about your memories very effectively.
This leads us to, if we're going to get to the blind spot, I'm of the opinion, heretical in some camps, that the brain is not the minimal structure for consciousness. It's the whole body. It's embodied in me. Actually, in some sense, it's communities actually. So I don't. I mean, I could be wrong, but this is what this whole work that I did with Marcelo Gleiser and Evan Thompson, the philosophy of science, which is interesting because it leads to this question about maybe we should just download ourselves into computers, right? That's another story that one tells. I'm super skeptical about those, but that's one of the narratives about interstellar travel is just and that anybody we meet is going to be a machine anyway, whether it's downloaded bodies or it's just going to be artificial intelligence. Like there's the whole idea of how long does biological evolution last? Maybe it's a very short period before everybody goes to, or the machines take over and kill you, or it's some hybrid.
What do you think aliens look like? So we talked about all the different kinds of biosignatures they might leave or technosignatures, but what would they look like when we show up? Are they going to have arms and legs? Are they going to be recognizable at all? Are they going to be carbon-based?
Yeah, so great question. And this question gets to the heart of thinking about life, right? About what life is. And this is the physical part of that. There's also sort of the informational part of it. But let's just talk about the physical part of it, which is, life. Anything that we're going to call life is probably going to work on Darwinian evolution. That's the nice thing about Darwinian evolution. Just like we know the laws of physics are general, the laws of Darwinian evolution are kind of this logic, this basic logic, that, you know, anything we'd reasonably call life probably has to operate under these kinds of principles. And so, you know, evolution is about solving problems that, you know, to survive, that the environment presents. And the environment is always going to present these problems in physical and chemical terms, so that you'd expect a kind of balance between what we call convergence, evolutionary convergence, and evolutionary contingency. So, you know, if you've got to move along a surface, you know, a surface between, you know, hard surface and air, then the idea of some kind of jointed stick, right, legs, makes sense. That you're probably going to trigger that. You know, if you look at Earth's history, multiple times, multiple lineages that had nothing to do with each other are going to solve the problem of getting towards energy sources using some kind of, you know, stick-like apparatus.
So that's about movement?
Yeah, so that's one problem that has to be solved. One problem that has to be solved is they got to get to food, right? Another problem is they got to get away from predators. Right? You've seen wings. We've seen wings. The line that went through dinosaurs to birds involved wings. Insects evolved wings. Mammals evolved wings. If the gas is dense enough that a curved surface, if you move through the curved surface, it's going to produce lift. Yeah, there you go. Evolution will trip on that. So I think you can expect certain classes of solutions to the basic problems that life is gonna be presented with. Stay alive, reproduce. But one of the weird things about, like, with the UFO things is that you always see, like, oh, they all look like humans. They're just like basically humans with, you know, triangular heads. And that's where we get to contingency, right? So what we've been talking about is convergence. So you expect that evolution will converge on wings multiple times when presented with the problems that wings can solve. But contingency is accidents, right? That, you know, you've got something that's evolving a certain kind of wing, a leathery wing, right? And then, you know, the climate changes and they all die out. End of story. Or, you know, an asteroid, a total accident, an asteroid. And so contingency, accidents play also a huge role in evolution. And one of the things that, you know, lots of evolutionary biologists have talked about is the idea that if you ran the tape of Earth's history over again, would you get the same creatures? Now, Stephen Jay Gould was of the opinion that no way. You wouldn't find anything on Earth that resembled any species today. They've done experiments actually on this with E. coli. You take a bunch of E. coli, you let them evolve for a while, you take a bunch of them out, freeze them, let that population continue to evolve, the other one's frozen, now start it over again with the frozen. Mm-hmm. And it seems to be that contingency tends to win, right? The contingency, at least from what we can tell. I mean, that's not a hard result, but in those experiments, what you find is that accidents really do matter. So the idea, and this is important, so yes, you should expect legs or jointed sticks. How many joints they're going to be? Anybody's guess. You know, do you expect humanoids, you know, things with a sensing apparatus on top of a shoulder with two arms and two legs? That's probably a pretty random set of occurrences that led to that.
I guess, what is a brain versus the nervous system? Like, where's most of the cognition competition going on?
Yeah.
You could see that in organisms. Like, I don't know how the brain evolved. Like, why does it have to be in one place?
Doesn't have to be. So my favorite word of the day is liquid brains, right? This idea of distributed cognition, which fascinating idea. And we've come to understand how much distributed cognition there is. Obviously, eusocial animals like termites, etc., and ants, that's an example of distributed cognition. The organism is the whole colony. This is one thing that's been really interesting in the state of the study when we get to for aliens, is that when we've come to recognize that human intelligence, it's not actually, it's been distributed, the kinds of things that go into intelligence are distributed all across the biosphere. Lots of different examples of things show various pieces of what we have. Jason Wright will describe it as like a deck of cards. The cards are all there. We got the hand that actually led to the kind of technological progress that we see. But the kinds of, you know, the basic idea of using tools, the basic idea of recognizing each other eye to eye, all the things that we define as intelligence, you can find many places in many other places across, many other lineages across the Earth. So it could be, they could be very, very different with something like, yeah, maybe it's, you know, the hive mind idea, or, you know, bacterial colonies that actually manage to, you know, come to their own version of high cognition.
Well, I wonder if we stretch out time across 10s, 20 billion years, whether there's a Darwinian evolution stops working at some point in terms of the biology or the chemistry of the organisms, and it switches to ideas. For example, it much more rapidly. You're operating, maybe, I guess it's a kind of Darwinian evolution on the space of memes or whatever. As
technology seems to operate on certainly markets can operate in ways that look very Darwinian.
So basically, a planet is working hard to get to the first kind of organism that's able to be a nice platform for ideas to compete.
Yeah.
And then it kind of stops evolving there. And then it's ideas that take off.
Right. Because, cultural, it's true. It's amazing that cultural evolution totally disconnects from the Darwinian process. But I'd be careful to say that, like, a planet is working hard to do this. Because, it's really important. Looking at us, like, what we think of as ideas and culture, and, it's quite possible we're going to make it another 200 years and this is gone. Right? Because it actually wasn't a very good idea long term. I mean, we just don't know.
Oh, so maybe the idea generation organism is actually the thing that destroys.
Not the biosphere, but it destroys itself. It may not be very long term. It may be very potent for a short period of time, but that it's not sustainable. It doesn't become, like we were talking about before, mature. It's very hard to make it integrated into a mature bio/technosphere. And of course, evolution is not working for anything. Well, here's actually an interesting thing, right? So people are very much, evolutionary biologists will get their hair will stand on end if you start talking about evolution having a purpose or anything. But the very interesting thing about purpose is that once you do get to a idea-generating species or collective organism, then kind of all bets are off, and there is goals, there is teleology, there is now suddenly, absolutely there's a direction implied. So that's kind of the cool, interesting thing, that once you get to that, evolution stops being goalless and directionless, and suddenly, we're the ones who supply, or any kind of creature like us has an absolute direction that they decide on.
Although you could argue that from a perspective of the entire human civilization, we're also directionless. We have a sense that there's a direction in this cluster of humans.
Yeah.
And then there's another cluster that has a different sense of direction. There's all kinds of religions that are competing. There's different ideologies that are competing.
Yeah.
And when you just zoom out across, if we survive across thousands of years, it will seem directionless. It will seem like a pinball.
It's an unholy mess. But at some point, like the expansion into the solar system, like that would be both direction. I mean, depending on how you look at it, it was directional. There was a decision that the collective of human beings made to like anti-accrete, to start spreading out into the solar system. So there was definitely a goal there that may have been reached in some crazy sort of, non-linear way, but it was still, right? It's still a goal was set and it was achieved.
If there's advanced civilizations out there, what do you think is the proper protocol for interacting with them? Do you think they would be peaceful? Do you think they would be warlike? Like, what do we do next? We detect the civilization through all the technosignatures we've been talking about. Maybe direct imaging, maybe there's really strong signal. We come up with a strategy of how to actually get there.
Yeah.
But what's and then the generals, as they always do, the military industrial complex.
We watched that movie.
Where, what kind of rockets?
Yeah.
And do we bring rockets?
Right. Well, I think, so this general question also leads to messaging extraterrestrial intelligence. And I am definitely of the opinion of, like, you should be very careful. Like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to have your head below the grass. The people who advocate, like, oh yeah, we should be sending, powerful messages that are easily detectable into interstellar space. I'm like, why would you? Because we just don't know. Like, I'm not going to say they are warlike. I'm not going to say they're not warlike. I have no idea. But we sure as hell. Well, first of all, who gets to decide that? The idea that a bunch of astronomers who happen to have a radio telescope, I don't, who speaks for Earth? Which I think was a great book somebody wrote. I definitely we should be cautious, I would say, because we just have zero information. And the idea, you used to have this idea, well, if they're advanced, they've managed to survive, so of course they're going to be wearing togas, and be singing Kumbaya. But I just wouldn't assume that. It's also possible, though, that like their cognitive structure is so different that we're not even living in the same universe in a certain way. I think we have to be prepared for that. We may not even be able to recognize each other in some way as cognizing beings. One of my favorite movies is Arrival. I don't know if you've ever seen that one. I really love that one because, you know, they have a different language. They have a different cognitive structure in terms of their language, and they're literally kind of living in a different physics.
Different physics, different language, different everything.
Yeah.
But in the case of Arrival, it can at least like recognize that they're there.
And they managed to cross the language barrier. Yeah.
So, but that's both sides have an interest in communicating, which you kind of suppose that an advanced civilization would have a curiosity. Because, like, how do you become advanced without a kind of curiosity about the mysterious, about the other?
But also, you know, if they're long-lived, they may just be like, we're not even interested. Like, we've done this. We're like, 10 billion years, or sorry, say 10 million years ago, we were really interested in this, in communicating with you, you know, youngins, but now we're not at all. And that's just, you know, one of the beauties of this, again, is how to think about this systematically, because you're so far past the hairy edge, right, of our experience of what we know, that you want to think about it, right? You don't want to be like, don't know, can't say anything, because that's not fun. But you also have to sort of systematically go after your own biases, right? So one of the things I loved about Arrival, too, was, you know, Carl Sagan always had this idea, like, we'll teach them math. We'll teach them our math, then they'll teach us their math, and then, you know, we'll be telling each other knock-knock jokes, you know, and swapping cures for cancer. And, you know, in the movie, like, they send a Carl Sagan guy in and a linguist, and the Carl Sagan guy fails immediately, right? And it's the linguist who understands that language is actually embodied. Language is not just something that happens in your head. It's actually the whole experience. And she's the one who breaks through. And it just points to the idea that how utterly different the cognitive structures, of a different species should be. So somehow we have to figure out how to think about it, but be so careful of our biases, or figure out a systematic way to break through our biases, and not just make science fiction movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Speaking of biases, do you think aliens have visited Earth? You've mentioned that they could have visited and started civilizations, and we wouldn't even know about it if it was 100 million years ago. How can we even begin to answer this question?
Got to figure out ways to look. So I don't put it. It's not high on my list of, you know, things that I think are probable, but it needs to be explored. You know, and unless you look, you never know. So looking on the moon, look at where would we find if aliens had passed through the solar system any time in the last 3 billion years. Where might we find artifacts? Where might artifacts still be around? Earth, probably not, because of weathering and resurfacing. The moon's a good place. Certain kinds of orbits, you know, maybe they parked a probe in an orbit that was stable. So you got to figure out which orbits actually you could put something there and it'll last for 1 billion years. So those are the kind of questions. I don't, like I said, it's not high on my list of thinking this could happen, but it could happen. I certainly can't, unless you look, you don't know.
What about, speaking of biases, what about if aliens visiting Earth is the elephant in the room? Meaning like the potential of aliens, say, seeding life on Earth.
You mean like in that directed panspermia?
Panspermia.
Yeah.
Or seeding some aspect of the evolution.
Like 2001.
Yeah.
You know, it's a great story, but, you know, always with Occam's razor or whatever with science, if I can answer that question without that extra, very detailed hypothesis, then I should. And, you know, the idea that evolution is a natural process, that's what I would go for first, right? That just seems, it's so much easier to do it that way than adding, you know, sort of, because it's kind of a deus ex machina thing of like, oh, then the aliens came down and they solved that problem that you're trying to solve by just coming down and putting your finger on the scales.
So to you, the origin of life is a pretty simple thing that doesn't require an alien.
I wouldn't say that. It's not a simple thing, but it doesn't, you know, I think, because, you know, all you're doing is kicking the can down the road, right? The aliens formed, right? So you're just saying like, all right, I'm just kicking the can down the road to the aliens. What was their abiogenesis?
Well, so from a different perspective, I'm just saying, it seems to me that there's obviously advanced civilizations everywhere throughout the galaxy and through the universe, from the Drake equation perspective. And then if I was an alien, what would I do? You know, I've gotten a chance to learn about the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon. I recently went to the Amazon. You get to understand how they function and how the humans in the Amazon that are in contact with the civilized world, how they interact with the uncontacted tribes. First of all, the uncontacted tribes are very violent towards the outside world, but everybody else try to stay away from them. They try to kind of protect them, don't talk about them, don't talk about their location, all this kind of stuff. And I've begun to internalize and understand that perspective of why you're doing that. And if I was an alien civilization, I probably would be doing a similar kind of thing. And of course, there's always the teenager or the troll who's going to start messing with the stuff, or the scientist. Right. And so it's not, from our perspective, yes. And if you're in the Truman Show, like Occam's razor, but like also the Occam's razor from the perspective of the alien civilization, we have to have the humility to understand that that interaction will be extremely difficult to detect. That would not be obvious.
Right. I understand the logic of what you're saying, but the problem for me with that is that right there, first you have to assume that alien civilizations are common, which I'm not sure about it. That most of them may be dead, or they're not yet. Still, like while I think that life is common, and again, this is just my biases, right? So now the problem is, how do we sort out sort of, the biases we're bringing or the assumptions we're bringing in from the sort of causal chain that comes out of that. I would first want to try and do this without, if we're looking at the origin of life or the evolution of life on Earth, I'd want to do it just on its own without asking for this other layer. Because it requires a bunch of these other assumptions, which also have their own sort of breaking of causal chains. Because I don't really, like the idea that when you ask, what would you do if you were an alien? But again, like alien minds could be so unbelievably different, right? That they wouldn't even recognize the question you just posed, right? Because it's just like, we have a very particular kind of cognitive structure, or cognitive, and we're very governed by, even if you went and talked to, this is an interesting thing to think about, if I could suddenly magically appear 100,000 years ago and talk to a hunter-gatherer about their worldview and their motivations, I might find something that like bore no resemblance to things that I think are sort of, that's what naturally humans do.
Well, let me ask you this question. Let's together do the thought experiment.
Yeah.
If we either create a time machine that allows us to travel back and to talk to them, or we discover maybe a primitive alien civilization on a nearby star system, what would we do?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, so, it's interesting how that even brings up the ethical questions, right? Let's say that, we'd have to first sort of sort out what are the consequences for them and what do we feel our ethical responsibilities are to them.
And also, from a capitalist perspective, what are we to gain?
Yeah, right.
This interaction.
Right. You look at the way the missionaries had these interactions because they thought converting them to whatever religion they were, was the most important. That's what the gain was. So from our perspective, I mean, we have to sort that out. I think given, if we're doing this thought experiment, we are curious. And I think eventually we'd want to reach out to them.
Now, I think when you say we, let's start with the people in this room. Right?
Yeah.
I wonder who the dominant forces are in the world, because I think there's a lot of people, the military, they will probably move first so they can steal whatever advantage they can from this new discovery so they can hurt China or China hurt America. That's one perspective. Then there's the capitalists who will see like how the benefit of the costs here and how can I make money off of this? There's opportunity here. There's gold in them hills. And I wonder, and I think the scientists is just not going to, unlike the movies.
We're not going to get much say.
They're going to put them.
Hey guys, wait a minute.
They would engage probably. I mean, it's just as a human society as we are now, we would engage, and we would be detectable. I think. Like
in our engagement. Yeah, probably.
So using that trivial biased logic, it just feels like aliens would need to be engaging in a very obvious way.
Yeah.
Which brings up that old direct Fermi paradox for me. What do you make of all the UFO sightings?
I am all in favor of an open, agnostic, transparent, scientific investigation of UFOs and UAPs. But the idea that there's any data that we have that links UFOs and UAPs to non-human technology, I just think the standards, none of what is claimed to be the data lives up to the standards of evidence. So let's just take a moment on that idea of standards of evidence, because I've made a big deal about this both, in the book and elsewhere whenever I talk about this. So what people have to understand about science is we are really mean to each other. We are brutal to each other. Because we have this thing that we call standards of evidence. And it's the idea of like, you have a piece of evidence that you want to link to a claim. And, you know, under what conditions can you say, oh, look, I've got evidence of, you know, this claim X, Y, and Z. And in science, we are so mean to each other about whether or not that piece of evidence lives up to the standards that we have. And we spent 400 years determining what those standards are. And that is why cell phones work, right? If you didn't have super rigorous standards about, you know, what you think that, oh, this little antenna, I've invented a new kind of antenna that I can slip into the cell phone and you know, I can show you that it works. You know, if you didn't have these standards, you know, every cell phone would be a brick, right? And when it comes to UFOs and UAPs, the evidence you have and the claim that, though, this shows that, you know, we are being visited by non-human advanced civilization just doesn't even come close to the same standards I'm going to have to obey or whatever, live under. If my team, you know, the group I work with, is one of them says, look, wants to announce that, oh, we've discovered techno signature on an alien planet. We're going to get shredded, as we expect to be. We expect to be beaten up. And, you know, the UAP, UFO community should expect the same thing. You don't get a pass because it's a really cool topic. So that's where I am right now. I just don't think any of the evidence is even close to anything that could support that claim.
Well, I generally assign a lot of value to anecdotal evidence from pilots. Not scientific value, but just like, it's always nice to get anecdotal evidence as a first step. I was like, I wonder if there's something there. But unfortunately, with this topic, there's so much excitement around it. There's a lot of people that are basically trying to make money off of it. There's hoaxes, all this kind of stuff. So
right.
even if there's some signal, there's just so much noise. It's very difficult to operate with. So how do we get better signal? You talked about sort of, if you wanted to really search for UFOs on Earth,
right,
and maybe detect things like weird physics, what kind of instruments would we be using?
Yeah, so you know, in the book I talked about the idea. This is really stupid, but you know, you want to look up, you want to look down, and you want to look all around.
I think that's brilliant. I mean, it's simple, not stupid. It's like literally.
Yeah, right. So you want to do ground-based detectors, that, you know, upward-looking ground-based detectors of the kind we're already building for meteors, right? For tracking meteors. You want to have space-based detectors, put them on satellites. This is what the NASA UAP panel was thinking about. And then probably on pilot, you know, we have lots of people in the sky. There should be detectors on the planes, or at least, you know, some kind of alert system that if a pilot says, oh, look, I'm seeing something I don't understand, boop, presses the red button, and that triggers the ground-based and space-based data collectors. And then the data collectors themselves, this is something that people really don't understand, and it's so important. In order to actually do science with anything, the data you have to understand where it came from, like down to the, you know, the nth degree. You have to know how that camera behaves in a bunch of different wavelengths. You have to characterize that. You have to know what the software does, what the limits of the software are possible. You have to know what happened to the camera. Was it refurbished recently? In every spectral wavelength, in all of its data collection and processing, you have to know all of those steps and have them all characterized. Because especially if you want to claim like, oh my God, I saw something take a right-hand turn at Mach 500, right? You better have all of that nailed down before you make that kind of claim. So we have to have characterized detectors looking up, down, and maybe on planes themselves. We need a rational search strategy. So let's say you want to lay out these ground-based detectors. Where do you put them, right? There's only so much money in the world. So, you know, do you want to put them near places where you've seen a lot of things beforehand, or do you want to, you know, have them try and do a sparse coverage of the entire country? And then you need the data analysis, right? You're going to have so much data, so many false positives, or, you know, false triggering, that you need a way of sorting through enormous amounts of data and figuring out what you're going to throw out and what you're going to keep. And all these things we're used to doing in other scientific enterprises. And without that, if we don't do that, we're going to be having the same damn argument about these things for, you know, the next 100 years.
But if I asked you, I give you $1 trillion and asked you to allocate it to one place, looking out, SETI, or looking at Earth, which should you allocate to?
Oh God, looking out. Because that's the best, you know, as I always like to say, here's my codification of this. If you said, hey, Adam, I'd like to find some Nebraskans And I said, oh, good, let's go to the Himalayas. You know, you'd be like, well, why am I going there? I'm like, well, you know, maybe there's some Himalaya, you know, some Nebraskas in the Himalaya. Say, no, let's go to Nebraska. If we're looking for aliens, why don't we look on alien planets where they live? Because we have that technology now, as opposed to the, you know, the bucket of assumptions that you have to come up with in order to say, like, oh, they're here right now. You know, they just happen to be here right now. And also, the very important thing, I called this the high beam argument. You know, to deal with the UFO stuff, you have to deal with you have to answer these weird, irrational things that are happening. Like, okay, there's an advanced civilization that is visiting Earth regularly. They don't want to be detected. They've got super powerful technology, but they really suck at using it because we keep seeing them. We keep seeing them, but then they disappear, right? I mean, explain to me what rational world that works under. It's like, you know, so there's that whole sort of argument you've got to explain, like, why, if they want to stay hidden, are they so bad at it? So, you know, that's why I take that level of difficulty, and then I put it on top of, where should I look? I should look at I should look at where they're from. That makes me want to do the telescopic stuff.
Yeah, I think the more likely explanation is either the sensors are not working correctly, or it's secret military technology being tested.
Absolutely. I mean, if you had, listen, that's what, again, I think UAP, you know, absolutely UAP should be studied scientifically. But if I had to make a bet, and it's just a bet, I would say this is pure state adversary stuff. When I did a New York Times op-ed for this in 2021, which, you know, blew up, and so, you know, I had a lot of, you know, people talking to me. While I was doing that, I sort of looked at the signals intelligence people, the SIGINT and EINT, electronic intelligence communities, and what they were saying about, you know, the New York Times articles and the various videos. And really, none of them were talking about UFOs. They were all talking about, you know, pure state. That's where I learned the word pure state adversaries. How, like, even simple drone technologies, you can, you know, and you purposely want to do this. You want to fake, you know, signals into the electronics of their adversary, so they crank it up. So then you can just soak up all the electromagnetic radiation and know exactly what those advanced radars can do.
That said, I'm not saying that what this is. If I was the head of an alien civilization, and I chose to minimize the amount of contact I'm doing,
mm-hmm.
I would try to figure out what would these aliens like to see. That's why, like, the big heads in the humanoid form.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's kind of like how I would approach communication. If I was much more intelligent, I would observe them enough. It's like, all right, if I wanted to communicate with an alien colony,
right,
I would observe it long enough to see what are the basic elements of communication.
Yeah.
And maybe I would do a trivial thing, like do like a fake ant.
Right, a robot ant.
Robot ant. But then it's not enough to just do a robot ant. You have to do a robot ant that, like, moves in the way they do.
Yeah.
And maybe aliens are just shitty at doing the robot ants. But no, I do. So I just wanted to make the case for that.
This is the plot, actually, of a great science fiction book called Eon by Greg Bear. And the idea was, like, these sort of, you know, this is actually where my first, I became sort of that more than agnostic, anti-medi. Because the idea is that, yes, our aliens come, they sort of make their arrival. And really their point is to get rid of us. It's the dark forest hypothesis. And what they do is they sort of, literally, the way they present themselves is in this sort of classic UFO thing. And they do it, and they arrive at this was during the Soviet Union, they arrive at the USSR, they arrive in China, and they're kind of faking us out so that we never can organize ourselves against. So it was really, they did exactly kind of what you're talking about, but for nefarious purposes.
Okay, let me ask the pothead question. Yet another pothead.
The whole conversation.
I'm sorry.
Bogs before breakfast.
It's science and pothead questions back and forth. Okay, what if aliens take a form that's unlike what we kind of traditionally envision in analyzing physical objects? What if they take the form of, say, ideas? What if real pothead is it's consciousness itself, like the subjective experience is an alien being? Maybe ideas then is an easier one to visualize because we can think of ideas as entities traveling from human to human.
When I made the claim that the most important, that finding life, any kind of life, would be the most important discovery in human history. And one of the reasons is, again, as I said, that, life, if we're not an accident and there's other life, then there's probably lots of other life. And because the most significant thing about life is it can innovate, right? If I give you a star and tell you the mass and the composition, you can basically pretty much using the laws of physics tell exactly what's going to happen to that star over its entire lifetime. Maybe not the little tiny details, but overall, it's going to be a white dwarf, it's going to be a black hole, end of story. If I gave you a single cell and said what's going to happen in a few billion years, you'd never be able to predict a giant rabbit that could punch you in the face, right? Yeah. A kangaroo. So life has this possibility of innovating, of being creative. So what it means is, and that's a part of a kind of a fundamental definition of what it means to be alive. It goes past itself. So give life enough time, and what are the end result? Like, there's like, that's why I love science fiction so much. At some point, does life reach a point where it climbs into the laws of physics itself? It becomes the laws of physics, or these sort of lie at the extreme limits of thinking about what we mean by reality, what we mean by experience. But I'm not sure there's much we can do with them scientifically. But they're open-ended question about the open-ended nature of what it means to be alive and what life can do.
Since you said it's the biggest question, which is an interesting thought experiment. What is the biggest scientific question we can possibly answer? Some people might say about like what happened before the Big Bang, some big physics questions about the universe. I can see the argument for, how many alien civilizations, or if there's other life out there. You want to speak to that a little bit? Like why is it the biggest question in your? Why is it number one in your top five? Or
I've evolved in this, right? I started off as a theoretical physicist. I went into computational astrophysics and magnetohydrodynamics of star formation. But I always, I was a philosophy minor. I always had these sort of bigger questions sort of floating around the back of my mind. And what I've come to now is the most important question for physics is, what is life? What the hell is the difference between a rock and a cell, fundamentally? And what I really mean by this, and this is where I'm going to go non-traditional, is that really the fundamental question that is agency. What does it mean to be an autonomous agent? How the hell does that happen? I'm not a reductionist. I'm not somebody who's just like, well, you just put together enough chemicals and bing, bang, boom, and it suddenly appears. This is something that really is going to demand a reconception of what nature itself is. And so, yeah, black holes are super cool. Cosmology is super cool. But really this question of what is life, especially by viewing it from the inside, because it's really about the verb to be. Right? Really, what is the most pressing philosophical question beyond science is the verb to be. What is being? Right? This is what Stephen Hawking said when he talked about what puts the fire in the equations. The fire, right? The fire is this presence, and this is where it touches things like whatever you want to say, the sacred, spirituality, whatever you want to talk about. My first book was about science and human spirituality. So it's like so this question of life, what makes life as a physical system so different is to me much more, because it's that's where being appears. Being doesn't appear out there, right? The only place that ever appears to any of us is us. So I can do this kind of projection into this third person thing, but nobody ever has that God's eye view. That's a story we tell. This is where this between us is where the verb to be appears.
So this is something that you write about in The Blind Spot, why science cannot ignore human experience. Sort of trying to pull the fire into the process of science, and it's a kind of critique of materialism. Can you explain the main thesis of this book?
Yeah, so the idea of the blind spot is that there is this thing that is central to science. So we're using the blind spot as a metaphor, right? So the eye has an optic nerve, and the optic nerve is what allows vision to happen. So you can't have vision without the optic nerve. But actually, you're blind to the optic nerve. There's a little hole in your vision where the optic nerve is. And what we're saying is that science has something like this. There is something that without which science would not be possible. But that science, the way it's been configured, and actually when we mean the blind spot, I'll get into exactly what I mean, what it is, but it's not really science. It is a set of ideas that got glued onto science. It's a metaphysics that got glued onto science. And so what is that thing what is the blind spot? It's experience. It is presence. And by experience, people have to be very careful, because I'm not talking about being an observer. It's there's lots of words for it. There's direct experience. There is presence, being, the life world within the philosophy called phenomenology. There's the life world. It's this sort of raw presence that you can't get away from until you die, and then who the hell knows? That, like, as long as you're around, it's there. And what we're saying is that is the way to say this. That is the precondition for the possibility of science. And the whole nature of science, the way it has evolved, is that it purposely pushed that out. It pushed that out so it could make progress. And that's fine for a certain class of problems. But when we try and go deeper, there's a whole other class of problems. The nature of consciousness, the nature of time, quantum mechanics, that comes back to bite us. And that if we don't learn how to understand that is always the background, that experience is always the background, then we just end up with these paradoxes and these yoga that require this intellectual yoga to get out of.
I think you give a bunch of examples of that, like looking at temperature as a number. There's a very sort of objective scientific way of looking at that, and then there's the experience of the temperature.
And how you build the parable of temperature, that we call it. So what is the blind spot? We use the term, it's a constellation. It's not just materialism. It's a constellation of ideas that are all really sort of philosophical views. They're not what science says, but because of the evolution of the history of science and culture, they got like pin the tail on a donkey. They were sort of pinned on and to tell us that this is what science says. So what is it? One is reductionism, that you are nothing but your nerve cells, which are nothing but the chemistry, which is nothing but, all the way down to quarks. That's it. So that's reductionism. The objective frame, that science gives us this God's eye view, this third person view of the world, to view the world from the outside. That's what science, bequeaths to us, that view. Physicalism, that everything in the world is basically made of stuff. There's nothing else to talk about, right? That's all there is, and everything can be reduced to that. And then also the reification of mathematics, that mathematics is somehow more real than this. And there's a bunch of other things, but all these together, what they all do is they end up pushing experience out and saying experience is an epiphenomenon. Consciousness. I tend not to use the word consciousness because I think it leads us in the wrong direction. We should focus on experience because it's a verb, kind of in a way. It's verb-like. So yeah, and by being blind to that, we end up with these paradoxes and problems that really not only block science, but also have been detrimental to society as a whole, especially where we're at right now.
So you actually say that from a perspective of detrimental society, that there's a crisis of meaning, and that we respond to that in a way that's counterproductive to these bigger questions, scientific questions. So the three responses you mentioned is scientific triumphalism, and then on the other side is rejecting science completely, both on the left and the right. I think the postmodernists on the left and the anti-establishment people on the right. And then just pseudoscience that kind of does this in-between thing. Can you just speak to those responses and to the crisis of meaning?
Right. So the crisis of meaning is that, on the one hand, science wants to tell us that we're insignificant, we're not important, we're just, biological machines, so we're basically an insignificant part of the universe. On the other hand, we also find ourselves being completely significant. In cosmology, we have to figure out how to look from the inside at cosmology. We're always the observers. We're at the center of this, collapsing wavefront of light. Quantum mechanics, it really comes in. It comes in, the measurement problem just puts us front and center. Some people have spent 100 years trying to ignore the measurement part of the measurement problem. So on the one hand, we're insignificant, and on the other hand, we're central. So which one is it, right? And so this all comes from not understanding actually the foundational role of experience. This inability, we can't do science without already being present in the world. We can't reduce what happens in science to some sort of formal. A lot of it is about, we love our formal systems, our mathematics, and we're substituting. That's one of the things that there's two philosophers we really like, our heroes. One is Rothschild, who's a mathematician who invented phenomenology, and the other is Whitehead, who's one of the greatest mathematicians of the 20th century. And Rothschild came up with this idea of the surreptitious substitution. Part of the blind spot is substituting a formal system, a calculus of data for actual experience. That's more important. And so let me just do, before I go to those three responses, let's just do the parable of temperature, because I think it'll help them understand what we mean. So think about degrees Celsius, right? we kind of have in the modern scientific culture we live in, we think like, oh yeah, degrees Celsius, they're out there. The universe, it's, you know, the molecular cloud in space is 10 degrees, you know, Kelvin. The way we got there is we've forgotten how that idea is rooted in experience, right? We started off with science we had the subjective experience of hot and cold. I feel hot, I feel cold, you feel hot, you feel cold. Science was this process of trying to extract from those experiences what Michel Bitbol, a philosopher, calls the structural invariants, the things that like we could both kind of agree on. So, you know, we figured out like, oh, we could make a gradiated little cylinder that's got mercury in it, and that, you know, hot things will be higher in that, you know, on that gradiated cylinder, cold things will be lower, and we can both kind of figure out what we're going to agree on are our standards for that. And then we have thermometry. Yay, we have a way of sort of like having a structural invariant of this sort of very personal experience of hot or cold. And then from that, we can come up with thermodynamics, etc. And then we end up at the bottom of, you know, at the end of that, with this idea of like every day I wake up and I check my phone and I'm like, oh, it's going to be, you know, 60 degrees out. Great. And we start thinking that 60 degrees is more real than hot and cold. That thermodynamics, the whole formal structure of thermodynamics, is more real than the basic experience of hot and cold that it came from. You know, it required that bodily experience that also, not just me, you, I have to tell you, know, it's part of my communication with you. Cold today, isn't it? Right? That from that basic, irreducible experience of being in the world, you know, with everything that it involves, I developed degrees Celsius. But then I forgot about it. I forgot the experience. So that's called the amnesia of experience. So that's what we mean by the, you know, how the blind spot emerges, how we end up, how science purposely pushes experience out of the way so it can make progress. But then it forgets that experience was important. So where does this show up? Why is this, you know, what are the responses to trying to get this back in, and where this crisis of meaning emerged? So scientific triumphalism is the idea that the only thing that's true for us are scientific truths, right? Unless it can be codified in a formal system and represented as data, you know, captured in some kind of scientific causal network, it doesn't even exist, right? And anything else that's not part of it, that can be formalized in that way, is an epiphenomenon. It's not real. So, you know, scientific triumphalism is this response to the you know, the weirdness of, you know, I could call it the mystery, the weirdness of experience, by kind of just ignoring it completely. So there's no other truth, you know, art, music, you know, human spirituality, it's all actually reducible just to neural correlates. So that's one way that it's been dealt with. The other way is this sort of, right, you've got on the postmodern, you know, the left, academic left, you get this thing like science is just a game. You know, it's just a game from the powerful come up with, which is also not true. Science is totally potent and requires an account for what is happening. So that's another way to push sort of science away or respond to it. The science denial that happens, that's also another way of sort of, you know, not understanding the balance that science is that we need to establish with experience. And then there's just pseudoscience, which wants to sort of say like, oh, you know, the New Age movement or whatever, which wants to have, you know, wants to deal with experience by kind of elevating it in this weird pseudo-spiritual way, or, you know, so that doesn't have the rigor of science. So, you know, all of these ways, all of these responses, we have this difficulty about experience. We need to understand how experience fits into the web of meaning. And we don't really have we don't have a good way of doing it yet. And the point of the book was to identify very clearly how the problem manifests, what the problem is, and what its effects are in the various sciences.
And by the way, we should mention that at least the first two responses, they kind of feed each other. There's just to observe the scientific community, those who, you know, gravitate a little bit towards the scientific triumphalism, there's an arrogance that builds in the human soul. I mean, it has to do with PhDs, it has to do with sitting on an academic throne, all of those things, and the human nature with the egos and so on, it builds. And of course, that nobody likes arrogance, and so those that reject science, the arrogance is fuel for the people that reject science.
I absolutely agree.
It just goes back, and it's just is this divide that builds.
Yeah, no, that was a problem. Like when you saw, so like I said, you know, my first book was about science and human spirituality. So I was trying to say that, like, you know, science is actually, if we look at what happens in human spirituality. Not religion. Religion's about politics, right? But about, for the entire history of the species, we've had this experience of, for lack of a better word, the sacredness. I'm not connecting this God or anything. I'm just saying this experience of like the more. And then, with the new atheist movement, you got people saying that like anybody who feels that is an idiot. They just can't handle the hardcore science. When in fact, their views of the world are so denuded of they can't even see the role that experience plays and how they came up with their formal systems. And experience fundamentally is weird, mysterious. It's like it's kind of goes down forever in some sense. There is always more. So yeah, that arrogance then, just if you're telling everybody who's not hardcore enough to do the standard model of cosmology that they're idiots, that's not going to bode well for your the advance of your project.
So you're proposing at least to consider the idea that experience is fundamental. Experience is not just an illusion that emerges from the set of quirks. That there could be something about the conscious experience of the world that is like at the core of reality.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't, because there's panpsychism, right? Which wants to say
that's all the way there. So
yeah,
panpsychism is like that's literally one of the laws of physics.
Right, right. But see, what all those do is like just the idea of say like physicalism versus idealism, which are kind of the two philosophical schools you can go with. Physicalism says all that exists is physical. Idealism says all that exists is mind. We're actually saying, look, both of these, to take either of those positions is already to project out into that third person view. Right? And that third person view, we want to really emphasize, is a fiction. It's a useful fiction when you're doing science, right? If I want to do like, the Newtonian physics of billiard balls on a pool table, great. I don't want to have to think about experience at all, right? But, if I'm asking deeper questions, I can't ignore the fact that there really is no third person view. And that any story I tell about the world is coming from it's not just first person, but it's literally, because I'm going to argue that experience always involves all of us. Experience always originates out of a community. That, you're always telling those stories from the perspective of already existing, of already being in experience. So whatever account we want to give is of the world is going to have to take that as experience as being irreducible and the irreducible starting point. So ultimately, like, we don't have an answer. Like, that's when people are like, well, what are you suggesting is the alternative? It's like, look, that's the good work of the next science to come. Well, our job was to point out the problem with this. But what we would argue with is, and we're thinking about the next book, is this is really going to require a new conception of nature, right? That doesn't sort of jump right to that third person, that fictional third person view, and somehow figures out how to do science, recognizing that it always starts from experience. It always starts from this field of experience, or in phenomenology, the word is the life world, that you're embedded in. You can't unembed yourself from it. So how do you do? So one of the things that Whitehead said was, we have to avoid the bifurcation of nature. And what he meant by that is the bifurcation into like sort of scientific concepts, wavelength. Think about like seeing a sunset. You can say like, oh, look, it's just wavelengths, and scattering particles, and your experience of the redness, the actual experience of the redness, and all the other things. It's not just red. There's no qualia. There's no pure redness. Everything that's happening in the experiential part is just an epiphenomena. It's just, brain states or whatever. He said you can't do that. They're both real. They're
How
both
you living, Pam?
They both need to be integrated. And so that's
all right. I've been awake, wide fucking awake, since my 5 championship victory.
Are you serious? You haven't slept at all?
No, my hours are all fucked up. No,
Bro.
I know, it's one of those things.
Fucking shit, dude. That was... I don't even know how I passed out so hard.
No, definitely not a nap. All right. So let's give you a little update on the happenings. We had some people come in throughout the night. I'm still waiting on my elusive Twitch person. But once that happens, it's going to start rolling in. And I know why. I'm still learning the Twitch system. Aframasha came in, and I walked her through multi-streaming. So we hooked up her YouTube, her Kick, which, is a pain in the ass because you have to use restream.io or whatever. And then Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and then Rumble. So that took like an hour, but she streams so much that it's just in her best interest, especially if she's not getting the kind of um, participation that she wants. But seemingly she is, so that's good. All right, so um, Twitch has been interesting. So I created a bot, and I kind of anticipated that the bot would not necessarily work perfectly. Like Kick, I figured they're a new platform. Like they're not going to have that many defense mechanisms against me, and they didn't. I figured Twitch is going to definitely have a lot more. So what I end up finding is that like I'll create the bot and it'll start spamming people. Now keep in mind I can't spam hyperlinks anymore. They've like banned my hyperlinks. Okay, no big deal. I'll just use the dot or whatever. No big deal. They still let me put 500 characters, which is a shitload. So I can still put in there what my Instagram is, what my TikTok is, what my Discord is, the Discord link, my blog link, still talk about life extension technology and alien disclosure and all that other shit. So that's all cool. But okay, so then what? So it was spamming, and it was spamming very well. Well, I shouldn't say that. I ran into an issue. This is like the most minor of all issues, but it drives me crazy. It's one of the reasons why I didn't do this before. Okay, so when you want to scroll down on a page, normally you can go to the bar on the right side and just like press a button and it scrolls down. Or you can like press the down button and it scrolls down, or you press the page down button and it scrolls down. On like every website, on just everywhere. That's just pretty standard. Not for Twitch. I don't know why. They have a bar that hides itself. It doesn't have a top arrow nor a bottom arrow. And it doesn't have like, if you just click the bar, it doesn't just automatically move down. You have to hold the bar and drag it down. So this caused me some issues because when I'm spamming people, it's important for me to be able to get new targets. And if it just stays on the same people, it doesn't help me. So I kind of struggled for a little bit of time trying to figure out how to get this thing to go downwardly. I checked Chrome. A lot of Chrome extensions Google has purged because they violate their terms, whatever the fuck that means. And so some that might have perhaps worked before aren't working now. And all right, so then I didn't even think about it, but I have ThinkPads, which are like Lenovo's, which were previously IBM's, and they're pretty I would say what's the word? Hardy? No, they're pretty rugged devices, though. They're made for business use, and even though they're older, they're still pretty rugged. But I never use. They have like multiple like buttons for the mouse. Usually, I just use the trackpad and the two buttons at the bottom. But it has like this little. I call it the clit button. There's like a little red button in the middle of the keyboard, if you've ever seen them, that can also be a mouse. And don't even want to show it, but it's just like this little tiny button that can also be a secondary mouse. And I figured out that the macro recorder, if I use that and use another like button, a random button on the above the trackpad that I don't even think people really use, it will scroll down for me. So once I figured that out, I was like, okay, great. So I had one. It is. I mean, just thinking of ways to get around the policies. Now, I can remember Eddie Craven, the guy from Kick, saying that one of the reasons why they don't cut down on bots or they don't give away like their bot strategy is because then that just makes people much better. So they don't want to show their hands, which I get. And I know that Eddie hired like one of the top guys from Amazon. He's the guy. I don't know if you remember this, but he accused me of sending him a middle finger candle. If you recall that, I don't know if you do, but he posted about it, and I didn't do that. Okay, just one moment. Let me. This is from. No, it's not. I truthfully was impersonating Caspian C, and I wrote that to him a whole bunch of times.
I know that. That's what I was. That's what I'm saying. I'm just like, that's why I was like, I've never heard of that because that's like
not in my way.
That's not something you would do.
I wouldn't look up anybody's address. I wouldn't send them something. So Santa Maria on Twitter. Oh, yeah, he made a whole video about it, and when I saw this, I was like, I didn't really think it was funny because it's just not my way. I kind of felt like it was creepy. When I know it was creepy, I wouldn't want somebody to send me something if I didn't know it was coming, and it just creeped me out that somebody did this on my behalf. So let me find this video for you because it's quite interesting. Santa Maria X. Let's see if that works. Shows up. No, it shows up. Kick. So Santa Maria he's basically like the head developer at Twitch now. I'm sorry, at Kick now, but he used to be at Amazon. So, if that makes sense, Santa Maria, he should be verified. Oh no, he's not. Okay. Here's his account. Rules Twitter. Here it is. Okay, so now I just have to search through his Twitter. And I hope he still has it posted. It's really something that I should archive. Just in case anybody else accuses me of doing anything that I didn't do. So candle. Man, I hope he didn't take it down. Let's see here. Let me just see if I can scroll and find it. How often does he post? I really should have downloaded it when he sent it. I think it was in like September or something. And I let him know, like in a bunch of ways. Hey, I didn't send it. Let's see, maybe it's GIFT, GIFT. Candle. No, he might have taken it down. Okay, I'm gonna find it. I don't know how I ended up finding out that he posted this, but yeah, somebody sent him a middle finger candle, and they said it was for me, and I didn't think it was funny, and I typed it in the chat like a bunch of times to a bunch of different accounts. Hey, I did not do that. I wouldn't do something like that. That's just not my nature, and you should know that he's an impersonator. And okay, so we're back to November, and he seemingly seems like a nice guy. Like he's like a professional. And I even said, oh, I know. And then I even said in a bunch of like interviews, like I spoke highly of him. So he knows I don't think he's a bad person. Okay. I don't know how. It might have been. I mean, like you would have known about this immediately if you were here at the time. And so I don't know. Let's see here. It was before that. Okay. When they have the all-time peak, like 1 million people watching them. Come on, have kept it. There's still a good chance that he's kept it. I just, let's see. Okay, we're in October. If anything, I can search through the things on which I have responded, or because I wrote a I wrote messages to him and I commented on it. Okay, let's see here. Now we're in September. I think it was before he went to. Let's see here. Okay. I'm gonna search through my comments that I've made. Let's see if I can find it. Profile, replies. Oh, no, that's not it. Replies. Oh, I found it, dude. I found it. Okay, so this was back in 9/12. So it was back in September. This is amazing. I mean, this was when I was only spamming them, like not that much, like enough, but not that much. Okay, let's see if you can hear it. You can't hear it? I'll send it to you. But you know, he says it's creepy, and it is, and I agree. I mean, I said like, "Hey, dude, I didn't do that." What is this? What is this that he sent? Hey, what's going on? How are you, Sir Smoke a Lot? Oh, you gonna play, big dog?
Not Red Dead. You ain't that lucky.
No, I understand. Hey, did you know? I don't know if you know this, but and I could be wrong, but Red Dead Redemption went on sale for like $14.
Hello, people.
What up? How are you?
I'm fine.
Caspian C, if you would you please download that video that I just sent you, just in case I ever need it? I just sent it to you. So they say, this is from Kick Clips. Kick staff Santa Maria received a gift from Rabbi Rothschild. Mind blown emoji. In my opinion, it's a shame that Kick chooses to give him attention instead of doing something about the problem. He has created hundreds of user accounts, spams all chats, and makes hundreds of pointless clips 24/7, 365. All that is true, but I didn't send it. I really didn't. In my life, I was impersonated by at least once on the internet.
Oh, fuck it. Wow. I've got incense burning. Shit, it smells. Oh my. Yeah, I know. Love. Jump from okay. I know that. Oh, it smells like Kim. Fucking Rabbi. And look what it says here. This fucking guy, as if like not making clips like crazy was enough on my fucking channel, right? As if like not making, clips of all your guys' channels. Oh, Carolina. Oh, Carolina. Oh, Carolina. I love it. So a little bit
Yep.
taller.
Yep.
I was a baller, which had a girl with a blue old collar, which had a rabbit in a hat with a bat and a 6-car Impala. Oh, I fucking love this game. Truck in again, Rabbi, truck in.
Okay. That works.
You might not like it because it's quiet. It's just truck in.
Just a moment. I'll pull it up.
There we go.
Oh, you a space trucker?
Yup.
That's baller as fuck.
I swear I've shown you this one.
I think one time. Maybe. Or maybe you just told me about it.
Fucking I like to speed intro.
Caspian C, did you get a chance to watch that thing I sent you? Okay.
Caspian, hello.
I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom.
Say hello to me.
He did.
Did he actually know? What's so special about this one? I want the one with the most money, so that's 2 jumps. Do that one. That's going to the Three Kings, so if I do another one to the Three Kings, does that mean I can have 2 at the same time? I think some people play this game where they plan out their journey if they do stops along the way and they just never end if they make money, whereas I'm just doing one job at a time. Oh shit. Caspian! How was your New Year's? Did you get pissed? Did you get pissed? I have no oxygen. Rabbi. Give me a fucking chance to fucking... Oh, you stupid prick. I'm about to take a big chunk out of here. Oh, you pricks. No! Oh, you wankers. Fucking wankers.
You guys' channels. Rabbi sent me a gift. He asked me to...
Yo, dog, if you're seeing this, Santa Maria, or anybody else out there, I have at least one impersonator. I did not send you that. I've only spoken highly of you, Santa Maria. So please, I mean, it's fine if you think I sent you that middle finger candle. But I did not. I really didn't. So just wanted you to know that. I have an impersonator, or at least one. Thanks. Hey, Caspian, can you hear me? Oh, he bounced.
Yeah, Rabbi, I can't control the shit.
All right.
There you go. It just went into a little bit of a spin. Fine. Well, I had a major problem. I had 10 grand, now I only have 5 grand. Something went bang on my ship and I didn't ship.
That's not good. I'll be right back. Just one moment.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yo, dog, I did not send you that middle finger candle. This is Rabbi Michael Rothschild. I did not send that. I have an impersonator, or at least a few of them, perhaps. I have at least one impersonator because I did not send you that. Please check the address on it. Please check any kind of routing information you can get on that because I did not send that to you. I would not do that. I only think highly of you, Santa Maria, and I've even said that in various interviews with creators on the Kick platform. So just wanted you to know I didn't do that. I have at least one impersonator. Take care, big dog. Caspian C. Just one moment. I will, I think, be able to send that to you so that you don't have to download it. Or it's. Oh, you're very smart. Okay, so you've got it.
Yeah.
You're okay. No, I've got it. I'm going to actually upload it along with just like a quick thing that I did at the end, just being like, hey, I didn't send that to you. But in case anybody ever says I did something to them that I didn't do, I have this as like at least one event, like somebody trying to impersonate me. Isn't that weird though? It's the least thing though. That's absolutely fine. If they want to do that, if that's what they want to send, I get it. That's fine. It could have been very malicious. But I didn't do that. So I mean, I'm on camera all the time. Like that is not. That's just not something I would do.
Rabbi, is it, do I have to go knock someone out?
Exactly. Oh, I would have spammed it. Check out the middle finger that I sent. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I would have been very happy about it. and I didn't do any of that. So I don't know. I just think that somebody impersonated me.
When he accomplishes his task, and he didn't do that.
Yeah.
Rabbi sent me a gift. He asked me to do.
Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
look at what I'm holding.
Okay, it looks really long. What is that?
Algae. Space weed.
That's tight as fuck.
I don't know. I'm calling it space weed because it is algae with grown on space rocks. This is going to be so fucking tricky because the most I've ever pulled is one trailer. This is going to be a bitch and off the move. My fucking thrusters are getting hot quicker than you expect. But with these trailers, they've all got gravity on it, so once one lines up with the front, they all readjust and reline. I just got to be very fucking careful. God, 1, 2. I've got to go for 3 more gates. Holy shit. But I don't like this.
Well, you got to do what you got to do, big dog.
No, it's going to be fucking. Oh, and I've just got out the seat. This is going to be fucking annoying to do. It's going to be so annoying to do. Oh, need my cameras. These cameras should help with like where I am, how close I am to the fucking railings on the side.
You would think if you had a truck in space that they could at least give you color cameras.
Yeah, look, I've got cameras. It's right, basically the mirrors.
Yeah, but they're like night vision.
Yeah. I don't know why that is, but yeah, I've just noticed that now. Maybe it's just this game was made by a small company, so.
I think it's going to be very popular in the future.
Yeah. Hopefully.
I'm gonna minimize your game just for a second because I just want to finish telling Caspian Sea's story. Excellent. So, basically, that guy, Santa Maria, he taught Kick all of the ways to like that Amazon uses to prevent bots and stuff. So I have been trying to do this on Twitch, and so first Twitch banned me from being able to send my hyperlinks. All they had to do was just like ban one of them, and if any of them are included in a message, nothing comes through. So it's like, okay, that's fine. I'll make it all words. So if it's all words, they're not going to ban the word like antimatter or, my name or anything. They're not going to ban words completely from their system, but they will ban a link. So then I'm able to spam for like a few hours, and that's fine. Then I have a secondary computer, and I start creating a bot on that, and I basically have that one done. It just needs the finishing touches, but it's like, okay, and then I'll get the third one, and then we'll start pumping. So I noticed that after a few hours, the other Twitch account isn't spamming like it once was. So I do some tests, and I come to the realization that now Twitch has banned the username, anything that has the username join Rabbi's Discord. So it took me a little while to figure out why wasn't it going through, but I changed the username, and then it starts coming through again. So I had to reprogram the robots, but that wasn't too bad, and now it's chugging along. Now, Twitch does have some things like I got my first ban on Twitch for one of the accounts, which I thought was exciting. I didn't know if they'd ever just straight up ban my account and what that looked like. And not my good accounts, just some shitty account that I made. And so they just give me an indefinite ban for automated spam or something like that. So I'm like, okay. I mean, it's all very similar to Kick. Like, it makes me see, Kick just literally stole Amazon shit and just made their own platform with it. I mean, down to like how you get banned. When you're banned, you get automatically logged out and an email sent to you, which I just find is interesting. Okay, so then what did I do? So then I just have like a random username generator that is being used to basically create the account. And I noticed that when I don't use a name that says join Rabbi's Discord and I don't send my links, that I'm able to spam for a good, 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes. And then I just have the bot start all over again. So it changes its IP address. It then goes and starts creating an account with a random user ID. It then it follows them. It spams them. And then it moves on to the next person. Now, one thing I might do, is have it create clips, but that actually adds a lot of time. You can create a clip on Kick in 5 seconds. On Twitch, it takes you to another page, and it's got to upload. It takes like another minute. And I just don't know if that's in my best interest, especially because it's not like those clips populate immediately. It still is a user who has to go in and manually allow them. And I don't know, it might get their attention, so I might do it because it gets their attention. But at this point, I'm just trying to get the bots going, and then I can increase their functionality once I've basically figured out the Twitch system. So, like, I'm watching it right now, and it just created an account. It just logged in, and it's scrolling the way that I need it to. So, I mean, really, all I have to do is just make sure the bot continues. And if it ever gets a hiccup or anything, you just restart it. But it already restarts on its own, and I think that's a good thing. So I've got another bot that's more than halfway done. I just have to kind of do some troubleshooting on it. And then I have a third computer that I'm going to create a bot on. once I got 3 of these bots going at once, at a minimum, it's spamming like 60 times an hour, which is like if I do it on 3 computers, it's 180. Oh, and another thing, I haven't just one of them that I created isn't just spamming the people with nobody watching them. It's spamming people with thousands of people watching them. So I'm kind of changing it up. I'm going to have some of them that are spamming the very bottom of the live list, the very middle of the live list, and then the top people, and just see what happens. I hope that makes sense. Caspian C, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So I think my grandma skipped for a second.
That's okay. No big deal. In summary, we're still spamming, and I'm just basically working through what Twitch has to prevent me from spamming. And like once I get it to the point where they don't have a defense for me, then it's like then we're like running back and we see a scene, we see daylight, and we just run after it because then there's not too much they can do to me. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. What else happened? That's basically it. I agree. Well, I think so. They're surprisingly they're not that advanced. I mean, like Reddit is really advanced to stopping this kind of attack. They get your device ID and all kinds of stuff, but I don't know why these guys don't. I mean, I'm sure they will in the future if I start doing to them what I've done to Kick. Now, isn't it interesting that guy sent that, or like whatever, somebody sent that guy a middle finger? That was back in September. And I've been spamming them nonstop until like yesterday. so it's like they have to just be so worn down. I mean, you hear how he's talking about me, like this guy's notorious. Everybody knows who this guy is, and that brings me great joy. Not the part about sending something to someone, but the fact that even their top brass knows who I am, and Eddie's my friend on Discord, so I think that's pretty cool. I agree. Well, I wouldn't say we chat, but he accepted my friend request, which is totally fine.
Required, I think, a different conception of what we mean by nature.
Is it something like incorporating in the physics, in the study of nature, the observer, the experiencing observer, or is that still also looking from a third person?
I think that's what we have to figure out, right? And so actually, a great place to think about this is quantum mechanics, right? Because one of the things we're arguing is like, look, in the chapter that I wrote on, because I wrote this with Evan Thompson, who's a wonderful philosopher, and Marcelo Gleiser, who's a theoretical physicist. When I was writing the chapter on the origin of the blind spot, like sort of how this emerged out of history, the subheader was like, well, it made sense at the time, because it did. There was a reason why people adopted this third-person, God's eye, deterministic view. This view of sort of like, the perfect clockwork of the universe. Yeah, it totally made sense. But by the time you got to the beginning of the 20th century, science itself was telling you like, And no place does this appear more than in quantum mechanics, right? Quantum mechanics slams you with the idea that of the measurement problem, The most important thing about quantum mechanics is you have a dynamical equation, the Schrodinger equation, which, you put in, like we talked about before, you have initial conditions, and now you got a differential equation, and you crank out the differential equation, and it makes predictions for the future, right? Exactly like Newtonian physics or its higher versions of Lagrange or Hamiltonians. But then this other thing happens where it's like, oh, by the way, as soon as you look at it, as soon as the measurement is made, I have a whole other set of rules for you. You know, that's what we call the Born rule. And that was telling you right from the beginning that measurement matters, right? So when you're asking, like, how will we do this? Quantum mechanics is actually pointing to how to do it. So, you know, there's been all these different interpretations of the quantum mechanics. Many of them try to pretend the measurement problem isn't there, go to enormous lengths, like the many worlds interpretation, literally inventing an infinite number of unobservable parallel universes to avoid the thing that quantum mechanics is telling them, which is that measurements matter. And then you get something like cubism, which is I'm going to advocate for, is a new interpretation of quantum mechanics, which puts the Born rule at the center, right? Instead of like focusing on the Schrodinger equation and the weird things that come out of it, like Schrodinger's cat and all that other stuff, it says, no, actually the real mystery is the Born rule. Let's think about the Born rule. And like you said, that puts the agent and information at the center of the whole thing.
So that's not a thing you're trying to get rid of. That's the thing you're trying to integrate at the center of the thing. In quantum mechanics, it becomes super obvious, but maybe the same kind of thing should be incorporated in every layer of study of nature.
Absolutely, that's exactly it. So, you know, one of the things that's really interesting to me. So, I have a project. I'm part of a big project that Chris Fuchs and Jacques Finier on cubism. So, I've been part of that. And what I've been amazed by is the language they use. So, what's cool about cubism is it comes from quantum information theory. It's a pretty modern version of thinking about quantum mechanics, and it's always about you have an agent who makes an action on the world, and then the information they get from that action through the experiment, that's the action on the world, updates their priors, updates their Bayesian, that's why it's called cubism, quantum Bayesianism, updates how the information they've gotten from the world. Now this turns out to be kind of the same language that we're using in a project that's about the physics of life, where we have a grant from the Templeton Foundation to look at semantic information and the role of semantic information in living systems like cells. So, you know, we have Shannon information, which is a probability distribution that tells you, you know, basically how much surprise there is in a message. Semantic information focuses on meaning, right? Focuses on, and in a very simple way, just like how much of the information that the agent, you know, the critter is getting from the world actually helps it survive, right? That's the most basic idea of meaning, right? We can get all philosophical about meaning, but this is it. Does it help me stay alive or not? And the whole question of agency and autonomy that occurs in this setting of just asking about how do cells move up a chemical gradient to get more food kind of has the same feel, the same, you know, sort of architecture as what's going on in quantum mechanics. So I think what you said is exactly it. How do we bring this sort of recognition that there's always us, the agent, or life, the agent, interacting with the world and drawing in, both giving information and passing information back as a way of doing science, doing hardcore science with experiments, but never forgetting that agency, which also means experience in some sense, is at the center of the whole thing.
So you think that could be something like cubism, quantum Bayesianism, that creates a theory like a Nobel Prize winning theory, sort of like hardcore real theories that put the agent at the center.
Yes, that's what we're looking for. I think that's the exciting part. And it's a move, you know, the scientific triumphalist thing says, you know, you understand why people love this. Like, I have these equations, and these equations represent, you know, there's this Platonic ideal that they are, you know, they exist eternally on their own. It's kind of quasi-religious, right? It's sort of like somehow these equations are you're reading the mind of God. But this other approach to me is just as exciting, because what you're saying is there's us and the world. They're inseparable, right? It's always us and the world. And what we're now finding about is this kind of co-creation, this interaction, you know, between the agent and the world, such that these powerful laws of physics that need an account, like in no way am I saying these laws aren't important. These laws are amazing, but they need an account, but not an account that strips, you know, that turns the agent into just an epiphenomenon, that it pushes the agent out and makes it seem as if the agent's not the most important part of the story.
So if you pull on this thread and say there's a whole discipline born of this, putting the agent as the primary thing in a theory, in a physics theory, like, how is it possible it just like breaks the whole thing open? So there's this whole effort of, unifying general relativity and quantum mechanics, of like coming up with a theory of everything. What if these are like the tip of the iceberg? What if the agent thing is like really important?
So, listen, that would be like kind of my dream. I'm not going to be the one to do it because I'm not smart enough to do it. But Marcelo and I have for a while have been sort of critical of where foundational physics has been for a while with string theory. I've spent my whole life listening to talks about string theory real soon, and it's gotten ever more disconnected from, data observations. There were people talking for a while that it's post-empirical. And always wanted to write a paper or an article that was like physicists have been smoking their own stash, right? There's this way we've gotten used to, like, you have to out-weird the other person. Like, my theory is 38 dimensions. My theory is 22 dimensions, but it's got, psychedelic squirrels in it. And so there's been a problem. There's a problem. Now, I don't need to tell you there's a crisis in physics or there's a crisis in cosmology. Other people have used that. That's been the headline on Scientific American stories. So there clearly another direction has to be found. And maybe it has nothing to do with this. But I suspect that because so many times the agent or the having to deal with the view from the inside or the role of agency, like when it comes to time, thinking that you can replace the block universe with the actual experience of time. Clocks don't tell time. We use clocks to tell time. So maybe that even like the fundamental nature of time can't be viewed from the outside. That there's a new physics theory that is going to come from, that comes from this agential, informational, computational view. I don't know, but that's kind of what I think it would be fertile ground to explore.
Yeah, like time is a really interesting one. Because time is really important to us humans. What is time?
Yeah, right. What is time? So the way we have tended to view it is we've taken, this is what, when Husserl talks about the surreptitious substitution, we've taken Einstein's beautiful, powerful, formal system for viewing time, and we substituted that for the actual experience of time, right? So the block universe, where like next Tuesday is already written down, it's in the block universe, the four-dimensional universe, all events are already there. Which is very potent for making certain kinds of predictions within the sort of, the scientific framework. But, it is not lived time. And, this was pointed out to Einstein, and he eventually recognized it. Very famous meeting between Henri Bergson, who was the most famous philosopher of like the, early 20th century, and Einstein, where Einstein was giving a talk on relativity, and Bergson, whose whole thing was about time and was about duration, he wanted to separate the scientific image of time, the map of time, from the actual terrain, which he used the word duration. Like we humans, where duration for us is full. It's sort of it's stretched out. It's got a little bit of the past, a little bit of the future, a little bit of the present. Music is the best example, right? You're hearing music, you're both already anticipating what's going to happen, and you are, remembering what's going on. There's a kind of phenomenal structure there, which is different from the representation of time that you have with the formal mathematics. And what the way we would look at this is that the problem with the surreptitious substitution, the problem with the blind spot, is it says, oh no, the formal system is time, but really the only place time appears is with us, right? We're time, So having a theory that actually could start with us, and then stretch out into the universe rather than imposing this imaginary third-person view back on us, that's a route towards a different way of approaching the whole problem.
I just wonder, who is the observer? I mean, defining what the agent is,
right,
in any kind of frame is difficult.
It's difficult, right? And so that's the good work of the science ahead of us, right? What happened with this idea of the structural invariance I was talking about? So, we start with experience, which is irreducible. There's no atoms of experience, right? It's a whole. And we go through the whole process, which is a communal process, by the way. There's a philosopher, Robert Crease, who talks about the workshop. That starting in like the 1700s, 1600s, we developed this communal space to work in. Sometimes it was literally a physical space, a laboratory, where these ideas would be pulled apart, refined, argued over, and then validated, and we went to the next step. So this idea of pulling out from experience these thinner, abstract structural invariance, the things that we could actually do science with. And it's kind of like, we call it an ascending spiral of abstraction. Right? So the problem with the way we do things now is we take those abstractions, which came from experience, and then with something like, you know, a computational model of consciousness or experience, we think we can put it back in. Like, you literally pulled out these super thin things, these abstractions, you know, neglecting experience because that's the only way to do science. And then you think somehow, oh, I'm going to jam experience back in and you know, have an explanation for experience.
So do you think it's possible to show that something like free will is quote unquote real if you integrate experience back into the physics model of the world?
What I would say is that free will is a given. And that's the thing about experience, right? So one of the things that Whitehead said, I really love this quote, he says, it's not the job of either science or philosophy to account for the concrete. It's the job to account for the abstract. The concrete, what's happening between us right now, is just given. You know, it's presented to us every day. It's presented to. If you want an explanation, fine, but the explanation actually doesn't add anything to it, right? So that free will, in some sense, is the nature of being an agent, right? To be an agent, agency and autonomy are sort of the two things that are, you know, they're equivalent. And so in some sense, to be an agent is to be autonomous. And so then the question really to ask is, can you have an account for agency and autonomy that captures aspects of its arising in the world, or the way it and the world sort of co-arise? But the idea, you know, the reason why we argue about free will often is because we already have this blind spot view that the world is deterministic because of our equations, which themselves, we treat the equations as if they're more real than experience. You know, and the equations are a paler, you know, they don't corral experience. They are a thinner, you know, representation. As we like to say, don't confuse the map with the terrain. What's happening between us right now, in this, you know, all the weirdness of it, that's the terrain. The map is what I can write down on equations and then in the workshop do experiments on. Super powerful, needs an account, but experience overflows that.
What if the experience is an illusion? Like, how do we know? What if the agency that we experience is an illusion?
An illusion looking from where? Like, right, because that already requires to take that stance is you've already pushed yourself into that third person view, right? And so what we're saying is that third person view, which now you're going to say like, oh, I've got a whole other set of entities, of ontological entities, meaning, you know, things that I think exist in God's living room in spite, you know, that are independent of me and the community of living things I'm part of.
So you're pushing it elsewhere. Just like there's a stack of turtles, is probably, if this experience, the human experience, is an illusion, maybe there's an observer for whom it's not an illusion. So you always have to find an observer somewhere.
Yeah, right. And that's why, you know, fundamentally the blind spot, especially the scientific triumphalist part, is following a religious impulse. You know, it's wanting the God's eye view. And you know what's really interesting, and when we think about this and the way this gets talked about, especially publicly, you know, there's a line of philosophical inquiry that this language gets couched in. And it is actually it's only one version of philosophy, right? So it is pretty much what we call the analytic tradition, right? But there's, even in Europe, or in the Western tradition, and you know, for Western, what we'll call Western philosophy, there's phenomenology. There's Husserl and Heidegger and Merleau-Ponty, which took an entirely different track. They were really interested in the structure of experience. They spent all their time trying to understand, trying to develop a language that could kind of climb into the circle that is experience, right? Experience, you're not gonna be able to start with axioms and work your way to it. It's given, so you have to kind of jump in and then try and find a language to account for its structure. But then, so that has not been part of this discussion about, you'll never, good luck finding a YouTube video where someone, you know, a famous scientist is talking about science from a phenomenological point of view, even though it's a huge branch of philosophy. And then you get the philosophies that occurred from other cores of civilization, right? So there's the Western core, out of which comes the Greeks and the, you know, the Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition. But then you get India and you get Asia, and they developed their own. They were highly complex societies that developed their own responses to these questions. And they, for reasons, because they had contemplative practice, they were very focused on trying to directly probe attention and experience. They asked questions in ways that the West never really did. Phenomenology kind of started it, but there's philosophers like Nagarjuna and Vasubandhu, and they're like the Plato and the Aristotle of sort of those philosophies, and they were really focused on experience. In the West, I think maybe because we had the Judeo-Christian tradition, where we already had this kind of God who was going to be the frame on which you could always point to that frame. In the traditions that came from the classical philosophies of India and Asia, they started always with it. They wanted to know about experience. Their whole philosophies and their logic and their argumentation was based on, I've got this experience. I can't get out of this experience. How do I reason from it? So I think there's like a lot of other philosophical traditions that we could draw from. Not like slavishly. We don't all have to become Buddhists to do it. But there are traditions that really tried to work this out in a way that the Western traditions just didn't.
But there's also the practical fact that it's difficult to build a logical system on top of experience. It's difficult to have the rigor of science on top of experience. And so as science advances, we might get better and better. Like the same as it's very difficult to have any kind of mathematical or kind of scientific rigor to why complexity emerges from simple rules and simple objects, sort of the Santa Fe questions.
I think we can do it. I think there's aspects of it. I mean, as long as you're never trying to like, this is what experience is. Like, I think that's kind of the where we're, you're never going to have a causal account of experience because it's just given. But you can do lots about, and that's what the good work is to, how do I approach this? How do I approach this in a way that's rigorous that I can do experiments with also? But so, for example, I was just reading this beautiful paper that was talking about this is what we're counting with our semantic information too, causal closure. Love this idea, right? The idea that, so we talked about autopoiesis a while back, right? The idea that living systems are, they are self-creating and self-maintaining. So the membrane, cell membrane is a great example of this, right? The cell membrane, you can't have a cell without a cell membrane. The cell membrane lets stuff through, keeps other stuff out, right? But the cell membrane is part of the processes, and it's a product of the processes that the cell membrane needs, right? In some sense, the cell membrane creates itself. So there's this strange, it's always with life, there's always this strange loop. And so somehow figuring out how to jump into that strange loop is, the science that's ahead of us. And so this idea of causal closure, accounting for how the, we talk about like downward causation, right? So reductionism says everything only depends on the microstate. Everything just depends on the atoms, right? That's it. You don't get, if you know the Lagrangian for the standard model, you're done. Of course, in principle, you need God's computer, but fine. In principle, it can be done. Causal closure, and I was just reading this great paper that sort of argues for this. There's ways in which, using epsilon machines and all this machinery from information theory, that you can see ways in which the system can organize itself so that it decouples from the microstates. Now the macrostate fundamentally no longer needs the microstate for its own description, its own account of the laws. Whether that paper is true or not, it's an example of heading down that road. There's also Robert Rosen's work. He was a theoretical biologist who he talked about closure to efficient cause, that living systems, are organizationally closed, are causally closed, so that they don't depend anymore on the microstate. And he had a proof, which is very contentious. Nobody knows if it's, some argue it's true, some argue it's not. But he said that because of this, living systems are not Church-Turing complete. They cannot be represented as formal systems. So, in that way, they're not axioms. Living systems will not be axioms. They can only be partially captured by algorithms. Now, again, people fight back and forth about whether or not his proof was, is valid or not. I'm giving you examples of like, when you see the blind spot, when you acknowledge the blind spot, it opens up a whole other class of kinds of scientific investigations. The book we thought was going to be really heretical, right? Obviously, most public-facing scientists are very sort of in that, especially scientific triumph. So we were just like waiting for the fight. And then the review from Science came out, and it was like totally pro. It was very positive. We're like, oh my God, And then a review came out in Nature Physics, and it was totally positive. And then a review came out in the Wall Street Journal, because we kind of criticized, not capitalism, but we criticized sort of all industrial economies for that they were had been touched by the blind spot. Socialism, communism, doesn't matter. These extractive, sort of had that sort of view that the world is just reducible to, resources. The Wall Street Journal gave us a great review. So it feels like there's actually out there is some, among working scientists in particular, there is some dissatisfaction with this triumphalist view and a recognition that we need to shift something in order to jump past these hurdles that we've been arguing about forever, and we're not, we're sort of stuck in a vortex.
Well, it is. I mean, I think there is a hunger to acknowledge that there's an elephant in the room, like that we're just removing the agent. Like it's everyone is doing it. And it's like, there's the experience, and then there's the third person perspective on the world.
Right.
And so science from applying scientific rigor from a first person perspective is very difficult. I mean, it's fascinating.
I think we can do it because it's also the thing, what's really interesting is I think it's not just first person, it's first and second, right? Because science, one idea is that we, the idea that, science gives us this objective third person view. That's one way of talking about objectivity. There's a whole other way, is that I do the experiment, you do the experiment, we talk to each other, we agree on methods, and we both get the same result. That is a very different way of thinking about objectivity. And it acknowledges that, when we talk about agents, agency and individuality are flexible, right? So there's a great paper, speaking of Santa Fe, by David Krakauer, where they looked at sort of information theoretic measures of individuality. What you find is it's actually pretty fluid. Like my liver cell is an individual, but really it's part of the liver. And my liver is, a separate system, but really it's part of me. But I'm an individual, yay. But actually I'm part of a society. And I couldn't be me without the entire community of, say, language users, right? I wouldn't even be able to frame any questions. And my community of language users is part of ecosystems, right? That are alive, that I am a part of a lineage of. This is like Sarah Walker stuff. And then those ecosystems are part of the biosphere, right? We're never separable, as opposed to this very atomizing, the triumphalist science view wants like Boltzmann brains. You're just a brain floating in space,
Yeah, there's a fascinating degree to which agency is fluid. Like you are an individual, but you and I talking is a kind of individual.
Yeah.
And then the person listening to this right now is also an individual.
Right.
I mean, that's a weird thing.
That's a weird thing, right?
Because there's a broadcast nature too.
This is why information theoretic. So the idea that we're pursuing now, which I get really excited about, is this idea of information architecture, right? Or organization, informational organization. Because, right, physicalism is like everything's atoms. But, Kant is apparently the one who came up with the word organism, because he recognized that life has a weird organization that was specifically different from machines. And so this idea that how do we engage with the idea that organization, which is often, can be cast in information theoretic terms or computational terms even, is sort of, it's not really quite physical, right? It's embodied in physical, in the physical, it has to instantiate in the physical, but it also has this other realm of design, and so not design like intelligent design, but there's a, organization itself is a relationship of constraints and information flow. And I think, again, that's an entirely new, interesting way that we might get a very different kind of science that would flow out of that.
So going back to Kant and organism versus machine. So I showed you a couple of legged robots.
Very cool.
Is it possible for machines to have agency?
I would not discount that possibility. I think there's no reason I would say that it's impossible that machines could, whatever it manifests, that strange loop that we're talking about, that autopoiesis. I don't think there's a reason to say it can't happen in silicon. I think whatever it would be very different from us. Like the idea that it would be like, it would be just like us, but now it's instantiated. And I think it might have very different kind of experiential nature. I don't think what we have now, like the LLMs, are really there. I'm not going to say that it's not possible.
I wonder how far you can get with imitation, which is essentially what LLMs are doing. So imitating humans. And I wouldn't discount either the possibility that through imitation you can achieve what you would call consciousness or agency or the ability to have experience. I think for most of us humans who think, that's just fake, that's copying. But there's some degree to which we humans are just copying each other. We just are really good imitation machines.
Yeah.
Come from babies, we were born in this world, and we're just learning to imitate each other. And through the imitation and the tension in the disagreements in the imitations, we gain personality, perspective, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I think so. I it's possible, right? It's possible, but I think probably the view I'm advocating would say that one of the most important parts of agency is there's something called E4, the E4 theory of cognition: embodiment, inaction, embedding, and there's another one, extension. But so the idea is that you actually have to be in a body, which is itself part of an environment that is the physical nature of it, and of the extension in with other living systems as well, is essential. So that's why I think the LLMs are not going to, it's not just imitation. It's going to require, this goes to the brain in the vat thing. I did an article about brain in the vat, which was really Evans. I was reporting on Evans, where they did the brain in the vat argument, but they said, look, in the end, actually, the only way to actually get a real brain in the vat is actually to have a brain in a body. It could be a robot body, but you still need a brain in the body. So I don't think LLMs will get there because they can't, you really need to be embedded in a world. At least that's the E4 idea.
The E4, the 4E approach to cognition argues that cognition does not occur solely in the head, but is also embodied, embedded, enacted, and extended by way of extracranial processes and structures. Though very much in vogue. 4E cognition has received relatively few critical evaluations. This is a paper. By reflecting on two recent collections, this article reviews the 4E paradigm with a view to assessing the strengths and weaknesses. It's fascinating. I mean, yeah, the branches of what is cognition extends far, and it could go real far.
Right. There's a great story about an interaction between Jonas Salk, who was very much a reductionist, the great biologist, and Gregory Bateson, who was a cyberneticist. And Bateson always loved to poke people. And he said to Salk, he said, where's your mind? And, Salk went, up here. And Bateson said, no, out here. And what he really meant was this extended idea. It's not just within your cranium to have experience. Experience in some sense is not a thing you have. It is a thing you do, right? You almost perform it in a way, which is why both actually having a body, but having the body itself be in a world with other bodies is, from this perspective, is really important. And it's very attractive to me. And, seeing, again, if we're really going to do science with them, we're going to have to have these ideas crash up against data, we can't just armchair it, or couch quarterbacking it. But I think there's a lot of possibility here. It's a very radically different way of looking at what we mean by nature.
What do you make of the fact that this individual observer, you as an individual observer, only get a finite amount of time to exist in this world? Make you sad?
No, actually, it doesn't make me sad. So full reveal. I have been doing contemplative practice in the Zen tradition for 30 years. I've been staring at a wall for 30 years. And it's taught me a lot, right? I really value what that practice has given me about the nature of experience. And one of the things it's taught me is I don't really matter that very much. This thing I call Adam Frank is really, it's kind of a construct. There's this process going on of which I am actually fundamentally, and that's super cool. But it's gonna go. I don't know where it came from. It's gonna go. I don't really need it to, and then who the hell knows? I'm not an advocate for an afterlife, but just that what I love. Zen has this idea of beyond birth and death, and they don't mean reincarnation. What they mean is, dude, you don't even really understand what life is. You know what I mean? On this, this core level of your own experience. So, your ideas about what death is are equally ill-formed, and it's so, the contemplative practice really tries to focus on experience itself. Spend 5 days at a Zen session doing contemplative practice from 7 a.m. until 9 p.m., obviously with breaks. And you'll really get a much deeper understanding of what my own experience is. What is it really like? It forces you to learn how to stabilize your attention. Because, attention is kind of like this thing, it's usually just oh, over there, oh, my foot hurts, oh, I got to do my taxes, oh, that, what's that guy over there, why is he wearing those stupid shoes? And with contemplative practice, you learn how to stabilize it. And once you stabilize it, you can now begin to sort of explore the phenomenal nature of it. So what I think I've learned from that is kind of whatever, you know. I'm not really kind of real to begin with. The Adam Frank part, the identity, the thing, and the part of me that is real is, you know, everything's coming and going. It's all coming and going. Well, how could I ever not come and go when the entire world is just, you know, Buddhism has this idea of codependent arising. Nothing exists. Nothing has self-nature. Nothing exists by itself. It's an endless, infinitely connected web.
But still, there's a deliciousness to the individual experience. You get attached to it, and it ends, and it's good while it lasts, and it sucks that it ends. Like you could be like, well, everything comes and goes. But like, I was eating ice cream yesterday. Found this awesome low carb ice cream called Delights here in Austin, and you know, it ends.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I was staring at the empty container, and it was
that's beautiful, man. I love that.
You could say like, yeah, well, that's how it all is, but hey.
Can I say that? So this is what I've learned from because I love your idea of the deliciousness of it.
Yeah.
You know, but what I think happens with contemplative practice when it deepens is that it's not just, you're not just saying, right? This is why, you know, that's why I do koan practice. So this is a tradition in Zen that it was established. It was a teaching method that was established like 1,000 years ago. These book of koans, and every koan, you know, if you've ever read Gödel Escher Bach, he's got a whole chapter on koans. They're kind of non-logical problems that you have to work on. One of my favorite one was stop the sound of the distant temple bell. You know, you're like, what? Every time my teacher gives it to me, I'm like, what are you talking about? You know, there's this whole Zen thing of like, up is down, but down is up. You must understand this. So, you know, your job with these koans is to sit with them, until you sort of kind of, you know, you realize what the thing is trying to teach you, what aspect of experience it's trying to teach you. So there's no answer. And in fact, actually, you don't give an answer. You actually usually have to demonstrate. The first time when I sat, you know, I did a koan and the guy was like, don't tell me the answer, show me the answer. I was like, what are you talking about? But after doing these for years now, you know, I've kind of learned the language of them. So I could never tell you. If I told you the answer, I could give you a koan and tell you the answer. You'd be like, what? You know, it's not the words. It's the, you know, so like your experience of like, yeah, the cup is empty. With contemplative practice, as it deepens over years, it really does take years. Just like anything in math, it took me years to understand Lagrange. You kind of come to a deeper understanding with like, yeah, the words of like, it's not just like, oh, everything changes. You actually feel that movement. Like you feel it with like breath to breath, you know? And it really becomes, sometimes I have this feeling, this is messed up, but of just joy. And it's not connected to anything. And that's what I've kind of gotten from practice. It's just like, yeah, you know, that passage, that infinite passage of moment to moment, that is truly the way things are. And it's okay. Like, it's not okay because I have a feeling about it, okay? I want it to be okay. It just is okay. It's a pretty awesome thing.
That's beautiful. I mean, I maybe it's the genetics, maybe it's the biochemistry in my brain, but I generally have that joy about experience, just amorphous joy. But it seems like, again, maybe it's my Eastern European roots, but there's always like a melancholy that's also sitting next to the joy. And I think it always feels like they're intricately linked. So the melancholy is maybe about the finiteness of experience, and the joy is just about the beauty of experience, and they're just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, which is cool actually, because that, you know, I'm also, you know, I come from Eastern, my roots are Eastern European as well, going back, and I get it, right? I mean, you know, but that's also the cool thing. I think one of the things is like, yeah, well, that is what it is. That is what it is, right? You don't have to do anything. You don't have to like manipulate it or move it around or like, yeah, this is the experience, you know?
Can you speak to the practical nature of sitting there from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
I'm like, what the hell are you doing, bro?
What's powerful? What's fascinating to you? What have you learned from just the experience of staring at a wall?
Yeah. So, you know, you're not really, I mean, you're facing a wall. And what you're doing is you're just sitting with, you know, there's different meditative practices, right? There's counting breaths. So that's usually what I do. I sit down and I start counting breaths. And for the first half hour, it's just like blah, blah, blah. I'm thinking, like I said, I'm thinking about my taxes. I'm thinking about what I got to do later on, yada, yada, yada. First time I ever did a full session, a 2-day session, I swear to God, I had Bruce Springsteen's Born to Run album track through from the beginning to the end with the pauses. This was back when they were LPs.
Yeah.
With the freaking
nice.
You know, because my mind was just like, I need to do something. So it literally played the whole album in order.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing to see. You know, because you really do. You see the dynamics of your mind. But what happens is, and this took me a while. I used to hate sitting. You know, I do it, but after a while, the mind gets exhausted. Like that part of the mind, the upper level, the roof brain chatter is just like there's nothing else to do. And then you get bored. And I realize that's when something interesting is going to happen. Because you kind of like drop down. And now it's a very physical practice. People think you're just sitting there not thinking or thinking about not thinking. Actually, it becomes a very physical process where you're really just following the breath. You're kind of riding the breath. And it gets very quiet, and within that quietness, it's, there's a path, because obviously Buddhism is always like, not about thinking, but there's a huge literature. So these guys are always about don't think. I've written all this stuff, but they're guideposts. They're like the finger pointing at the moon. And, there's the idea first, your mind is usually scattered, right? Like, right now when I walk out, I'm going to go get the Uber and everything. My mind's going to be all over the place. But with sitting, first you concentrate the mind so that there's no more scatter anymore. The thoughts are still happening, but you're just not there happening up there. You're not even paying attention to them. And then as time goes on, you unify the mind, which is this very powerful thing where kind of the self drops away, and there's just this presence. It's kind of like a raw presence. And that's often where the joy upwells from. But you sit with whatever. Maybe you're going to sit and you're going to have maybe you're going to go through like an hour of being bummed out about your mom who died or something. You're just going to sit with whatever comes up. You're going to make that's why the sitting part, you're making the commitment. I'm going to sit here with whatever comes up. I will not be moved. And then what you come away with, it actually, over time, it actually changes kind of who you are. Like, I'm still the asshole I was from New Jersey growing up, but I just have more space now for things,
Yeah. Once Jersey, always Jersey.
Always Jersey.
But I love the Bruce Springsteen just blasting in your head.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Why are we here? What do you think is the purpose, the meaning of human existence?
It's good that we just had the last conversation, because I'm going to give this answer, which is so corny. It's love. And I'm not messing around, because really, actually, what happens, so within Buddhism, there's the idea of the Bodhisattva principle. You're here to help. You're just here to help, right? Compassion. Like, that's a really essential part of this path, of the Dharma path. And when I first started, I was like, I don't care for compassion. I'm here for knowledge, right? I'm here. I started contemplative practice because of the usual thing. I was suffering. I had, the reason everybody comes to things like this. Life was hard. I kind of was going through stuff. But I also wanted knowledge. I wanted to understand the foundational nature of reality. So it's like compassion, whatever. But then I found out that you can't get that. You can't go to this level without compassion. Somehow in this process, you realize that it really is about helping all sentient beings. That's the way they frame, just being here to help. So I know that sounds cornball, but especially for a guy from Jersey, which is like, the main thing is to get over. Like, your job is to get over. But that's really what I found. It is actually kind of, and that's what that joy. The joy, some of that joy is just, it's like this. One of the things I have when I have like really, there's a kind of experience I'll have in contemplative practice, which will carry out into the world, which is just this gratitude for the fact that the world gives you everything in this a certain way, right? Just the blue sky and the breath. The world is just giving you itself completely unhindered. It holds nothing back. And that's kind of the experience. And then you kind of like, I need to be helpful, because who's not having this experience,
So just love for the world as it is.
Love for the world and all the beings who are suffering. Everybody's suffering. Your worst political opponent, they're suffering, And our job is just to try and drop our biases and our stories and see this fundamental level at which life is occurring.
And hopefully there's many alien civilizations out there going through the same journey out of suffering towards love.
Yeah, that may be a universal thing about what it means to be alive.
I hope so.
Either that or they're coming to eat us.
Especially if they're a type 3 civilization.
Yeah, that's right. And they got really big guns.
Well, this was a truly mind-blowing, fascinating, just awesome conversation, Adam. Thank you for everything you do, and thank you for talking to me.
Oh, thank you. This was a lot of fun.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Adam Frank. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Sagan. The cosmos is all that is, or ever was, or ever will be. Our feeblest contemplations of the cosmos stir us. There's a tingling in the spine, a catch in the voice, a faint sensation, as if a distant memory, or falling from a height. We know we are approaching the greatest of mysteries. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
So people need to go back and read the history of the first 100 days under FDR. The sheer amount of legislation that went through, his ability to bring Congress to heel and the Senate, he gets all this stuff through. But as you and I know, legislation takes a long time to put into place, right? We've had people starving on the streets all throughout 1933 under Hoover. The difference was Hoover was seen as this do-nothing joke who would dine 9-course meals in the White House, and he was a filthy rich banker. FDR comes in there, and every single day has fireside chats, he's passing legislation, but more importantly, so he tries various different programs. Then they get ruled unconstitutional. He tries even more. So what does America take away from that? Every single time, if he gets knocked down, he comes back fighting. And that was a really part of his character that he developed after he got polio, and it gave him the strength to persevere through personally what he could transfer in his calm demeanor and his feeling of fight, that America really got that spirit from him and was able to climb itself out of the Great Depression. He's such an inspirational figure. I think of Johnson and of Nixon, of Teddy Roosevelt, even of FDR. I can give you a laundry list of personal problems that all those people had. I think they had really, really good judgment. And I'm not sure how intrinsic their own personal character was to their exploration and thinking about the world. So JFK might be our best example, because he had the best judgment out of anybody in the room as a brand new president in the Cuban Missile Crisis. He got us out and avoided nuclear war, which he deserves eternal credit for that. And I encourage people out there, this is a brutal text. We were forced to read it in graduate school. The Essence of Decision by Graham Allison. I'm so thankful we did. It's one of the foundations of political science, because it lays out theories of how government works. People really need to understand Washington. Washington is a creature with traditions, with institutions that don't care about you. They don't even really care about the president. They have self-perpetuating mechanisms which have been done a certain way, and it usually takes a great shocking event like World War II to change really anything beyond the marginal. Every once in a while, you have a figure like Teddy Roosevelt who's actually able to take peacetime presidency and transform the country, but it needs an extraordinary individual to get something like that done. So the question around the Essence of Decision was the theory behind the Cuban Missile Crisis of how Kennedy arrived at his decision. And there are various different schools of thought, but one of the things I love about the book is it presents a case for all three. The organizational theory, the bureaucratic politics theory, and then kind of the great man theory as well. So there's you and I could sit here and I could tell you a case about PT 109 and about how John F. Kennedy experienced World War II and how he literally swam miles with a wounded man's life jacket strap in his teeth with a broken back, and he saved him, and he ended up on the cover of Life magazine, and he was a war hero. And he was a deeply smart individual who wrote a book in 1939 called Why England Slept, which to this day is considered a text which at the moment was able to describe in detail why Neville Chamberlain and the British political system arrived at the policy of appeasement. I actually have an original copy. It's one of my most prized possessions. Because from 1939, because he's a 23-year-old kid. Who the fuck are you, John F. Kennedy? Turns out he's a brilliant man. And another just favorite aside is that at the Potsdam Conference, where Harry Truman is there with Stalin and everybody. So in the room at the same time, Harry S. Truman, President of the United States, Dwight D. Eisenhower, the general, right, who will succeed him, 26-year-old John F. Kennedy as a journalist. And all three of those presidents were in the same room with Joseph Stalin and others. And that's the story of America right there. It's kind of amazing. I'm going to give you one of the most depressing quotes, which is deeply true. Roger Ailes, who is a genius. Shout out to The Loudest Voice in the Room by Gabriel Sherman. That book changed my life too, because it really made me understand the media. People don't want to be informed. They want to feel informed. The following is a conversation with Sagar and Jetty, his second time on the podcast. Sagar is a political commentator, journalist, co-host of Breaking Points with Crystal Ball and of the Realignment podcast with Marshall Kozlov. Sagar is one of the most well-read people I've ever met. His love of history and the wisdom gained from reading thousands of history books radiates through every analysis he makes of the world. In this podcast, we trace out the history of the various ideological movements that led up to the current political moment. In doing so, we mention a large number of amazing books. We'll put a link to them in the description for those interested to learn more about each topic. This is a Lex Friedman podcast,
To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Sagar and Jetty. So let's start with the obvious big question. Why do you think Trump won? Let's break it down. Before the election, you said that if Trump wins, it's going to be because of immigration. So aside from immigration, what are the maybe less than obvious reasons that Trump won?
Yes, we absolutely need to return to immigration. But without that, multifaceted explanation. Let's start with the easiest one. There has been a wave of anti-incumbent energy around the world. Financial Times chart recently went viral, showing for the first time, I think, since World War II, possibly since 1905. I need to look at the data set, that all anti-incumbent parties all across the world suffered major defeats. So that's a very, very high level analysis. And we can return to that if we talk about Donald Trump's victory in 2016, because there were similar like global precursors. That individual level in the United States, there's a very simple explanation as well, which is that Joe Biden was very old, he was very unpopular, inflation was high. Inflation is one of the highest determiners of people switching their votes and of putting their primacy on that ahead of any other issue at the ballot box. So that's that. But I think it's actually much deeper at a psychological level for who America is and what it is. And fundamentally, I think what we're going to spend a lot of time talking about today is the evolution of the modern left and its collapse in the Kamala Harris candidacy and eventually the loss to Donald Trump in the popular vote, where really is like an apotheosis of several social forces. So we're going to talk about the Great Awakening, or so-called awakening, which is very important to understanding all of this. There's also really Donald Trump himself, who is really one of the most unique individual American politicians that we've seen in decades. At this point, Donald Trump's victory makes him the most important and transformative figure in American politics since FDR. And the thought process for the audience is in 2028, there will be an 18-year-old who's eligible to vote, who cannot remember a time when Donald J. Trump was not the central American figure. And there's stories in World War II where troops were on the front line, some of them were 18, 19 years old. FDR died, and they literally said, well, who's the president? And they said, Harry Truman, you dumbass. And they go, who? They couldn't conceive of a universe where FDR was not the president of the United States. And you know, Donald Trump, even during the Biden administration, he was the figure. Joe Biden defined his entire candidacy and his legacy around defeating this man. And obviously, he's failed. We should talk a lot about Joe Biden as well for his own failed theories of the presidency. So I think at a macro level, it's easy to understand. At a basic level, inflation, it's easy to understand. But what I really hope that a lot of people can take away is how fundamentally unique Donald Trump is as a political figure, and what he was able to do to realign American politics really forever. I mean, in the white working class realignment originally of 2016, the activation really of a multiracial kind of working class coalition, and of really splitting American lines along a single individual question of, did you attend a 4-year college degree institution or not? And this is a crazy thing to say. Donald Trump is one of the most racially depolarizing electoral figures in American history. We lived in 2016 at a time when racial groups, really voted in blocks: Latinos, blacks, whites. There was some, of course, division between the white working class and the white college-educated, white-collar workers. But by and large, you could pretty fairly say that Asians, Indians, everyone, 80, 90% were going to vote for the Democratic Party. Latinos as well. I'm born, here in Texas, in the state of Texas. George W. Bush shocked people when he won some 40% of the Latino vote. Donald Trump just beat Kamala Harris with Latino men, and he ran up the table for young men. So really, fundamentally, we have witnessed a full realignment in American politics, and that's a really fundamental problem for the modern left, is to erase a lot of the conversation around gerrymandering, around the electoral college, the so-called electoral college bias towards Republicans, really being able to win the popular vote for the first time since 2004 is shocking and landmark achievement by a Republican. In 2008, I have a book on my shelf, and I always look at it to remind myself of how much things can change. James Carville, and it says 40 more years, how Democrats will never lose an election again. 2008, they wrote that book after the Obama coalition and the landslide. And something I love so much about this country, people change their minds all the time. I was born in 1992. I watched red states go blue. I've seen blue states go red. I've seen swing states go red or blue. I've seen millions of people pick up and move, the greatest internal migration in the United States since World War II. And it's really inspiring because it's a really dynamic, interesting place. And I love covering it. I love thinking about it, talking to people. It's awesome.
One of the reasons I'm a big fan of yours is you're a student of history. And so you recommended a bunch of books to me. And they and others thread the different movements throughout American history. Some movements take off and do hold power for a long time. Some don't. And some are started by a small number of people and are controlled by a small number of people. Some are mass movements. And it's just fascinating to watch how those movements evolve and then fit themselves maybe into the constraints of a two-party system.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd love to sort of talk about the various perspectives of that. So would it be fair to say that this election was turned into a kind of class struggle?
Well, I won't go that far because to say it's a class struggle really implies that things fundamentally align on economic lines. And I don't think that's necessarily accurate. Although if that's your lens, you could get there. So there's a very big statistic going around right now where Kamala Harris increased her vote share in one households over $100,000 or more, and Donald Trump won households under $100,000. So you could view that in an economic lens. The problem, again, that I have is that is much more a proxy for four-year college degree and for education. And so one of my favorite books is called Coming Apart by Charles Murray. And that book really, really underscores how the cultural milieu that people swim in when they attend a four-year college degree and the trajectory of their life, not only on where they move to, who they marry, what type of grocery store they go to, their cultural, what television shows that they watch. One of my favorite questions from Charles Murray is called a bubble quiz. I encourage people to go take it, by the way, which it asks you a question. It's like, what does the word Branson mean to you? And it has a couple of answers. One of them is Branson is Richard Branson, Sir Richard Branson. Number 2 is Branson, Missouri, which is like a country music tourist style destination. 3 is it means nothing. So you are less in a bubble if you say country music, and you're very much in the bubble if you say Richard Branson. And I remember taking that test for the first time. I go, obviously Sir Richard Branson, Virgin Atlantic. Like, what? And then I was like, wait, I'm in the bubble. And there are other things in there, like, can you name various different military ranks? I can because I'm a history nerd, but the vast majority of college-educated people don't know anybody who served in the United States military. They don't have family members who do. The most popular shows in America are like The Big Bang Theory and NCIS, whereas people in our probably cultural milieu, our favorite shows are White Lotus, The Last of Us. This is prestige television, right? With a very small audience, but high income, high education. So the point is that culture really defines who we are as Americans, where we live. And rural, urban is one way to describe it. But honestly, with the work from home revolution and more rich people and highly educated people moving to more rural, suburban, or areas they traditionally weren't able to commute in, that's changing. And so really, the internet is everything. The stuff that you consume on the internet, the stuff that you spend your time doing, the type of books you read, whether you read a book at all, frankly, whether you travel to Europe, whether you have a passport, all the things that you value in your life, that is the real cultural divide in America. And I actually think that's what this revolution of Donald Trump was activating and bringing people to the polls, bringing a lot of those traditional working class voters of all races away from the Democratic Party along the lines of elitism, of sneering, and of a general cultural feeling that these people don't understand me and my struggles in this life.
And so the trivial formulation is that it's the wokeism, the anti-wokeism movement.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily that Trump winning was a statement against wokeism. It was the broader anti-elitism.
It's difficult to say because I wouldn't dismiss anti-wokeism or wokeism as an explanation. But we need to understand like the electoral impacts of woke. So there's varying degrees of like how you're going to encounter quote unquote wokeism. And this is a very difficult thing to define. So let me just try and break it down, which is there are the types of things that you're going to interact with on a cultural basis. And what I mean by that is going to watch a TV show and just for some reason there's like 2 trans characters and it's never like particularly explained why, they just are there, or watching a commercial and it's the same thing, watching, I don't know, I remember watching, I think it was Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and it was a terrible movie, by the way, don't worry about it. But one of the characters, I think her name was like America, and she wore a gay pride flag. Right, look, many left-wingers would make fun of me for saying these things, but that is obviously a social agenda to the point as in they believe it is like deeply acceptable, that is used by Hollywood and cultural elites who really value those progress, you know, in sexual orientation and others, and they really believe it's important to quote unquote showcase it for representation. So that's like one way that we may encounter quote unquote wokeism. But the more important ways, frankly, are the ways that affirmative action, which really has its roots in, you know, American society all the way going back to the 1960s, and how those have manifested in our economy and in our understanding of quote unquote discrimination. So two books I can recommend. One is called The Origins of Woke. That's by Richard Hanania. There's another one, The Age of Entitlement by Christopher Caldwell. And they make a very strong case that Caldwell in particular, that he calls it like a new founding of America, was the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, because it created an entire new legal regime and understanding of race in the American character and how the government was going to enforce that. And that really ties in with another one of the books that I recommended to you about the origins of Trump by Jim Webb. And Senator Jim Webb, incredible man. He's so underappreciated. Intellectual, he was anti-war, and people may remember him from the 2016 primary, and they asked him, I had asked him a question, I don't exactly remember, about one of his enemies, and he's like, well, one of them was a guy I shot in Vietnam, and he was running against Hillary. And that guy, he wrote the book, Born Fighting, I think it's History of the Scots-Irish People, something like that. And that book really opened my eyes to the way that affirmative action and racial preferences that were playing out, you know, through the HR managerial elite really turned a lot of people within the white working class away from the Democratic Party and felt fundamentally discriminated against by the professional managerial class. And so there's a lot of roots to this, the Managerial Revolution by James Burnham, and in terms of the origin of kind of how we got here. But the crystallization of like DEI and or affirmative action, I prefer to use the term affirmative action, in the highest echelons of business. And there became this idea that representation itself was the only thing that mattered. And I think that right around 2014, that really went on steroids. And that's why it's not an accident that Donald J. Trump elected in 2016.
At this point, do you think this election is a kind of statement that wokeism as a movement is dead?
I don't know. I mean, it's very difficult to say because wokeism itself is not a movement with a party leader. It's a amorphous belief that has worked its way through institutions now for almost 40 or 50 years. I mean, it's effectively a religion. And part of the reason why it's difficult to define is it means many different things to different people. So, for example, there are varying degrees of how we would define, quote unquote, woke. Do I think that the Democrats will be speaking in so-called academic language? Yes, I do think they will. I think that the next Democratic nominee will not do that. However, Kamala Harris actually did move as much as she could away from quote-unquote woke, but she basically was punished for a lot of the sins of both herself from 2019, but a general cultural feeling that her and the people around her do not understand me, and not only do not understand me, but have racial preferences or a regime or an understanding that would lead to a quote-unquote equity mindset, you know, equal outcomes for everybody as opposed to equality of opportunity, which is more of a colorblind philosophy. So I can't say. I think it's way too early. And, you know, again, like you can not use the word Latinx, but do you still believe in an effective affirmative action regime, you know, in terms of how you would run your Department of Justice, in terms of how you view the world, in terms of what you think the real dividing lines in America are? Because I would say that's still actually kind of a woke mindset. And that's part of the reason why the term itself doesn't really mean a whole lot. And we have to get actually really specific about what it looks like in operations. In operation, it means affirmative action. It means the NASDAQ passing some law that if you want to go public or something, that you have to have a woman and a person of color on your board. Like this is a blatant and, you know, extraordinary racialism that they've enshrined in their bylaws. So you can get rid of ESG, that's great. But you know, you can get rid of DEI, I think that's great. But it's really about a mindset and a view of the world, and I don't think that's going anywhere.
Hey, you think the reason it doesn't work well in practice is because there's a big degree to which it's anti-meritocracy.
It's anti-American, really. I mean, you know, DEI and woke and affirmative action make perfect sense in a lot of different countries. Okay, and there are a lot of countries out there that are multi-ethnic and they're heterogeneous and they are run by basically quasi-dictators, and the way it works is that you pay off the Christians and you pay off the Muslims, and they get this guy and they get that guy, and everybody kind of shakes it. It's very explicit. They're like, we have 10 spots, and they go to the Christians. We have 10 spots, and they go to the Hindus. I'm talking, India is a country that I know pretty well, and this does kind of work like that on state politics level in some respect. But in America, fundamentally, we really believe that no matter where you are from, that you come here and basically within a generation, especially if you migrate here legally and you integrate, that you leave a lot of that stuff behind. And the story, the American dream that is ingrained in so many of us is one that really does not mesh well with any sort of racial preference regime or anything that's not meritocratic. And I will give the left wingers some, credit in the idea that meritocracy itself, could have preference for people who have privileged backgrounds. I think that's true. And so, the way I would like to see it is to increase everybody's equality of opportunity, to make sure that they all have a chance at quote unquote willing out the American dream, but that doesn't erase meritocracy, hard work, and many of the other things that we associate with the American character, with the American frontier. So really, these are two ideologies which are really at odds. Like in a lot of ways, like wokeism, racialism, and all this is a third world ideology. It's one that's very prevalent in Europe and all across Asia, but it doesn't mix well here, and it shouldn't. And I'm really glad that America feels the same way.
Yeah, I got to go back to Jim Webb and that book. What a badass, fascinating book. Oh my God. Born Fighting,
amazing.
How the Scots-Irish Shaped America. So I did not realize to the degree, first of all, how badass the Scots-Irish are. And to the degree, many of the things that kind of identify as American and part of the American spirit were defined by this relatively small group of people. Yeah. As he describes, the motto could be summarized as fight, sing, drink, and pray. So there's the principles of fierce individualism, the principles of a deep distrust of government, the elites, the authorities, bottom-up governance, over 2,000 years of a military tradition. They made up 40% of the Revolutionary War Army and produced numerous military leaders, including Stonewall Jackson, Ulysses S. Grant, George S. Patton, and a bunch of presidents.
Yeah.
Some of the more gangster presidents. Andrew Jackson, Teddy Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, Ronald Reagan, and Bill Clinton. Just the whole cultural legacy of country music.
We owe them so much, and they really don't get their due, unfortunately. A lot of for the reasons that I just described around racialism is because post, mass immigration from Europe, the term white kind of became blanket applied to New Irish, to Italians, to Slovenians. And, as you and I both know, if you travel those countries, people are pretty different. And it's not the different here in the United States. Scots-Irish were some of the original settlers here in America, and particularly in Appalachia, and their contribution to the fighting spirit and their own culture and like who we are as individualists, and some of the first people to ever settle the frontier, and that frontier mindset really does come from them. We owe them just as much as we do the Puritans, but they don't ever really get their due. And the reason I recommend that book is if you read that book and you understand that, how exactly could this group of white working class voters go from 2012 voting for a man named Barack Hussein Obama to Donald J. Trump. You really seem to, it makes perfect sense if you combine it with a lot of the stuff I'm talking about here, about affirmative action, about distrust of the elites, about feeling as if institutions are not seeing through to you, and specifically also not valuing your contribution to American history, and in some cases actively looking down. I'm glad you pointed out not only their role in the Revolutionary War, but in the Civil War as well. And just how much of a contribution culturally, really, that we owe them for setting the groundwork that so many of us who came later could build upon and adopt some of their own ideas and their culture as our own. It's one of the things that makes America great.
Mark Twain.
Yeah.
I mean, so much of the culture, so much of the American spirit, the whole idea, the whole shape and form and type of populism that represents our democracy. Would you trace that fierce individualism that we think of back to them?
Definitely. It's a huge part of them, about who they were, about the screw you attitude. That book actually kind of had a renaissance back in 2016 when Hillbilly Elegy came out. I'm sure you remember this, which it's kind of weird to think it's now the vice president-elect of the United States. It's kind of wild, honestly, to think about. But J.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Elegy, I think was really important for a lot of American elites who were like, how do these people support Trump? Where does this shit come from? That they're really, that if you really think back to that time, It was shocking to the elite character that any person in the world could ever vote for Donald Trump. And not just vote, he won the election. How does that happen? And that's Hillbilly Elegy guided people in an understanding of what that's like on a lived day-to-day basis. And JD, to his credit, talks about the Scots-Irish heritage, about Appalachia, and the legacy of what that culture looks like today, and how a lot of these people voted for Donald Trump. But we got to give credit to Jim Webb, who wrote the history of these people and taught me and you about, you know, their original fight against the oppressors in Scotland and Ireland, and their militant spirit, and how they were able to bring that over here. And, you know, they got their due in Andrew Jackson and some of our other populist presidents who set us up on the road to Donald Trump to where we are today.
Dude, it got me pumped, excited to be an American.
Me too. I love that book.
It's crazy that JD, the same guy, because that's Hillbilly Elegy is what I kind of thought of him as.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, for me, it's actually pretty surreal. I met JD Vance in like 2017 in like a bar. I didn't ever think he would be the vice president-elect of the United States. I mean, it's kind of wild. One of my friends went back and dug up the email that we originally sent him. She's like, "Hey, do you want to meet up?" And he's like, "Sure." You know, yeah. And I was watching on television. I mean, the first time that it really hit me, I was like, "Whoa!" He was like naming a history book. It's whenever he became the vice presidential nominee. I was watching him on TV, and the confetti was falling, and he was waving with his wife, and I was like, "Wow, like that's it. You're in the history books now, forever." Especially now, as the literal vice president-elect of the U.S. But his own evolution is actually a fascinating story for us too, because I think a lot of the time I've spent right now is kind of a lot of what I'm giving right now are like 2016 kind of takes about like why Trump won that time. But we should spend a lot of time on how Donald Trump won this election and like what happened, some of the failures of the Biden administration, some of the payback for the Great Awakening. But also, if you look at the evolution of J.D. Vance, this is a person who wrote Hillbilly Elegy, and not a lot of people pay attention to this, but if you read Hillbilly Elegy, JD was much more of a traditional conservative at that time. He was citing, I think the famous passages about like payday loans and why they're good or something like that. I don't know his position today, but I would assume that he's probably changed that. But the point is that his ideological evolution from watching somebody who really was more of a traditional Republican with a deep empathy for the white working class, then eventually become a champion and a disciple of Donald Trump, and to believe that he himself was the vehicle for accomplishing and bettering the United States, but specifically for working class Americans, really, of all stripes. And that story is really one of the rise of the modern left as it exists as a political project, as an ideology. It's also one of the Republican Party, which coalesced now with Donald Trump as a legitimate figure and as the single bulwark against cultural leftism and elitism that eventually was normalized to the point that the majority of Americans decided to vote for him in 2024.
So let's talk about 2024. What happened with the left? What happened with Biden? What's your take on Biden?
Biden is, I try to remove myself from it, and I try not to give big history takes while you're in the moment, but it's really hard not to say that he's one of the worst presidents in modern history. And I think the reason why I'm going to go with it is because I want to judge him by the things that he set out to do. So Joe Biden has been the same person for his entire political career. He is a basically C student who thinks he's an A student. The chip on his shoulder against the elites has played to his benefit in his original election to the United States Senate, through his entire career as a United States Senator, where he always wanted to be the star and center of attention, and to his 1988 presidential campaign. And one of the most fascinating things about Biden and watching him age is watching him become even more of what he already was. And so book recommendation, it's called What It Takes. And it was written in 1988. And there's actually a long chapter on Joe Biden and about the plagiarism scandal. And one of the things that comes across is his sheer arrogance and belief in himself as to why he should be the center of attention. Now, the reason I'm laying all this out is the arrogance of Joe Biden, the individual and his character, is fundamentally the reason his presidency went awry. This is a person who was elected in 2020 really because of a feeling of chaos, of Donald Trump, of we need normalcy, decides to come into the office, portrays himself as a quote-unquote transitional president, slowly, begins to lose a lot of his faculties, and then surrounds himself with sycophants, the same ones who have been around him for so long, that he had no single input into his life to tell him that he needed to stop and he needed to drop out of the race until it became truly undeniable to the vast majority of the American people. And that's why I'm trying to keep it as like him as an individual, as a president, because we can separate him from some of his accomplishments and the things that happened. Some I support, some I don't. But generally, a lot of people are not going to look back and think about Joe Biden and the CHIPS Act. A lot of people are not going to look back and think about Joe Biden and the Build Back Better bill or whatever, his Lena Khan antitrust policy. They're going to look back on him and they're going to remember high inflation. They're going to remember somebody who fundamentally never was up to the job, in the sense that, again, book recommendation, Freedom from Fear by David Kennedy, is about the Roosevelt years. And one of the most important things people don't understand is the New Deal didn't really work in the way that a lot of people wanted it to, right? Like, there was still high unemployment. There was still a lot of suffering. But you know what changed? They felt that they had a vigorous commander-in-chief who was doing everything in his power to attack the problems of the everyday American. So even though things didn't even materially change, the vigor, that's a term that was often associated with John F. Kennedy at Bigga, in the Massachusetts accent. We had this young, vibrant president in 1960, and he was running around, and he wanted to convince us that he was working every single day tirelessly. And when you have an 80-year-old man who is simply just eating ice cream and going to the beach while people's grocery prices and all this thing go up by 25%, and we don't see the same vigor, we don't see the same action, the bias to action, which is so important in the modern presidency. That is fundamentally why I think the Democrats, part of the reason why the Democrats lost the election, and also why I think that he missed his moment in such a dramatic way. And he had the opportunity. He could have done it, if he wanted to, but maybe 20 years ago. But the truth is that his own narcissism, his own misplaced belief in himself, and his own accidental rise to the presidency ended up in his downfall. And it's kind of amazing because, again, if we look back to his original campaign speech, 2019, why I'm running for president. It was Charlottesville, and he said, I want to defeat Donald Trump forever, and I want to make sure that he never gets back in the White House again. So by his own metric, he did fail. It was the only thing he wanted to do, and he failed.
You said a lot of interesting stuff. Well, so one, FDR, that's really interesting. It's not about the specific policy. It's about like fighting for the people and doing that with charisma and just uniting the entire country for a particular. This is the same with Bernie. Like maybe there's a lot of people that disagree with Bernie that still support him because like we just want
feels authentic. That's it.
We just want somebody to fight authentically for us.
Yes, FDR. People really need. FDR was like a king. He was like Jesus Christ. Okay, in the U.S. And some of it was because of what he did, but it was just the fight. So people need to go back and read the history of the first 100 days under FDR. The sheer amount of legislation that went through, his ability to bring Congress to heel and the Senate. He gets all this stuff through. But as you and I know, legislation takes a long time to put into place, right? We've had people starving on the streets all throughout 1933 under Hoover. The difference was Hoover was seen as this do-nothing joke who would dine 9-course meals in the White House, and he was a filthy rich banker. FDR comes in there, and every single day has fireside chats. He's passing legislation. But more importantly, so he tries various different programs. Then they get ruled unconstitutional. He tries even more. So what does America take away from that? Every single time, if he gets knocked down, he comes back fighting. And that was a really part of his character that he developed after he got polio. And it gave him the strength to persevere through personally what he could transfer in his calm demeanor and his feeling of fight, that America really got that spirit from him and was able to climb itself out of the Great Depression. He's such an inspirational figure. He really is. And people think of him for World War II. Of course, we could spend forever on that. But in my opinion, the early years are not studied enough. 33 to 37 is one of the most remarkable periods in American history. We were not ruled by a president. We were ruled by a king, by a monarch. And people liked it. He was a dictator. And he was a good one.
Yeah. So to sort of push back against the implied thing that you said. So
Sure.
when saying Biden is the worst president.
No, second worst. In modern history, that's what I said. Second
in modern
worst.
history, who's the worst?
W, no question.
I see, because of the horrible wars, probably.
I mean, Iraq is just so bad.
It's just
like
yeah.
One of my favorite authors is a guy, Gene Edward Smith. He's written a bunch of presidential biographies. And in the opening of his book, W biography, he's like, there's just no question there's a single worst foreign policy mistake in all of American history. And W is one of our worst presidents ever. He had terrible judgment. And it got us into a war of his own choosing. It was a disaster. And it set us up for failure. By the way, we talked a lot about Donald Trump. Nobody is more responsible for the rise of Donald Trump than George W. Bush. But I could go off on Bush for a long time.
Oh, we will.
Yeah,
We will return there. So, as part of the pushback, I'd like to say, because I agree with your criticism of arrogance and narcissism against Joe Biden, the same could be said about Donald Trump.
You're absolutely
of arrogance. So, and I think you've also articulated that a lot of presidents throughout American history have suffered from a bad case of arrogance and narcissism.
Absolutely, but sometimes to our benefit. You know, you have to be a pretty crazy person to be to want to be president. I had put out a tweet that got some controversy, and I think it was Joe Rogan, who I love, but he was like, I want to find out who Kamala Harris is as a human being. And I was like, I'm actually not interested in who politicians are as human beings at all. It's like I've read too much about them to know. I know who you are. If you spend your life, and because I live in Washington and I spend a lot of time around would-be politicians, I know what it takes to actually become the president. It's crazy. You have to give up everything. Every night, you're not spending it with your wife. You're spending it at dinner with potential donors, with friends, with people who can connect you. Even after you get elected, that's even more so. Now you got to raise money, and now you're on to the next thing. Now you want to get your political thing through. You're going to spend all your time on your phone. You and your staff are going to be more like this. Your entire life revolves around your career. It's honestly, you need an insane level of narcissism to do it, because you have to believe that you are better than everybody else, which is already pretty crazy. And not only that, your own personal characteristics and foibles lead you to the pursuit of this office and to the pursuit of the idolatry of the self and everything around you. There's a famous story of Lady Bird Johnson after Johnson becomes the president. He's talking to the White House butler. And she was like, everything in this house revolves around my husband. Whatever's left goes to the girls, her 2 children. And I'll take the scraps. So everything revolved around Johnson's political career. And his daughters, when they're honest, because they like to paper over some of the things that happened under him, but they didn't spend any time with him. Saturday morning was for breakfast with, Richard Russell, I forget. These are all in the Robert A. Caro books. Sunday was for Rayburn. There was no time for his kids. That's what it was. And by the way, he's one of the greatest politicians to ever live. But he also died from a massive heart attack, and he was a deeply sad and depressed individual.
Yeah, I saw that tweet, to go back to that.
Yeah.
And also, I listened to your incredible debate about it with Marshall on the Realignment podcast, and I have to side with Marshall. I think you're just wrong on this.
All right.
Because I think revealing the character of a person is really important to understand how they will act in a room full of generals and full of...
this gets to the judgment question.
The judgment.
And I think of Johnson and of Nixon, of Teddy Roosevelt, even of FDR. I can give you a laundry list of personal problems that all those people had. I think they had really, really good judgment. And I'm not sure how intrinsic their own personal character was to their exploration and thinking about the world. So JFK might be our best example, because he had the best judgment out of anybody in the room as a brand new president in the Cuban Missile Crisis. And he got us out and avoided nuclear war, which he deserves eternal credit for that. But how did he arrive to good judgment? Some of it certainly was his character, and we could go again, though, into his laundry list of that. But most of it was around being with his father, seeing some of the mistakes that he would make. And he was also had a deeply inquisitive mind, and he experienced World War II at the personal level after PT 109. So it is, look, I get it. I actually could steel man it. The response to what I'm saying is judgment is not divisible from personal character. But just because I know a lot of politicians and I've read enough with the really great ones, the people who I revere the most, there's really bad personal stuff basically every single time.
But you're saying the judgment was good.
Yeah, his judgment was great.
On the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yes.
Some of the best judgment and decision making in the history of America.
Yes, and we should study a lot of it. And I encourage people out there. This is a brutal text. We were forced to read it in graduate school. The Essence of Decision by Graham Allison. I'm so thankful we did. It's one of the foundations of political science because it lays out theories of how government works. This is also a useful transition, by the way, if we want to talk about Trump and some of his cabinet and how that is shaping up, because people really need to understand Washington. Washington is a creature with traditions, with institutions that don't care about you. They don't even really care about the president. They have self-perpetuating mechanisms which have been done a certain way, and it usually takes a great shocking event like World War II to change really anything. beyond the marginal. Every once in a while, you have a figure like Teddy Roosevelt who's actually able to take peacetime presidency and transform the country, but it needs an extraordinary individual to get something like that done. So the question around the essence of decision was the theory behind the Cuban Missile Crisis of how Kennedy arrived at his decision. And there are various different schools of thought, but one of the things I love about the book is it presents a case for all three. The organizational theory, the bureaucratic politics theory, and then kind of the great man theory as well. So there's you and I could sit here and I could tell you a case about PT 109 and about how John F. Kennedy experienced World War II as this, I think he was like a first lieutenant or something like that, and how he literally swam miles with a wounded man's life jacket strap in his teeth with a broken back, and he saved him, and he ended up on the cover of Life magazine, and he was a war hero. And he was a deeply smart individual who wrote a book in 1939 called Why England Slept, which to this day is considered a text which at the moment was able to describe in detail why Neville Chamberlain and the British political system arrived at the policy of appeasement. I actually have an original copy. It's one of my most prized possessions because from 1939, because this is a 23-year-old kid. Who the fuck are you, John F. Kennedy? Turns out he's brilliant, man. And another just favorite aside is that in the room at the same time, Harry S. Truman, President of the United States, Dwight D. Eisenhower, the general, right, who will succeed him, 26-year-old John F. Kennedy as a journalist, some shithead journalist on the side, and all three of those presidents were in the same room with Joseph Stalin and others. And that's the story of America right there. It's kind of amazing. I love people to say that because you never know about who will end up rising to power. But
are you announcing that you're running?
No, absolutely not. Yeah, I don't have what it takes. I don't think so.